our startup and what we're working on. Great. All right, are we ready?
Are we ready? All right, so I'm here to talk to you about
AI for creativity
and
and
open minds.
And my co-founder and I started working on this problem in 2016. But we were really setting out to solve this problem that I heard Peter speaking about in 2019 at an AI conference down in Los Angeles. And what he asked is this question: how do we ensure that the optimization of a social media newsfeed doesn't mess up your political system? So I think we're all really well aware of the situation if we've watched the Social Dilemma or the Great Hack or just live for the last 5 years and read the news. And so the reason this happened, what we realized is that the reason social media messes up social news feed is for two reasons. One is it's ad-supported media. It's ad-supported. You have to optimize for moral outrage. So it's twofold. Monetization problem and AI problem. And when ad-supported social networks like Reddit, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter optimize for moral outrage, what they do is they create cognitive black holes of addictive anger. You have to get addicted to the feelings to spend more time on the platform so that the ad-supported networks can make more money by increasing time and attention. And so it doesn't have to be that way. When you optimize for open-mindedness and creativity, the idea is that you also have to have subscriber network. So Elon is at least correct in that. You need to give people a reason to pay more than $7 a month. And when I started working on this, actually with launch in 2016, we first met in 2012. We used to have an AI company called Synapsify, and I was just finished working at a social media analytics company called Visible Technologies. It was one of the first sentiment analysis, influencer identification platforms. And we had three dimensions of sentiment: positive, negative, neutral sentiment. Everyone might remember that. Those early days of social media, they still use that system. But when I met Lawrence, he had 32 dimensions of sentiment analysis, and so I thought that was really a richer, better way to understand conversations. So we started working together in Synapsify, and we had some big clients like Walmart that wanted to understand all of the social media posts that were being said about them after Black Friday. And so it was an early version of social media and analytics, text analytics AI that used manual dictionary construction. It was very expensive to set up. Does anyone remember those days? You had to hire library scientists to set up taxonomies and ontologies. It was expensive to train the system to understand industry-specific jargon. So in 2016, Lawrence made a huge breakthrough, and he invented something called automated dictionary construction, which really formed the basis of this new AI that developing that allows the system to automatically learn and scale from new conversations and new language that are being introduced into the system. The other problem that we've been solving lately, and this has become a more obvious one that everyone's been talking about is how do we create ethical guardrails for AI? You've probably all seen headlines like this, the how and why AI might kill us all. If you've listened to Eliezer Yudkowsky, he's saying that it probably will. And what he also said is that we need to have a new paradigm to solve this problem, that you can't solve large language model AI ethical guardrails with large language model AI. And Pangea Social is not a large language model AI. We trained it using just 5% of Wikipedia. And whether or not you think it's going to kill us all, we certainly have ethical concerns about it, whether it's going to distribute the benefits equitably to people based on race or class, whether is it going to do Minority Report style pre-policing? Is it going to make it easier for authoritarians to engage in cyber warfare? There's a whole list of ethical concerns. And the one that concerns me the most, as someone who's been in ad tech for 20 years, is what Jeremiah tweeted a few months ago about a Sam Altman podcast. He was listening to an interview with Lex Friedman, and he summarized Sam Altman by saying, each human will have personalized results. It's learning from us and from the actions of other users. which means soon it will predict what we want before we ask. Once we are analyzed, most humans are easy to predict, like a math problem. You know, I think that sounds like a narcissistic feedback loop like the one described in The Matrix, where we all end up in a vegetative state. And so I'm more concerned about that problem, and Lawrence Au, my co-founder, is also very concerned with that, and he calls it the Agent Smith problem. So in many ways, that's what we're setting out to solve with Pangea Social. And the way we're solving it is with this writing editor. So the first version of Pangea Social AI is a writing editor that looks kind of like Grammarly. And what it does is it helps you identify the areas of your text that are being too biased or that are digressing from the main themes. And so it also shows you where you're creating the main themes, the strong themes in blue and green. And so you can see the good stuff you're doing. And so as someone who's been a writer for a long time, I have an MFA in creative writing, and I'm a blogger. I love using this writing editor. It helps find redundancies in what I'm writing. It helps soften the tone and make it more open-minded. It forces me to be creative. And what it does is it gives you guidance in the actual demo. I'm happy to show the live demo to anyone who's interested. We're also happy to sign up beta testers who would like to try this out. We're expanding our beta right now over the next week. So if anyone's interested in testing the editor, please talk to me. We'd love to have you try it. So when you hit the Analyze button, you can edit it, and you watch your hope score go higher before you submit it. And so our vision is that people will take a minute, slow down, think about what they're writing, and edit it to make it less toxic and more inspiring. If you click the Learn About Your Score button, you get a diagram of what you wrote. Each blue diamond here represents a node or a phrase in the paragraph or in the blog post or essay that you've been writing. And the white lines represent causal connections between the themes, between the nodes. The automated dictionary uses causal relationships between words. What it does first is it looks at whether you're framing, telling in general statements, or showing. Whoever took a writing class and heard a writing teacher say, show, don't tell. Okay? So that is good writing if you're doing a combination of both. You need to tell, you need to frame the statement, you need to give a thesis, an introduction, like I'm walking would be a very general statement, that's his generality. But if I'm walking to the store to buy blue candy for my son, I'm giving more specifics and I'm showing what's happening. And so Pangea Social can see the connections between words that are thematically connected, and it gives you a higher score for that. But if you're digressing from those themes, it will see it, and will call that out, and it will give guidance to edit those statements. Or if you're being too prejudiced, it can see that because it can see very closed-minded statements because they don't connect well to other themes in the dictionary. So yeah, we call that cognitive relativity, and it's in the patent that Lawrence filed in 2021. So our product vision is in 3 phases, and right now we're in the editor phase. The editor is in beta. We've got people using it. Would love to have you try it. Next phase will be adding conversation threads where the editor will be available in the comments section to help people commenting use the editor. So we want to have less toxic conversations. And then the third phase is to add a points and reward system to that so that writers can actually get compensated for their content, for their work. Right now, the problem with ad-supported social media is you give them all of the content, they get all the money, and you just get a dopamine hit in return. So we've invented this game mechanics that lets you see how much you're making based on your hope score, how much you're earning based on what you write. If it's a negative 2 cents, what that means is you actually have to pay for the post. You can be a troll, you can be a jerk all you want in Pangea Social, but you just have to pay for it. And if you take the time to edit it and make it more open-minded and creative, you get a higher score, you could potentially make more money, and get featured in the leaderboard. The way we fund this is through subscriptions, just like Elon said. You have to have a subscriber-supported network. He's right. If you're ad-supported, it's going to be toxic. So our vision is a $5 a month subscription fee that people can scale into and try it for free, see if they want to pay it. And 4 out of the $5 will go into a treasury, and that's how the money will get put into people's earnings based on redistributing that $4 of the 5 back to the community. Pangea keeps $1 to run the network. So we're actually raising money. We're in a pre-seed round. We've 100% bootstrapped it to this point. If we can raise $250,000, we really just need $50,000 to get started to put a video into a crowdfunding campaign to raise another $3.5 million. So, gosh, if you can pull up the video. So we produced this with some friends of mine down in Los Angeles, and it's a 90-second video, and then we'll have a little bit of Q&A if there's time.
AI. All of a sudden, it's everywhere, and it's poised to change our world in a big way, like the discovery of fire or the invention of electricity big. The way we interact online has already been supercharged, but today's AI isn't speeding up the good any faster than the bad. The ad-driven fire hose of falsehood on social media is on its way to becoming a full-blown tidal wave. Enter Pangea, a directed AI. Its mission, creativity, and open minds. Pangea's purpose is to help steer society toward a more collaborative, positive place, and it's being introduced as the engine of a game-changing new media platform, Pangea Social. Using real-time prompts, Pangea Social's AI helps users post quality content that opens up smart, engaging conversations online. And unlike basic social media, where people give away what they create to big corporations for free, Pangea Social scores posts for positive attributes and actually pays its users when they make great stuff. Want to contribute to another creator's page? On Pangea Social, you won't just make a donation, you'll share in the profits of what your favorite users produce. Want to just hang out and use Pangea Social like a non-toxic Facebook? Subscriptions are only $4.99 a month. Pangea's ranking system, one that celebrates the creativity and open-mindedness of top creators, gives unique individuals pathways to succeed in the kind of community we all want to be a part of. One that's safe to explore, create, and be seen. Yeah, it's the way things are supposed to work. AI can actually help make humans smarter too. Pangea Social's time is now.
So we'd love to have you join us if you're an investor. Help us save the world and make a lot of money along the way. And I'd love to take a few questions if we have time.
I just want to make sure we've got a mic for any questions, so we capture this on the live stream.
So you said you've is it on? So you said you've bootstrapped it to this point. How much money have you put into it already?
Oh, I would have to add it up. It's $100,000 at least. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right back here.
Hi, Eric. We've met before, actually. I have 2 questions, if you don't mind. The first is, like, how are you deciding, or who is deciding, like, what's positive? Because there's critical thinking that could be negative. There's, I hope you have your hope model. Yeah. I hope my competitors die. I hope I get laid tonight. Like, what is the, I mean, sorry to be crude. I'm just like, how do you, and why, like, to me, positive isn't always, like, sometimes we want to be critical, and I'm
absolutely.
sure
No, absolutely. So you can be critical in Pangea. You can attack negative ideas in a very critical way, but there's a way to do it that is more open-minded, that will connect to other ideas, that will allow people into that conversation, and there's a way to do it that is more didactic, more authoritarian sounding. So it's really more of a tone check than anything else. It doesn't not allow you to say something, it just forces you to say it in a way that will stimulate a more open-minded conversation. Okay. So it's really not positive or negative sentiment at all. It's, are the ideas holding together thematically? And that is what gives you a higher score.
Okay, great. And sorry, second question real quick. Yeah. Do you still think social media is going to look the same in this world where it looks like UIs are collapsing and maybe it's all going to be chat interface, or we're not going to be using search engines, or all these possibilities of what the internet might look like in the next decade to build the same kind of looking social media kind of app?
You know, it obviously looks different in what we've created, and we think that whether you're just running stuff through ChatGPT and then pasting it into Pangea Social, or whether you're a writer like me and you just like to write from scratch, that because this editor will actually make the writing better, even if it's a ChatGPT text, because it gets rid of redundancies. It just makes it a lot cleaner writing, whether it's more or less toxic. So we think that adds so much value that we think what social media will look like is Pangea Social with writing editors in it. But whether you paste it in, or we actually, you know, in our roadmap could develop a generative AI chatbot at some point using this AI, whether that is there to just, you know, automatically make the edits for you. Whatever it looks like, we want there to be human guidance and human control over that, so that AI is augmenting our ability to think and make us smarter, not just generate and replace what we do.
Thank you. What percentage of your users do you think will opt for the premium subscription model?
Well, it's hard to say. We need to test it, right? So we're just starting our beta testing. We would hope that it would be more than 75% of the users will like the experience so much that they'll not, whether they're a writer or not, just as a reader, you'll be seeing a non-toxic space with, we think, much better quality content. So even readers, people just read social media and occasionally comment, will be happy to pay that. I mean, you're already getting monetized for that amount by Facebook every month. So this is just, instead of them getting all the money, pay in a little and have a chance to get it all back. Yeah. Do we have time for one more? Okay.
So, are you creating the next generation social network?
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. And you know, this is a Web3 social network, if you want, because it's allowing someone to monetize their content and their creativity. So yes, this is absolutely a next generation social network. That's what this is.
Thank you, Eric. Everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next up we have, I believe it's Gregory Kennedy. The microphone right on that second chair from the left.
From this one?
Yeah.
Testing. Okay. Excellent. Good morning. How are you all today? Good morning. Yeah, I mean, like Saturday morning, beautiful San Francisco summer day. We're all inside talking about AI. You know, it's my mom's 70th birthday today. And yeah, thank you. Thank you. I told her, she called me this morning and I said, or I called her, I'm sorry, to wish her a happy birthday, of course. And she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm on my way to this AI meetup. I'm going to talk about how marketers and advertisers are using AI. And I think it's an amazing technology. I'm really excited about it. And she's like, oh, that's so nice, honey. And I could tell that, like, from my mom's perspective, AI is like a really big and scary thing. So my talk today is just a couple of case studies to demonstrate, like, people I know in the industry and how they're using marketing, how they're using AI to really transform some of what they're doing in marketing and advertising. And I brought this slide just to give you all a sense of who I am. So Gregory Kennedy, I'm a former creative director in advertising. I spent the last 15 years in Silicon Valley. I worked for a couple of pretty well-known startups, and now I'm an independent marketing consultant. I work with a lot of startups all the way from pre-seed to Series B. And I am very excited about the creative potential of AI. I've been using it for a while, and I found that, like, you know, I get about a 20 to 30% efficiency improvement in the work they do. But the latest thing that I've noticed is that, like, that efficiency capacity has been used up, and now the sophistication we're doing keeps increasing. And while maybe I'm not as fast, the output now is more and more a higher quality. So super excited about it. That work? Okay, excellent. So I found a survey to kind of kick off the talk. They asked people, you know, how are they using AI? And of course, like, marketers said, we're number one, we're using it, we're crushing it with AI. 37% of them said they've adopted the use of AI in their marketing and advertising. So what are they doing? Like, I read all of these articles about AI, and I feel a lot of them are still rather superficial in how they talk about it. You get people that they write a funny poem, or they make a story about Elon and Mark Zuckerberg's perhaps having a UFC cage match or something. It's really fantastical, right? So I brought these case studies because what I want to do is go into detail and share some examples of like both startups I'm working with or people in marketing who I know and what they're doing with this technology. So the first one is a CMO I know at a company called 6 Sense. I don't know if people are familiar with it. They're an account-based marketing platform that uses a lot of artificial intelligence actually in their work. And what's interesting is they've acquired a lot of companies, and the CMO has a very CMO-type problem, which is that they've got all this content from all these other companies that they have acquired, and none of it's written in the same brand or tone that they use for their content currently. So they're actually able to take all of those old blog posts and content and case studies and upload it into a tool called Writer. I don't know if people are familiar with this one. There's a lot of AI-powered writing tools out there. But that one actually has some very specific features that allow you to set brand and tone guidelines, which you can use internally across your team, right? So when someone writes something, it adheres to some of the standards that the brand team would want. So they've extended this concept and are actually able to use it to rewrite all of the past content from the companies that they acquired. So what's super interesting about this is like, this is a challenge that someone would never have addressed in the past. It's just too expensive. Everywhere I've ever worked before, you acquire a couple of companies, they've got all this legacy stuff. I mean, everyone's familiar with this, right? You go and you click in and it's kind of a broken experience. So it's really interesting to see that like AI is now solving a problem like that. And what's more fascinating to me is like knowing the technology and the product that 6 Sense has, you can see where this starts to go, right? It's not just about updating all of the content and giving it the brand and tone that you want, but in the future, it's about making that content personalized for all the different people who experience it, right? So you can see where this is going. The next case study that I have is a company called Creative Automatic, and I think you can tell by their name that they automate the creation of creatives, right? So in advertising, I don't know how many people have worked on a large advertising campaign, but if you start to run a campaign across a number of different platforms, right? Like you want to run it on Pinterest, Facebook, Twitter, Google, a couple of other like proprietary platforms or European-based social networks that perhaps aren't popular in the United States, you're not talking like hundreds of permutations of sizes for advertising, right? There's the standard IAB ads, and don't get me started on my advertising geekiness, but it goes deep. And so in order to do that, what most advertisers do today is they have a production team who only creates a few of the necessary sizes. They don't create all of them. So they miss out on all of these placements that they could run. So what's interesting is those placements, because they're less competitive, because less people make the sizes, have better performance. So if you can have a tool that you can just put one single creative into and create all of the permutations in one shot, you can get significantly better performance from your advertising creatives, right? You can also test more creative because you can easily produce it without having to spend the money, effort, time, energy on a production team. So pretty impressive stuff. I'm confident that we'll see more tools like this. Like Facebook and Google are working on their own. The challenge with those tools is like it'll only work on their inventory, right? So what I like about this company in particular is that if you work with them, you can create the sizes and all of the content and creatives that you need across every platform out there. Podcasts. So how many podcasts do people think there are in the world? Pick a number. 70,000. 70,000? Try higher.
5 million.
Correct. There are 5 million estimated number of podcasts. So how many episodes do you think that is? 70 million. So people have built a library of 70 million podcasts in the world. So you can see what kind of problem this has created is that there's all of this content out there. And if you want to unlock that content, how would you do it in the past? You'd have to hire people, listen to those podcasts, have them transcribe it. Then you get an editor who would go through it all, create content assets. But now there's a company called Swell AI, and they allow you to just bulk upload all 70 million of your podcasts, and then it'll automatically generate all of the different content assets that you could ever imagine you wanted. Way more than I had even thought of, right? It'll create blog posts, it'll create tweets, it'll create LinkedIn posts, it creates all kinds of stuff, headlines, and I was shocked at the quality of it. It's fascinating. It's incredible. It's another example of like a type of creative or approach to marketing that no one would have ever considered, because the challenges of navigating the production costs, the time, the effort, and energy, the project management, all this would just be something that no one would have ever done. All right, this is one of my favorites. Everybody's used ChatGPT to like create some headlines, create subject lines, but this was super interesting. Was the American Marketing Association actually is using AI to auto-generate the subject lines for all of their emails. And they got a massive performance increase. So I was very proud of the AMA, because they're not typically known as a really innovative organization on the cutting edge of marketing and advertising technology, but hats off to them for doing such a fantastic job here. This is a really interesting company called Raza.io, who they're working with. I don't know them, not that familiar with them, but really interesting stuff. So I would recommend everyone go and check them out. I think personalized subject lines is an area where everybody could benefit. Nearly every startup, nearly every company does tons and tons of emails, right? Like the last company I worked at, we would send out 10 million emails a year, right? And we weren't even a big player in the space. So getting your subject lines to be auto-generated based on a number of factors, whatever data you have, is an easy win to get a performance boost. And basically everybody can do it and everyone can benefit from it. All right, another email marketing example. So this was something that a company called HubSpot, I'm sure most people are familiar with them, right? They're a marketing platform. So they worked with this company to help them optimize the time that they sent the emails out. So this is always one that's fascinated me. It's something I've actually worked with in advertising, because there's clearly like times of day that are better than others to send things out. So they're able to use that to get a massive performance increase in their email marketing, right? All right, we got 5 minutes. Okay. So the takeaways from my talk, I think the number one example is that production costs are just not going to be a barrier anymore. Most of these things are like ideas that we wouldn't have even considered because they were just too expensive, too resource intensive, too difficult to manage, and like the value of it or the ROI was undetermined because we couldn't do a test to really figure out if it's scalable, actionable, something that we wanted to put all the effort and energy into, right? It obviously works if you have your own data and you can tap into that and use it at scale. So the example of the HubSpot in particular, I think, is a really good one because somehow they're able to get all of that data and give it to them in terms of time of day. It's not always available to everybody out there, depending on what email tool you're using. And they have a lot of email that they've sent, right? So I recommend to everybody, like, think about what data assets that you have and focus on those in order to take advantage of AI. This is how when I approach ChatGPT, like my new trick is I create these massive Excel sheets with all kinds of information and data that I've accumulated, and I copy and paste all that into it, and that's how I get really radical output that I wouldn't have gotten in the past. It took me a long time to kind of figure this technique out, and I don't save any time because I'm creating these sheets and putting all this information in. But it's fascinating. So ultimately, like, the power of AI in marketing and advertising is unleashed when you're able to tap into unique data sets that you have in your organization. And massive gains in performance are possible, right? Some of those numbers were astounding, like 100% increase in performance. Incredible. Like, that's gotten very difficult to do in marketing these days. The technology's gotten better and better, and it's more ubiquitous, so it's harder to differentiate from everyone out in the marketplace. But if you're able to do these things, you can get performance increases that are above and beyond what other people would get. Obviously, the marketing ops complexity continues to increase. So if you want to start using like new startups with custom APIs and plug them into your marketing tech stack, your marketing ops budget, your marketing ops just people are going to have to be top notch in order to do this, and I don't see any end in sight. If you want a job security, definitely focus on marketing operations. And the last one, and this is what I tell every marketer that I know, is like ultimately all of this stuff is still just really interesting ways to use the existing data. AI will never understand the customer better than you do. And so I tell everybody, if you work in advertising, you work in marketing, you work in products, you work in startups, like your competitive advantage will continue to be how well you understand the customer. So get out there, talk to customers, talk to people, get feedback, use that information to your advantage. Because like maybe at the end of all of this, that's the only thing that is going to be required of marketing and product people, is like being able to facilitate the relationship between the customer and the technology that's executing the marketing and advertising. So I have a couple some time for some questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Gregory, for the very nice pick of the day.
Thanks.
As the barrier of entry is going to drop, so fast forward, when everyone has access to the same technologies, what do you see yourself in the ad business, the marketing business, the human differentiation factors? Where do you see that value? Where are the humans going to make the difference, the competitive difference, the differentiation value?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess there's two answers. One is like, I don't think the technology will be adopted that quickly. There's still, you know, people trying to get on Windows XP or something at big enterprises, right? So I do think it takes a long time. And like I said, my part two of the answer is like understanding the customer. I think that that's where the advantage will continue to be. Like AI can't interview the customer and understand the psychology of what they want, at least not in its current form. And I don't know like how long it'll take to develop something like that. Any other questions? I'll repeat it. Or yeah.
I do see these new tools which help you create blog contents pretty fast. I had a demo and like a blog does take 3 or 4 hours, it will do that in 1 hour. So if everybody starts adopting it, the world's going to get a lot more noisier. So does it even make sense to focus on content, or do we abandon it? Because we are just going to be flooded with content created through AI. So what should we do?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'll repeat it. He's asking like, it's so easy to create content now that we're going to be flooded with content, and what's the value of it? Like, where does this all head? I mean, there's two ways to think of this. Like, one is like, no one knows, right? It's possible that there's just so much content out there that it gets difficult to like find it, scale through it, and differentiate, right? The other thing that's happening is like Google is also changing how they work, right? So will content marketing continue to be a way to drive traffic through SEO? That one's something I'm not sure about either. But at the end of the day, what I would say, like, you have to have high quality content out there, because the customers, if they're doing any kind of like, let's call it self-directed evaluation of your product, they need to be able to read that. So while some of the channels that people are familiar with, like SEO, might be reduced in its ability to drive traffic, which I do think is the ultimate outcome. And I don't think it's AI, I think it's that Google will change how the search results work. But you still need that content, because someone goes to your site and they want to ask questions or understand what you do. They're going to read your content. So I do think like, or to some degree, it's about figuring out like, what is the right strategy that works for your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Okay, Philip, let's bring you up there and just grab the second microphone from the left. Great, here you are.
All right, good morning, everybody. Which one? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Right, good morning, everybody. So I only have 3 topics, instead of 2. So firstly is who are we, right? What is Aiify? And then we talk about how Gen AI is helping for the developer as well as for the end business users. So let's get started. So who are we? Who is Aiify? We are a software company to automate business process. And how we do it with low code, right? So here is the visual, how we do it. We just provide you with the modular, and you just like a Lego building block, you pick what you want to build your enterprise-grade applications, as simple as that. And you do that without writing a bit of code, we call it low code, right? So this is the reality. In today's every enterprise, your data is everywhere. You have your accounting data in Oracle ERP, Legacy ERP. You have contact and sales data, your customer data in Salesforce. And you have, don't even mention the documents everywhere, right? SharePoint, document term, everywhere. Now you wish your end user, what would be great? They have a virtual data layer sitting on top, and they have a single pane glasses of all the data visible at their fingertips. So that's how we did it. We have a pattern for this. So we do it like we bring mapping the data from multiple systems, usually by database connection or by web service these days. So we mapping them, and then you see all the data, treat them as local. Right? You think basically how we did it, technically, one sentence, we think a portion of the external data and bring into Aiify. Think like a midnight of the night, and we put in our memory database. So once we have the data, we can do some wonderful things, right? So at the bottom, yes, you treat all those data across multiple system application in your enterprise. You treat them as local. You have data. Now in the middle tier, we call the business process. Now I can leverage whatever the best technology, whether it's IPA, AI, Gen AI, human in the loop, to whatever the best technology to the particular task, you leverage that. And at the top, then you can compose whatever application you want to be. HR application, for banking, for onboarding applications, for government, for federal agency, you want a contract writing application, you can do whatever you want. So here is another visual. Business processes. From end-to-end automation, you pick whatever the best technology for that, whether it's IPA, Lobot, for identity, IDP, for intelligence document processing, or using a Gen AI that you just grab it into your business process. So here is how we do it. We have a visual modular. So first one, we have a connect for OpenAI, the plugin. So this one is a case management suite, right? So incoming messaging for the case. The first thing I do, I say OpenAI, please to summarize whatever the message come in. And then I send to the AI for IDP, intelligent document processing, for classification, extraction, reconciliation, dramatically cutting down the time usually would take for human to manually go through documents. So now we go to the fun part, how Gen AI helps us. So first one is for the developers. So here is a chatbot, and you just say, for developer, I want to know how to do these things. It will tell you exactly what the steps you can do things, and also tell you where I found the source. So that's probably from your any software company, your documentation side, how to do things. Next one. So here is, I mentioned data fabric, right? So here is, hey, pull down all the service requests for all the warehouses for these particular regions. Now you see the automatic generating code for you, right? So in the code, it said it will, because we have a data fabric, so the Gen AI knows where to pull the data. Even that data is not in your in Aiify. It's like, say, it's in SAP, in Oracle, because data fabric knows, so the Gen AI just leverages that connection you already have to pull the code, do that for you. Next one. So this is more interesting. Now you have the capability ask AI to build out a workflow for you. Fantastic. You just say, hey, build me a simple insurance claim process, as simple as that. They say, that's great, that's a good starting point. Now let's extend it. Let's make sure at the steps is that everything documents, every information you submitted. If not, send an email notification for a comment, says, hey, don't forget to send everything you have. And also automatic triage to 2 branches for reject and approval. With a single button, it's do that for you. Now you can click it to open in the process modular. The visual modular, you can configure it, fine-tuning it, enhance it to more modification with it. But it's just doing the foundation for you. So this is great. So this is usually when you create a user interface, it takes time, right? So it being as a low code, we dramatically cutting down. Now with Gen AI, we even cutting that time from a couple hours to a couple minutes. How we do it? You send me, you upload a PDF file, whatever the insurance claim form it is, and ask a Gen AI, hey, create a user interface in Aiify platform based on the PDF file. When turn on the streaming, you see it's just doing in real time, generating the user interface. So the left side-by-side comparison, the left is the final product. It's pretty much catch 100%, including the job done menu, including the checkboxes. Wonderful. Now let's see how Gen AI helps the Aiify users. So this is, suppose your persona is HR, personal. You want to have a legal questions, you ask it, it gives you a concrete answers. But also, it will tell you where this legal citation, that source is coming from, where my answer based from. Usually that will be from 50 pages to 80 pages of the PDF files. But with the summarization, it gives you a one single paragraph. And you think just one button click, it's automatically update whatever the legal citation is, summarizing portion, and put into a case management as a notes, right? So usually, think about it, without this, a human HR employee take hours. But with the Gen AI, it's a huge boost in productivity. So every business user loves this. Self-service business reporting. I just described in natural language what I needed, right? What's the average waste emission by date? Boom, it generates a chart for you. You can change the format. And also the first one to type, it's the filters. The Gen AI automatically pop up the filters based on its understanding of the data. And then also you say, oh, okay, I don't want the date, I want to buy the region. It's automatically reshape the data and get the best results back for you. So this is our, will soon be released. The product is for government, federal agency, for government acquisition suite, for contract writing, right? So with a click of the button, you can generate the Aiify, send it to all your vendors so they can bid for the contract. Now, once you click it, you tell the Gen AI says, please generating a Aiify maximum 6 pages, no longer than that. But focus on what's your specific features and past performance. Click a button, the AI generate for you, right? Now you see the human can go in to do the final touching, fine-tuning to make it perfect. The document, this is how we train the customer knowledge base of the previous, the Aiify we did, and we feeding the knowledge base, train the model. Now you can do the customer, the Aiify chatbot just for that purpose, right? So I built this. So we talk about private AI. No enterprise today feel comfortable is I don't want to share my enterprise content data with my competitors. No one feel comfortable with that. So I built this is your data, your enterprise data, sitting in AWS S3 bucket. It's under your control or your account. And I'm using the AWS SageMaker Jumpstart Foundation model. In this case, is the Hugging Face Flan T5 XL model. It's also sitting in your own private virtual cloud. Now your data, your model, or in your private cloud. It's never leave out of your sight. So that's what it is, right? So it's also using the reduce the hallucination for the AI, right? Don't give me the BS. I want to be sure it's 100% accurate, it's fact-based. How you do that? I using the AWS Kendra first to do the indexing of the documents I have. Then basically, when I do a query, please only from the data set I give you. Then I bundled with the user request as a prompt, send it to the Gen AI, the large language model, and then give me the best relevant answers. In this way, that's always fact-based. So the last one, this one you get interesting. RPA, it's give you a huge productivity boost. Now, combine the power with Gen AI, it's even take one step further, right? So here is a real-time industry website called about the railway contract-based contract. What's the news in real time? Every day they publish that. Now you have an IPA. I can go through it, go to web scraping, all the news, all the articles. But I still need a human take a lot of hours to extract the data I wanted. Now that's where the value of the Gen AI comes in. In the prompt, you tell, here is the information I desired you to extract for me for each article, and combine the power of the RPA with Gen AI. Now the end result, I think the previous screen sees, is track everything you're looking for, dump it back into the app in a database table. And you do that in minutes, right? So that's what it is. In structured data, from unstructured data into structured data. Huge productivity gain. So that's all. We see to recapture, we show the AI Copilot for developer, and for end business users, that's, we just show you a couple of video snips of the prototypes we're building, and we release on a quarterly schedule. So starting next release, GA release in August, you should all expect some the Gen AI features we keep rolling out. Yeah. So that's all my presentation. Any questions?
AI. AI. I'm a fan. Yeah.
Thank you.
I missed a little bit of the different parts of the stack on your AI stack. You mentioned Sage, you mentioned Hugging Face, you mentioned S3. So for the customer to own or their environment, and so what stack do you use on, especially which model?
So Gen, we are open architecture, right? We have enabled our customer, you pick whatever Gen AI feature you're using, and we just integrate into our platform. Right, the private AI, I'm using AWS, right? AWS SageMaker, they hosted the open source Hugging Face large language model. Yeah. Any other questions? No. All right, we are good. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have some audio. Raymond Peck coming up to the stage. Let me know when you're ready for Raymond to take control of the clicker. Here you go, sir. Looking forward to your presentation.
Am I using the mic? Am I speaking like this? This is fine for me. No, actually, that mic on the second. That mic. Yeah. All right. Great. Yep. Great. So a lot of talks here about LLMs. It's super hot, right? And probably most people here are here because of that. But I'm going to talk about standard machine learning, which is where a lot of the money is, and talk about how it's becoming more and more approachable for actual humans. Just to give an idea, how many people are developers? Is it mostly? Yeah. And how many people have done machine learning? A few. Yeah, a few. So we're going to talk about that so that we can spread the love here. So who am I? I have been doing software engineering and engineering leadership at startups in the Valley for a really, really long time. And about nine or 10 years ago, I started getting interested in machine learning. It was the time of hype where people really started learning about it. And had the opportunity to go to H2O.ai, which is one of the leaders probably in terms of performance and things, the leader in machine learning. And was there for 4 years, ran the team there for a bunch of it, did a bunch of IC work as well, and have been at a few other places doing machine learning and ML automation. The ML automation that I've been working on, that I worked on at H2O, was really targeted at the data scientist persona. And at Alteryx, it was, and also at .data. At Alteryx, it was aimed more at the business analyst, so people who aren't data scientists. So if you're a developer, you're a line of business analyst, something like that, you need a lot more help to be able to keep the projects on track. And that's what I've been interested in for the last few years. So what I intend for folks to walk away with is an idea of what kind of problems they could solve by using tabular machine learning, and a little bit about what the tooling will help them do, and just a view into some of the potholes and landmines that can happen. There's a much longer version of this talk up on YouTube, which I'll have the picture of at the end. So, what do I mean by machine learning? It's really about tabular data. It's not about multimedia data, right? So, we use deep learning for image data, for LLMs, things like that. We're talking here about tabular data. So what can we do with tabular data? We can do a lot. One of the big differences, though, is that we don't have the notion of foundation models in machine learning. Every project is different because the data is different, right? You can't build a model that understands all of the enterprise databases, in the world, right? They're all different, and the subtleties are very, very important. So this is a key difference between machine learning projects and a lot of the other stuff that you'll hear about today. Really, what kind of machine learning projects are there? What kind of things can you predict or understand? So we're talking here about what's called supervised learning. And the main areas are predicting a number and classifying something. Those are really the two categories of models you can build. How much revenue am I going to make at my store? How many things am I going to sell? What can I rent my room for? Those are numeric predictions. Will this customer churn? Does this patient have cancer? These are classification problems. I hope that's clear. Yeah? So, let's think through a couple use cases. So this is something that I threw together that's an imaginary relational data set for a telco. So we've got the Comcast or somebody like that. And there are lots of tables here, right? In real cases, there are 20, 30, 40, 50 tables. And we've got really everything centered around the customer. But for the customer, we've got some demographic information. We've got outages for their service area. We've got the devices that the customer has at their house, support interactions, usage information coming off of the devices, all kinds of data here, right? So what can we do with this that's interesting? So let's walk through very quickly 3 use cases for this. The first is predicting customer churn. This is one of the most popular things that people do with machine learning, right? They want to know when their customer is going to leave so that they can entice them to stay, especially Comcast, right? So we've got this table here, which we've extracted from this database, right? And it really has, for each customer, it's aggregated the number of disconnects, the number of support calls, the number of errors coming off of their router, and whether or not they've churned, right? And you can see how this comes from the relational data. And we can build a model that predicts the churned column by looking at the data in the other columns, right? Another one is upsell, right? Same relational data set that we saw before, but here we've done a different preparation of the data, and we're going to try to predict whether or not we can upsell this customer based on their usage of the service. Another one is predicting device failure. Very, very popular use case. Kind of boring maybe, but a lot of bottom line effect here. We had a customer that was a large telco when I was at H2O that saved $10 million a year by predicting when the batteries would fail in their trucks, their service trucks. I mean, it seems very boring, but it's real money, right? So same thing, same data, we're predicting here device failure. So it gives you some ideas of, with the same data, what different use cases we could make of it. Now, the thing is here, this is sort of the process of going through a machine learning project, the workflow. And in most of these bubbles here, the tooling nowadays can help us or completely take over that activity. However, there are points in this where we have to make human decisions. We understand the data, what it means, what the semantics are, and no amount of information, no amount of automation, will ever be able to do that for us. I mean, okay, maybe in 20 years, but right now we don't know we don't have tooling that understands the semantics, so we have to make human decisions, right? But most of this can be automated for us in the current tooling, both open source and proprietary software. Some of the problems that can come up, though, some of them are visible, so if you're aware of them, you can anticipate the problems and prevent issues from coming up. And I call those potholes, right? So you can, if you're looking out in the road, you can see the potholes and drive around them. So these are things that are a mix of very human, clarity on the problem, right? What exactly are you trying to solve? How are you going to measure the thing that you're trying to solve? Because how you measure what you're trying to solve determines a lot of decisions in that project workflow that we saw. And some of them are very technical. You can have very highly correlated columns in your data, and that can cause problems with interpreting your results, things like that. So I go into this in a lot more detail in my YouTube talk. There are a few things that I call landmines because you can step on them and they can blow off your leg. But you can't see them coming, right? So you have to be very, very careful. You know, some of them are subtle, and they're things that the tooling can't help us with. So we do have to get at least a little bit of expertise to be able to make use of things. The primary one that I scare people with is what's called leakage. And the problem with leakage is that when you evaluate how well your models are doing at predicting, they'll look like they're doing great. And you put the model into production and you find it's not doing great, and you have to go figure out why. Again, there's more information available on this. So one of the ones that I wanted to show was this, just because it's fun. So, you know, imagine we are building a model that is trying to predict a number, right? And these are called regression problems, which doesn't mean that the answer is a straight line, right? It can be a curvy line. And, you know, just very simple example, and the red line here represents ground truth. So I've got this data, and I'm trying to build a model that gets as close as possible to the ground truth red curvy line. But my data is noisy, right? I have all kinds of reasons that I could have noise in my data. It could be collection problems. It could be just inherent in the data. It could be information that I'm not collecting that is relevant, that's causing that noise. But I can start building more and more complex models. So here's a very simple model. It's a quadratic that kind of starts to curve down. And I can make the model more and more complex until it gets very close to the red line. Okay? So this is an issue that data scientists used to, when I started in this 9 years ago, data scientists had to deal with this manually by tuning their models. What you want to get to is something that looks like this. What you don't want to get to is something that looks all squiggly like this. Okay? So I bring this up because it's a nice visual, right? And you can understand what's going on here. But also that 9 years ago, people had to spend days and days tuning their models to make sure that this wasn't happening to them. Okay? Because when this happens, and you take the model and you use it on real production data, you're going to get bad results. The model has what's called overfit all this noise that's in my training data. Does that make sense? Yeah. And that noise in the training data that it's squiggling around is not going to be in my real data. It's not going to be in my production data. But now the tooling handles this for us, right? So again, I said a little while ago that many of these bubbles, so we have collecting the data, understanding it, feature engineering and selection, training models, selecting models, understanding feature use. So about half of those, the tooling can help us out. And even the open source tooling is pretty good on this now. That's your takeaway. So, if you want to predict a number, if you want to classify something, machine learning is available to you. And the automation can make it so that it's not so difficult. If this was interesting at all to you, there's 60 minutes of 3 different videos of me going through this material in much more detail. Machine Learning 101, 102, 103 on YouTube. And, you can contact me, my email, LinkedIn, GitHub, and Medium. I have a good, it's like 24-page set of 3 Medium posts, split between 3 Medium posts about how to use these techniques to actually understand data, because one of the important use cases is not just making predictions on new data, but it's actually using the tools to understand your data. At their base, machine learning models are pattern recognition machines, right? They look at a huge amount of data and they try to find the patterns. And so that can be also very useful for data understanding. So, any questions?
Yeah, Raymond, any questions for Raymond?
Yeah.
Come on, can you step forward a little bit to grab the mic?
Okay. Why can't you use standard statistical means to do the curve fit, and why do you choose to use your model?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if your data is very simple, then linear models will work great, standard linear regression. But normally in machine learning, you're dealing with multiple hundreds of columns, and standard linear models won't fit very well because the world doesn't tend to be linear, right? And so there are all these new techniques that they're statistically sound techniques, but they can find much more complex patterns than the traditional statistical models will.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Great question.
Anyone else? We have time for 1 or 2 more.
So what are some of the tools, open source tools you mentioned that awaits the overfitting?
Yeah.
Could you specify?
Yeah, great question. So the main ones are, I would say, H2O open source, which is what I worked on, and some of the tools that have become part of Alteryx. So there's a standard toolkit called scikit in Python, and those are built on top of scikit. So they add additional functionality. For example, you can throw it at a data set and it'll build a whole bunch of models and figure out which one is the best one. Or throw it at the data set and it'll give you a bunch of statistical information about the data. And if you look at the Medium post, the big Medium post, it'll show you what that looks like in the commercial product, but the underlying code is all open source.
And last question, and everybody, please, this is also a networking event, so just want to mention, because a lot of new people showed up, there is a conference room. People can go for conversations upstairs, and also if you're going to have conversations, you can also go outside, but please go past the building, and I'm sure the speakers would love to have additional conversations beyond just these few minutes we have on stage.
Come bug me, yeah.
We talked about foundation models and machine learning.
Yes.
When do you make the transition and say, okay, this is when I actually need to use a foundational model, this is too much of machine learning?
Right.
That's the nuance. That
right. So the question is, can training a model on one bit of data actually work on another area of data? And that's called generally transfer learning. Yeah. And with transfer learning, the data that you train on has to be similar to the data that you're going to use the model on. That's really the thing, right? And in LLMs, they're trained on huge amounts of text, and we use them on very similar kinds of text, right? So that's why foundation models work. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about it afterwards.
Okay, great. Let me grab the mic and the clicker from you.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Raymond. And next up we have Vince Lane. Vince, here you come. Grab the mic first, and then I'll hand you the clicker once we're queued up, and I get the go-ahead from our technical team. Cassius, yes?
Which way is it?
Just forward back.
All right. Oops. How do I go back?
Let's wait till we get to full screen. And then Vince.
Can you put it back on the front? We'll start from there. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Vince Lane from Polygraph AI, and I'll be speaking on AI to combat malicious AI content. So just to, as everybody knows, we're in the day of generative AI. Everyone's generating, everybody's very excited. I just want to show you that all AI is not malicious. I created that picture over there with AI, and obviously you can see that's much better than what you're seeing here. So it's not always bad, but what we're focused on is the content that's malicious, it's bad, that's going to affect our society today. So about 2 weeks ago, I was at an event. We're in stealth mode right now. So we're actually going to be launching in about a week and a half. And I was at an event with a very small group of AI investors, some really great people, great names. And our investor had hosted, he said, hey, why don't you get up there and do a little talk? I go, well, we're supposed to be in stealth right now. So I got up and did a talk. I met Steve, and that's how I'm here today. So cat's out of the bag. So we're launching in a week and a half. We'll be launching on Amazon. We've actually been around for about 2.5 years, and we've been running and testing with our customers, about 2,000 customers, and training our LLM for the last 2 years. So the way the company started, let me forward here. Another thing you'll like is that I don't know how to use the clicker. Can you just forward the slide? Yeah. Is the fact that I'm only going to have one slide and one example. So I won't kill you with the PowerPoint, that's for sure. Well, so where we started is our founder, I'm a co-founder, started the company about 3 years ago. And the way he started the company was he wrote a review for a major site, and he was a complaint because they said, no, you didn't write that review. They actually removed the review. He was very upset about that because he had purchased a car. So because he did that, he actually pursued it further and further. He couldn't prove that he wrote it. So that kind of started his thought process. Now, this founder's also had 2 previous exits already, all right? So
he has experience building companies like, when I'm going to build a company to show them. Says, as you know, most of you are founders here, and once you kind of bite down on something, it's really like, okay, how do I solve this problem? How do I solve this problem? So a little bit about the company, and just so you know, I don't have a presentation. We're pretty far along, and I said we're going to be launching in about a week and a half on Amazon. So the market we're addressing is the reviews market. And you might ask yourself, like, well, why reviews? Actually, that's the question I asked when I first heard about it, also about a year and a half. And the reason reviews is because it's the lowest level of human emotion, right? People write reviews. I'm happy, I'm mad, this product sucks, this product's great. You really sort of get that sort of unfiltered, sort of unbiased, sometimes biased, right? But that's how we were able to teach our LLM. Additionally, because we were using reviews and companies were more than happy to give us reviews, we were able to save a lot of money. So instead of buying data and training it on data, very expensive, everybody who's doing this space right now knows that GPU is very expensive, right? So is buying data. And to be able to get data from your customers without having to pay for it is actually pretty great. So we have figured we spent if we were to have bought the data in the GPU processing, we would spend about $50 million already to train our LLM. So the market we're addressing is actually the fake online reviews. In the US, is a $59 billion industry. On retail returns alone in the US, this is only for public companies, is $814 billion. So we're addressing a big market. And you always have to focus and start somewhere, and that's where we're going to start today. Like I mentioned, we're going to be launching on Amazon. July 6th, we're going to actually have a party here in San Francisco. Love if you guys would come attend. And then every week after, we're going to be launching on a different e-commerce platform. So we're going to start with Amazon. Then we're going to go to, the next week, we're going to go to Walmart.com. And the week after that, we're going to go to Best Buy, and then other ones thereafter. The reason we are starting with this sector also is because the founder actually built the third largest affiliate marketing company in the world that he actually sold. So he understands the space very well, right? We feel that we could get good penetration, good revenues right away. So a little bit about the company. So we did things a little bit backwards. We actually have a product that's probably Series A, but we just closed our pre-seed. We're no longer raising money for right now. We actually raised and we brought in about $1.7 million for our pre-seed. We were actually offered $75 million. And this is a little bit about, there's a lot of money out there, but let me tell you a little bit of why we chose to take less money, right? People in the back are probably like, that guy's a dummy, right? But there's a reason we did this, because we were able to handpick 26 investors with funds of their own, and actually that were able to give us the ability to be able to scale this company quickly. So a lot of the people were not used to being told no. They actually weren't able to use their funds, but they were actually able to use their own personal checks to write for us. We are right now taking a break. We're going to be launching, and then we're going to be raising our seed round, and we're going to be raising about $20 million. And what we're doing right now is we're looking for a lead. We have a lot of people that are coming to us wanting to be the lead, and really we're just kind of finding the right fit. So that is sort of the next approach for us for the market. Nothing's better than I'll speak a little bit about our team too, because I'm just one of a few pieces. So the founder is Yagub Rahimov. He's a great guy. He'll be here in a couple weeks if you'd like to meet him. He's an absolute genius. Great guy. Vignesh was actually co-founder of a company called Group Shopper, affiliate marketing. They sold that. Elias Omer, he was actually an Afghan refugee. He's our CTO. He programs and he only has 6 fingers. He's one of the fastest programmers people said they've ever seen. He's I'll get this right, it's a white hacker. I had to ask what that was. A white hacker is a person who hacks for the good. He was able to kind of white hack for a couple central banks to help them better with their systems. He's an absolutely great guy, genius. Anton, if somebody speaks Russian, you could help me with that, but I always call him just Anton. Anton was former CMO and of Samsung Mobile, and also Huawei, which is the Chinese mobile phone company. So we have a great team. We feel like we've got great investors, and we are also always looking at, even though we feel we have a great solution, it can always be better, and we believe that everybody has to help each other in the market. So a lot of companies have helped us out, a lot of investors have helped us out, and really like we're all in this together, right? And we look at it as like, hey, let's all make this great, right? Let's not try to stomp each other out. Let's really kind of help. If you need help ever, you feel free to reach out. Why I think the best thing to do now is to probably show you an example. So I have an example here. This is actually filmed off of the Amazon platform. So if we could play the video. So this is, if you've ever used Amazon, maybe a couple of you out there have used Amazon before. You scroll through. We do it through a web browser, right? You attach a web browser. You'll have the powered by Polygraph AI. And then we have a thing called a trust score. So you have a rating and a trust score. This is just an example, right? And then the example will move on to when you're actually able to do the reviews. So we're going through the reviews right now. And what we're doing here is we're validating if these were actually real reviews and done by, created by an actual person and not a bot. So it actually scans the review, gives you a trust score. By the way, we have a 98% accuracy, and we've been testing it and trying to break it for a long time. You can also, since it's your filter, you're able to actually click on the stars and re-rate the rating again. It's a view that you only have for yourself. So we verified all these reviews. You can look at even more of the top critical reviews. You could verify it. Right, scans it, gives it a trust score. This will be available July 5th. The reason we waited is just because we didn't want to launch right before the holidays. That's really all I have. Thank you for bearing with me. This is the first time I've given the presentation. We haven't really given any presentations, so a little rusty. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vince. Love if you'll take some questions, and really appreciate you kind of launching and revealing your product here with us at Aiify.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Thanks, Steve, and I really appreciate you having us too. And please, you're welcome to come to our launch party and be part of it.
I look forward to that.
Great organization.
I do enjoy parties.
Yeah, I was just wondering how this is going to be monetized.
Right, no problem. So because we understand the affiliate market, we have affiliate agreements with about a dozen e-commerce platforms already. So we will now take about 8 to 10% of each purchase if they use our review engine. So I'll give you an example. If somebody spends $100 and they use our review engine and they actually buy those products, we will get 8 to 10% of that transaction. It's not bad, yeah. Sorry?
Is it your wish to sell the business?
That's an interesting question. We've been asked that by investors before, and this is probably you're probably gonna say, BS, because once I say this, but the founder if you ever get the chance to meet him, he's quite genius, and he has 2 exits already. He has more money than he needs, probably in a lifetime. But what he's doing this, and we all believe that's on the team, is we don't take any salaries, right? We've been doing this for a while because we believe that this is something that humanity needs, right? Because there's going to be so many people. I always use this analogy in meetings. There's like all these missiles being launched. An 8-year-old can jump on somebody's computer and create something in Gen AI. They don't know if it's malicious. You may not know if it's malicious, but that content's being created. Who is going to, even if you don't like that fact that it's AI generated, maybe the fact that you don't like the fact that it might be malicious or the user, we also use the blockchain. I didn't want to make it too technical, but we also use the blockchain to verify users. Maybe you don't like that fact, that information, but at least you have that information now. Because we're moving into a new realm, and I actually have a venture capital company that does Web3 and blockchain, and we invest in a lot of blockchain companies, we are moving into this new era. It's a whole new economy. So,
right over here.
Thank you. The last point you just said, move from Web3 and blockchain to AI, I've been thinking about that space as well, but I had a question before that. Where do you go beyond reviews? Because generative LLM generated content, especially if it's fake news or if it's images that are deep fakes, it's going to become a problem. And with election cycles coming up, you know, can you use your technology to identify these generative AI created content besides reviews?
That's a great comment, and that's something I didn't touch upon because I'm mindful of the time. But we have a solution. So we segment it into 3 categories. One is text. We have a 98% accuracy on text right now. So we're very confident about text. We're moving into, we have a video solution that is almost ready. Voice. And the last one is facial recognition. So those are the 3 main pillars that we have, and we're putting some of the top people in those positions to solve those problems. In terms of your question about the data, we have so many people coming to us right now because they know about our solution, and it's a good and a bad problem to have. It's a bad problem in the sense that if you don't focus, you could just spread out and just find yourself in just a lost hole and go down a road that you don't want to go down to. So another question I always get is, do you know where the market's headed? No, we don't know where the market's headed. And we're not saying we do know, but what we will do is we will be there to react for where the most needed.
Thanks, Vince. So one last question.
It's sort of a, whoops. Hello? Okay. Sort of a follow-up. So who are your customers? Is it individual citizens, or, I mean, it does sound like a play for Amazon to buy you. So I'm just curious, like, how you guys are thinking of your customers.
Listen to all you guys here about being bought and everything here. Well, I thought we were supposed to have a technological talk. Here's the thing. Our customers are actually the platforms, right? Because they're going to be paying us those affiliate fees. And as I mentioned, we understand that market. Now, we're getting asked by a lot of GovTech and different corporations, media companies, to create, one-off solutions for them. We're just not ready to do that. We need to successfully launch. It's actually running on these platforms already, and we're testing it, right, with corporations, that type of thing. But you got to start somewhere, and you got to focus. Every company's got to focus. So that's where we're starting, and then we'll figure out where we're going to go from there. Yeah.
Thank you, Vince.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Grab that. And since Vince brought up parties, just want to mention we are having an after event here, networking from about 6 to 8 once our conversations are done. And then if people have seen on the on our programming, we also have an after party at the Modernist X over on Jackson Street. So please sign up for that. There's an Eventbrite link, so join us there. Usually the way things go is we self-organize for dinner. We've made a reservation on the corner at it's Basil Canteen, a great Thai place right on the corner here. So if you want to join us, let us know. And without further ado, we're going to go to Jack McCauley, one of the founders of Oculus. That's right. Yeah. Let me hand you this.
I'm going to set my timer here so I don't do an overage.
Oh, we have
okay, good. All right.
Timer there.
I'm a minute into it already. Okay. So, let me go back. Excuse me.
Well, let him find you first.
Okay. So I am Jack McCauley and co-founder of Oculus VR. I'm a video game engineer. I worked in entertainment for 40 years plus. And prior to doing that, I was worked for the Navy. And it's interesting, I worked on submarines because there's a lot of news about submarines lately. And the system which was used to detect the accident, that was last Sunday, that was revealed in Red October, so I'm not revealing anything confidential here, but that's been in place for about 35 years. And what it does, it recognizes propeller signatures in submarines so that you can track them in the water. And it's just an acoustic signal. there's an operator there who listens in on it, and he's trained to recognize particular signatures of submarines. This is 40 years ago. Now they do it with a machine. But so AI and video games, not that AI is used in video games, but there's a very definitive relationship between the two. Next slide. That's me. This is ChatGPT. And I typed that in, and it's not accurate. It's pretty close. Not really. But I did work in entertainment. I started off, as I said, working in the Navy. I was a programmer, and I worked working on the sonar stuff. And this was in the '84 time frame, and we worked with the TMS 320 digital signal processor, which preceded the GPU. It was a number cruncher, really high speed. 50 megahertz at the time was unheard of, and MOS process. And in the sonar, this is the thing that was built. Formerly, the guy sits there, headphones on, and he's trained to read the sonar signatures off the bottom. He can tell how far away it is by the echo. And by the time I was working on the system, they had a wireframe that you could actually see the bottom of the ocean, or what obstruction there was in front of you. So that's how I got started in the Navy. They paid my way through college, which is why I joined the Navy. So I'm credited with some things here. I was the head engineer on Guitar Hero, and then the chief engineer at Oculus VR. Oculus was started by a kid in 2010 timeframe, and they hired me in 2012. Sold the company in 2004, just 2 years. And somebody said I didn't really have much of a salary either. It was like $50,000 or something a year. It was pretty tough, but I took the stock. That's the way to go. If you're working at a startup, get the stock, for sure. You can always get another job if it doesn't work out. And I currently teach at UC Berkeley. I teach environmental engineering, which is essentially climate change stuff, and I've done a lot of research there the last 6-7 months. So if you want to talk to me about climate change, I might have some surprising results for you after my talk here. As I mentioned, co-founder of Oculus VR, chief engineer at Guitar Hero. I worked on Terminator 2, Dick Tracy, and Edward Scissorhands in the late 80s. I worked on the acoustic stuff, the audio, which is sort of what I was doing in the Navy. And so I was a technical contributor, which means I worked in a room. I didn't really work with people. I sat in a room on a computer, a Sun workstation, actually. The Sun's a remarkable machine. How many people remember the Sun workstation? Yeah, that was a great machine. That was my favorite computer. Much better than Windows, much better than the Mac. And Sun went out of business. Actually, I worked at Kodak Research when I was working on Terminator 2. And Scott McNeely, who's a founder of Sun, installed the first Sun workstation there when we were there. He was like a very small company back then. They are gone now, unfortunately, but Scott's pretty close to my age, maybe a year older, pretty ambitious man. And I work for RAND Corporation on drug issues, substance abuse. That's what I'm doing part-time. And I'm a Math Institute board member, MSRI, which is a prestigious math institute. My friend got me the gig there. It's not because I'm especially good at math, but so that's what I'm doing now, and I speak. I just got back from Europe on a 2-week speaking tour, and I'm getting accustomed to it. I'm not particularly polished at it, but I'm getting better. So I get invited to these things. So this is what was done on Terminator 2. This is a video, if you don't mind playing that. You can play it. Click. Won't play. There you go. I'll explain how this was done.
What is it? What the fuck is going on?
Sorry about the language. So this was done on a Sun workstation pre-GPU, before there were GPUs around. GPUs showed up 90-ish time frame. And this particular scene, it was rendered frame by frame. And it plays for maybe about 30 seconds or so. But it took 6 weeks to render this complete scene. That's with changes, like James Cameron didn't like something, he would go back and change the artwork and so forth. And where we are today is that can be rendered in real time with a GPU. And so what is a GPU? A GPU is a number cruncher, a graphics processing unit. And the relationship between GPUs and AI is symbiotic right now. If it weren't for video games, I make this argument, there would be no GPUs because there's no market for it. There wouldn't be no market for it. You could do it on a standard PC, quad-core PC. What drove it was entertainment. That's the reason. Video games drove the development of GPUs. And the cost, when they were first coming, they're still expensive, like $3,000 for Titan V. Pardon me. So when they first came out, they were super expensive, but now they're not. They're in like game consoles and so forth. So that was done on the Sun workstation, a bank of them, not just one. And the team spent a lot of time on this. And Cameron's very picky about stuff. He's an artist. I don't know if you know this about his background. He's a scene painter. He started off in movies, he's painting the scenes for backgrounds. He's a very, very clever guy. So this is where we are today. Now, Doom 3 came out in 1993. And this game on the left is the current game, and this is in the Unreal Engine 5. This is a game engine that you buy, and it runs on a PC. Underneath that, of course, is a GPU. This is running on a GPU, so if you don't mind playing this, I can't get this to work here. Contrasting left and right. Unbelievably good. Render rate, polygons, shading.
Shot fired! Shot fired!
Done. So this is the contrast. 1993 running on a Intel 286, 386 machine, and 2023 running on a game engine on top of some hardware, but it's nothing special about the hardware. So when I see this and I compare these two, I just know there's been leaps and bounds, although it's 30 years apart. So a GPU is a graphics processing unit. It does large math operations, specifically linear algebra. And linear algebra is multiplying large matrices together. A matrix is a two-dimensional array of data, variables specifically. It does it very quickly. Most video games now use a GPU to create rich graphics in 2D and 3D. The rich graphics use a large amount of processing power to create the effects in the video game. So that's my argument for video games propelling AI into the future. Now, I got asked at a conference, is AI used in video games? Not to my knowledge. I've been out of the business now for about 6 years, so. But there's good reason. A video game has to have a story to be successful. It has to have a strategy, and it's hard to create a strategy using AI. Most of it's scripted. So you have a goal, and everyone has to work towards that goal that's playing the game. This is probably not the best area for AI. It's written much like a movie. It's kind of a script. You have a storyboard. The producer has a storyboard. He shows the team the storyboard, and that's the way the game's drafted. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out in 2013. I don't know if, has anyone played Grand Theft Auto 5? Yeah, that's a great game. $500 million in investment to create the game, very risky. And it's like a movie. If it flops, it flops, and you lose the money. But Grand Theft Auto did not flop. 5 did not flop. But it's just risky stuff to get involved with. But I use that example in my talks because people know what it is. Most people do. I didn't really work on that kind of game. I worked on other stuff. So here's where we are. The timeline, as you can see on the bottom, this is the billion of flops, floating point operations. A flop is a floating point operation. It's multiplying real numbers together. So you can see a Samsung Galaxy S6 at the top, and then a PlayStation 3 in the middle, the magenta there, that that sort of purple color, Xbox 360, and Nintendo Wii U, those are game consoles. And they're breathing down the neck of supercomputer performance with the TMC C5 right there, CM5. So that's what's amazing. Xbox One has got supercomputer performance because of the GPU. And the PlayStation 4 is breathing down the neck of Intel ASCII Red 2000 supercomputer. So for $350, you essentially have the power of a supercomputer because of the GPU. The Sony iPhone 14 beats Sony PS4. Excuse me, the iPhone 14 beats Sony PS4. Look at the power of a cell phone, this thing here. This is not a 14, this is a 13. And teraflops, which are trillions of floating point operations per second. These are real number of multiplications. The iPhone 14 has that much power, the Pro. And look where the iPhone 8 was. So in just a matter of 10 years, roughly, the power has increased by a factor of 200%. So it's just amazing. And so if I were doing video games today, where would I concentrate my efforts? It would be on a phone. That's where I would want to do the work. Now, a phone gets pretty hot when you use the GPU. It gets warm. That's where I would be today. I wouldn't be working on consoles. I think they're going to go extinct eventually. Not right now, but and everything will be done on a phone. That's my prediction. So this is the latest GPU. It's the Titan 5. It's 110 trillion floating point operations per second. You get a bank of these in the cloud, 40 of these sitting on a server on a cloud. You can do a lot of math on it really fast. This is essentially what you do when you use a cloud-based AI service. It's these things. They buy them. They're just a off-the-shelf GPU. Now, they're specialized. Some of the AI-based GPUs are more specialized now. It's essentially the same core. And again, my argument is video games really push this. I can't imagine, but that's like a super duper computer performance. I can't imagine that 20 years ago. We basically, when you write a game like, if you wanted performance, you wrote it in what's known as assembler. That's what we were doing that in. Doom and Quake are written in assembler. And John Cormack and another guy named Mike Abrash built that game. And you had to like trim the code. You had to go through there and remove unnecessary pieces of code just to get it to run fast. You don't have to do that anymore. You can write it in Python. So what the GPU does is a tensor. This is the heart of AI. And a tensor, let me explain what that is. If you had a metal rod and you bent the metal rod like this, the surface on the outside, where the outside of the bow is, and the inside of the bow, the outside of the bow would be in tension, the inside would be in compression. And to model that, they use these things called tensors. It's used in material science, fluid dynamics. And this isn't a tensor, by the way. This is just a normal operation here. But that is essentially what the basis of AI is. And without material dynamics and fluid dynamics and some other aspects of science, there would be no tensors. They wouldn't exist, really, because it was the boundaries of discovery which pushed this math. It's older. It's a couple hundred years old, but it's pretty cool. So this is simply a dot product of two matrices, but this is similar to what a tensor is. And you can have 2- and 3-dimensional tensors. It's pretty complicated. 3-dimensional for AI, 3-dimensional tensor operation. So we're pretty familiar with this here. I don't know, I need to digress into the slide. I only have 6 seconds left, so I'm gonna sort of rush through this here. And this is a neural net. I'm in the process of doing an animation, and it shows visually what happens in a neural net when you teach it. I don't have that ready here. We're still working on it. So a TPU is a tensor processing unit, similar to a GPU, but it's more specialized, as I mentioned. So it wouldn't happen without video games. This is my argument, my point. So thank you. And is there any questions? Got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
I'm sure there's a lot of questions here. So we'll get a few of them in, and let's start right here.
Just a question regarding, you mentioned about GTA 5. So all these games like GTA 5, Far Cry, Call of Duty have a scripted storyline which the customers follow.
Yeah.
So do you think like in near future all these big companies, Rockstar Games, Ubisoft, will be like launching AI personalized games in which there will be like no storyline and it will generate when you play it?
If you could teach a game generating system what a good game is, you could generate a game that's a good game. But I don't see that happening. It's useful. In GTA 5, all of the buildings in GTA 5 were created in CAD by a person. It would be cool to be able to describe what the building looks like, what the window coverings are, the colors, and have it auto-generated so you don't have to have a person draw that in CAD. There are 500 or 600 people working on a game. It's a huge endeavor. So that's the utility that I see. As far as strategy, I'm not so sure. I mean, if you could teach the game, you could teach a game engine how to generate a strategy, but it's very carefully scripted and crafted. It's a movie. It has to play like a movie. So that's the challenge. If you could teach a game, if you could teach AI engine to generate a game, you could teach AI to generate a great movie, right? Does that seem possible? It seems possible, maybe.
Yeah, we have later in the day, we have like the evolution you're mentioning, maybe just on the phone is where we're going to do all our compute, but there's also obviously the headsets coming out, sort of extending off of what you created with Oculus VR and Apple's Vision Pro release.
Yeah. Well, I got to be careful what I say here about Mate. I used to work there, so.
Go for it, just go for it, get in trouble.
It hasn't, the Quest has sold well. It's 20 million units. Something like that. That's still not enough. You have to have 50, 60 million units to be viable to write an application for it. And writing an application in VR is difficult because the majority of people, not the majority, 10% of the people that wear the headset don't feel well. That's the problem. You have to eliminate those aspects of the game. So going downstairs, for instance, makes you feel sick. Driving in a car in a game makes you feel sick. So that's sort of the issue with it. We called them dizzy goggles back when I was working there. Somebody did, not me. But the Apple effort, I know the guys that did that. The guy's my friend, the guy that was running the program. Good luck. $3,400 is a lot of money. You can buy a car for that, right? It seems like a lot of money to me. We sold a DK1 for $350, the first developer kit, and it was at cost, right? Excuse me, that's not. The second one was at cost. The first one we made profit on, actually. It was about $110 what our cost of goods were. So we were actually in black for a startup company. It's pretty good, a hardware company especially. But we didn't have any content. We had one game. We had Doom running on it. So that's all we had. But it still sold okay. It was okay. And the second one was better. Quest has sold pretty well. I don't know what the returns were, which means that people don't want to play it and they take it back to Costco. I have no idea. I think it's fairly high, but it's just challenging to do that. Like I said, I think people are going to be playing it on a phone. That's where they're going to be.
Right. Okay, a couple more questions. Let's see. Come on a little closer.
On that same note, what's your thoughts then about instead of expensive $3,500 goggles, you could use maybe something more consumer priced around $400 for AR glasses and using cloud gaming like Xbox Game Pass. Thoughts?
So your question has to do with alleviating the GPU, the cycles, the processor cycles in the goggles and doing cloud rendering. Cloud rendering has not been successful. The problem is latency. I mean, it's successful in some ways, but the problem is the turnaround time, which is finger presses to photons entering your eyeballs. In other words, the action that you're implementing in the game and the response of the game, because it has to go over into the cloud and be processed up there in the cloud and then come all the way back across. And that is too long right now. So that would require a new infrastructure probably for the internet. I'm not sure, but interesting story. When I was in China, they had already knocked off the Quest headset. I mean, an identical copy of it, different colors and surface and shapes, but it worked just as well. And it turns out you can get the developer kit from Qualcomm, which is basically what the Quest is, a Qualcomm Snapdragon chipset in it. So AR, I think there's greater potential for that than VR. I mean, to be able to see through it and get information. I like Google Glass. I thought that was a great idea because you could have the information transmitted into your eye, So you have to pull your phone out all the time, but there's a lot of mistakes made there. So it hasn't taken off so far. But I think Apple will do okay with it. It seems like a high price point, though, to me.
So one more question, then hopefully Jack will stay around and talk to people outside or later on. Let's, anyone on this side want to jump in? Or we can move on to the next because we're getting a little backed up on time. Jack, thank you very much. And I want to introduce a good friend. It's a little bit of a reunion. We share, not only do we share a first name in common, but we also share an indifference to whether we're called Steve or Steven.
Yes.
And Steve Hoffman, founder of Founders Space, and thanks for inviting your friend Jack. So that was a great connection, and looking forward to what you have to share about inside generative AI.
Okay, so I'll talk a little about myself first so you know who I am. So I run Founders Space. We're a global startup incubator and accelerator. We work all over the world. I was just in Asia with Jack, traveling around. We were looking at a bunch of VR companies and giving some talks. So he's a friend too. If Founders Space has been around 10 years, I'm usually traveling. So I travel a lot to a lot of different countries, and we bring a lot of entrepreneurs into Silicon Valley, and we help entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, grow their companies and also go abroad to other markets. I am also author of 3 books. Make Elephants Fly, it's all about radical innovation, and it was published by Hachette. Surviving a Startup is all about everything you need to know to survive. I've done 3 venture-funded startups. I know how tough it is for any of you entrepreneurs out there. All my experience is in that book, plus the experience of lots of other people that I know here. And then the 5 Forces is about new technologies, in particular AI. And how that's really changing society and changing the world. And that just came out. So now I'm going to give you some of the things that fascinate me about generative AI. And I'm going to go inside those and just share my thoughts, and then we can talk about it. So we all know this, right? The major generative AI applications out there and how the models work, the large language models pulling data from the internet and the user prompt. What I was interested in is how do they train these large language models? What do they do? For those of you who are ML engineers, you know this, but for those of you who aren't, it's interesting. What they do is their goal is to have the ML model understand the sentence. So for example, the sentence is, a dog buried a blank in the yard. So they give it training data with the sentence and a word removed from the sentence. And the theory is this: if the AI can successfully predict what word should go in that sentence, then it has an understanding of the sentence. So in this case, a lot of things could be buried in the yard. You could bury a truck in the yard, but is a dog going to bury a truck in the yard? Probably not. A toy could be buried in the yard. Yes, a dog could bury a toy, but is that the most likely answer? No. Probably the most likely answer for most of us humans is to bury a bone in the yard. And so how do they come to this conclusion? How do the AI models work? And as it was explained to me, what they do is they look at the relationship between words, and it's all math, right? So there's a relationship between all these words, and they map it out as vectors in multi-dimensional space. And the more words there are, the more dimensions you have. So unless, and you're nodding, that's good, I'm getting this right. So unless you really understand math at a deep level, you wouldn't understand this. But the fascinating thing is they have these groups, these clusters of words, and they figured out that the distance between words, the closer they are together in this multi-dimensional space, the more likely it is a match. And what they do is, you notice when you're on ChatGPT and you type in a prompt, so you ask it a question, and then it comes up with an answer. It predicts 1 word at a time. So it doesn't actually know what's coming next, but it's always looking for the most likely thing based on not just your prompt, but all the words it has generated up to the next word. So it's a iterative process where they're literally feeding that data back in, and the more words they put down there, the more they're feeding back in. And that's, in a nutshell, how it works. Now, multimodal AI, everybody's talking about multimodal AI as the next big thing. And what fascinates me about this is we already know it does text really well. We're all using that. We know audio. There's lots of AI that creates music out there and other audio. Vision, images, Midjourney, DALL-E, all that stuff. They're also working on other modes. Like each one of these types of input, the data, requires a different algorithm and training data, a different way of going about understanding it. And they're working on that for chemistry right now. They're working on that for predicting climate change. For basically everything you could imagine, they can be developing specific models for that and doing it. Now, where we're headed is that how do you combine these to get multimodal outputs that are really interesting? And I'm going to go to one simple example for you. So the simple example is when you use, all of us have used Midjourney, DALL-E, all those applications. That is a multimodal. So because it's multimodal, because you are typing in text and then you're getting out an image. So two different modes. And the really interesting thing is, so if you have an image of a cat like we have here, this brown and white cat, sitting on the floor, if you have an image of the cat and you literally what it does is there's lots of images of the cat on the internet, so it can get all that data. Then there's lots of text related to those images. So it can pretty much understand, if you have this text near this image, this is a cat, right? The word is related to this type of image. Now, but what it does, when you type in, I want you to generate a cat on Midjourney, it doesn't just give you the cat from the internet, because that would just be search. It would just be pulling up a cat from the internet. What it does is it generates a new image of the cat that never existed before. It creates a new image. So what I want to explain to you is, how does it do this? How do they create a new image of a cat that didn't exist? What they do is really amazing. They do something called stable diffusion. And in very simple terms, stable diffusion is where you take that image of the cat from the internet, and then you start to add, you start to diffuse it, blur it, add random pixels to it. And you do go through this process, and it's called encoding. So they're encoding it by blurring it out. And you're like, why would you blur out an image to create another image? Well, this is why. When you request a cat from Midjourney, or DALL-E, or any of these image generation software, what it does next is it doesn't start with the blurred image that they made. It starts with random pixels, random blurry, noisy pixels. And then it applies the encoding method in reverse, so it decodes it. So it's decoding this cat from random pixels, and what it's getting out is a cat that is similar but different. That is how, when you go to Midjourney and you say new variation, it can sort of endlessly create more variations because they're just starting with new sets of random pixels. And that's the magic behind what we see, and we're so amazed by. So there's another question, another thing that fascinates me. I ask myself these questions, and then I try to teach myself, and I figure if I can learn it, anybody can learn it. So another thing that fascinates me is, are bigger models better? See, we've seen exponential increases when models get bigger. So we started off with GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3. They're getting exponentially more powerful. Will this continue forever? Well, not necessarily. It's not, having a lot of data is great, but after a certain point, you have enough data, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better results. And what we're also seeing is that these bigger models require huge amounts of computing power, huge amounts of memory. That means a lot of money to run them. OpenAI is spending enormous, that's why they had to raise $10 billion, right, to keep OpenAI running. OpenAI can afford this. Google can afford this. Facebook can afford this. Can we afford it? No. We have to use their platforms in order to be able to afford it. But that may be changing. And this is the really exciting part. So right now, Microsoft, of all companies, just released an open source project called Orca. Have people heard of Orca? Well, you know everything. But no, has anybody else? Well, Orca, yeah, few of you have. Let me explain. And you should go home and Google this after my talk. So Orca is pretty amazing. What Orca is, it's an open source model, but it's 1/7 the size of the public ChatGPT. 1/7. Yet, it performs as well. And this is GPT 3.5. GPT-4, which you would pay for, is a little better, but Orca could potentially get as good as that. Now, how is Orca able to do this with a much smaller model? Well, they did it very cleverly. So Orca will actually leverage the large language model of ChatGPT. So instead of doing exactly what ChatGPT does, instead it goes to the API of ChatGPT and it asks it questions. And it doesn't just ask it questions to get the answers. It asks it questions to learn how it got the answers, the logic behind getting the answers. Now, this is the fascinating part. So it will ask it a question, and then it will ask it to explain how it came up with that question. And it will even do things like explain to me as if I were a 5-year-old. In very simple, step-by-step terms, your logic, it's asking ChatGPT to do this, of how you got this answer. And it learns from the explanations instead of just from the raw data. And they've found that by learning from other language models that are bigger and how they think and how their logic, you can actually create a much smaller model that performs just as well. Now, Google is about to release Gecko. And Gecko is basically supposed to be small enough to run on a smartphone, a small enough model to run on your phone. And these models can run offline, not just online. So what does that mean for us in this room who are entrepreneurs and developers and things like that? Well, it means something very exciting. It means that we could now run Orca, you can run it on a powerful laptop. So you could literally run it on a laptop if you're a developer, right? You don't have to pay OpenAI. You don't have to be reliant on their platform anymore. This is really disruptive, right? You can run it on your laptop, and you could run it offline. You could have all the data there. You don't have to have it in the cloud, so you don't have to pay that cost. If you're building robots or IoT devices, you could literally be running these models, especially as they get smaller and smaller and are still powerful, on the device, in the robot, in the IoT device. That opens up a whole range of opportunities for people who are entrepreneurial. And this is the exciting thing. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Can you copyright AI-generated content? So this is another thing I was like, can I copyright this, right? Well, the answer is no. So a lot of people are using it for their businesses, for books, for writing articles. Under US copyright law, it says very specifically, you cannot copyright anything created by a non-human. So a machine that creates something you do not own the copyright to. That is the law. May change, but that is the law. The other thing that's really interesting is not only can you not copyright it, but there's actually a way around it. And so this is a tip for you. Some people say, well, if I created the prompt, it's not just created by a machine, it's actually created by my input. So could I copyright it then? Probably not, okay? Probably a prompt is not enough. It's still a gray area. But if you modify it, and you modify it significantly, then you can copyright it. So let's say you ask it to write an article for you that you want to get published, If you made enough changes to the article, you could argue, and it would have to be in court if somebody brought it up, you could argue in court, oh, but all these changes, that's what I'm copyrighting. I'm copyrighting it's a new work of art based on my work. You know, and there are artists out there who use found materials, who use other materials and put them together. Music has had this thing with sampling, you know. So there's some precedent for this. We haven't worked it all through. But you have to be careful. You have to be careful. I know, because the big publishers, I've talked to the big publishers, I get my books published, right? And I'm like, can I use AI on my next book? And they're like, if you use generative AI on your next book, we will not publish it. So if any of you are writing a book out there using generative AI, don't tell your publisher. Because once you do, they can't publish it legally. They will not go there. So that's some things for you to think about. And my next thing that fascinates me is intelligent agents. So this is where everything is headed. I mean, this is another huge opportunity that's out there. So AutoGPT, do most of you know about AutoGPT? You probably do. AutoGPT is out there, right? It's very simple. It's a very simple piece of code. It's like a do-while loop, a very simple loop that keeps going back to the large language model and breaks it down into steps and flushes it out. But so what it does is you can ask it to do more complex tasks, solve more complex things, and sequential things. So you could say, for example, I'm going on a vacation, help me plan out my vacation. And then it would go to the large language model, you know, whether it's Google Bard or, you know, ChatGPT, and it would basically ask it, how do you plan out a vacation? What are the steps? Then it would take each of those steps. Oh, first you have to figure out where you're going. Then you have to, you know, book a flight. Then you have to make hotel reservations, and what do you want to see, and all these different things. You know, it's actually complex planning out a vacation, especially if you have many different stops along the way. And it would go through these steps and iteratively break them down into smaller and smaller steps until it feels like it can give you a whole plan for what to do. AutoGPT can do this. It's not very good yet, right? But where we're going in the future are really intelligent agents. Really intelligent agents that will literally not only be able to plan everything out for you, but actually be able to execute on it. So like you could actually say, okay, you know, I'm going to Rome, and I'm in San Francisco, can you book me the flight? Oh, and can you make me a hotel reservation? And the AI in the future will go out, talk to other applications through their APIs, actually do all those tasks for you, saving you an enormous amount of time, like having a real travel agent, you know, interacting with you like a travel agent would, and all the different details. What is really interesting is that once these AI come into the marketplace, and they will be coming, a lot of people get very rich making some of these. They will become, because they're so useful. You can imagine, it's not just for travel. It can be for planning out a wedding, which that's a lot of work. It can be for doing business processes, you know, in negotiating deals. All sorts of different things will be done by intelligent agents in the future. The interesting piece of this is that as an intelligent agent goes out for you and does this, we as human beings will become more and more reliant on them. And I'll tell you why. Because they're so good, and because they will start to know us so well. So you can imagine, let's go back to the example of travel. If I travel all the time, and I have an intelligent agent that I work with over a period of time, that intelligent agent will begin to learn not just how to book hotels and how to plan trips, but it will learn what I like. How much money I like to spend on hotels, what type of food I like to eat, where I like to go on vacation. And there will come a point in the future, and it will be probably within our lifetime, where we will literally go to these intelligent agents and we will say, instead of monitoring every step, we'll just say, plan my vacation. Like literally plan my vacation. I'm cool with wherever you pick. Like, you know my budget, you know what I like to do, you know, plan it. It'll come up with the whole thing. And we'll say, oh, that's awesome. Or change this, and then you do it. That's where we're going. Same in business. So it's going to be revolutionary. A lot of our jobs will be what I call human-computer symbiosis, and that will apply to our personal lives and our work. So we will be inextricably tied to these AI, Like AI will be in literally every facet of our life, helping us get stuff done and enjoy life more and collaborate with each other. And this is why I'm such a big believer in AI. This is why I think it's really poised to change everything we do beyond, and he's clapping, all right. So, my last slide here. A lot of people, another question that I ask myself, and I wanted to know the answer of, is will AI become sentient? And sentience is interesting. So in order to be sentient, you first have to be conscious. So consciousness comes first, sentience comes later. Consciousness, as we know, is our ability to be conscious, to act at free will, understand the world around us. Sentience is our ability to not only be conscious but feel, get input, and all the and feel sensations and emotions and things like that. So remember I gave you the example earlier about the AI that understands a sentence, right? The AI understands us. It understood that dog is the word that should be in that sentence. The bone, I mean, the dog buried the bone in the yard, right? It understood that at a certain level. But we have to think about it. Did AI understand the sentence in the way we understood the sentence? Like when we think of a dog and a bone, like when I think of a dog, I have all my memories of a dog, all my feelings and emotions of a dog, the experience of being with the dog. Did the AI ever have that experience of being with a dog? No, right? What it understood, it's all math. It understood the relationship between the word dog, the word bone, the word yard, all these different things in this huge context that we have created for it because we humans gave it all that data. And then it plugged it into this math equation and came up with an answer. So somebody at Google, one of the engineers we all heard about, thought the AI was conscious, right? That it actually understood. What you have to understand is that it all depends how you define consciousness and sentience. So in the future, AI will be able, just like it can understand a human sentence and respond to us as if it were human, it will start to, the more data we give it from ourselves, from the world around us, the more AI has sensors, sensory input data, vision data, audio data, robots are gonna be everywhere. They're gonna be gathering massive amounts of data. So the future of AI will be that these AIs will be able to understand the world. And they will be able to communicate with us as if they were human. Because we won't be able to tell, talking to an AI, and we're already at the point with some of these, where the Turing test is very blurry right now. Like a lot of these AIs, ChatGPT included, could pass the Turing test. Theoretically, it depends how you define the Turing test, and how strict you are. But it definitely, within the next few years, you are going to be chatting with AIs, and you're not going to be able to know it's an AI. So pass the Turing test. You will be able to be talking, interacting, having relationships with AIs, and they will be able to perfectly simulate how we act, down to our emotions. That doesn't mean the AI will have those emotions or will have any of those concepts. Just like it understands the sentence, that what a bone is in context of that sentence, it will understand the world in the same way, but it will not feel. It will not know what it's like to hug and love a dog the way we do. We are biological creatures. We are very different. So the answer is AI will be conscious and will act in the world like a conscious being, but its consciousness will be fundamentally different from our own. And we will never, we will be fooled. Many, many people in the future will believe that the AI has emotions like them, that the AI might even care for them, that the AI sees the world as they do, because it will be so good at simulating this, at acting like it does, when internally it is very, very different. So that concludes my talk. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions,
yeah, maybe, I know we want to get to this next part, so if we can launch right in, and we're a little bit behind time, so I want to make up.
Okay,
there's any burning questions. Burning questions. Okay, I know it's probably a ton. That was covered an
She
immense
has a burning
amount of
question.
material. Okay, we're going to keep the questions really short, one-sentence questions, and then hopefully short answers.
That's the hard part.
So you gave the example of intelligent agents booking flights, hotels and all, but in real life they may face like many ambiguous questions from our side. Like suppose medical data, a patient can have multiple symptoms which can correspond to multiple diseases. So in those type of complex cases, how will these function like?
Oh, how can the AI function with so we all know that AIs hallucinate, right? They get things wrong. That will continue to happen. We will be correcting that, of course. We'll be doing it a lot of times through reinforced learning, which is where we actually tell it that, oh, you got this wrong. And they do this, like OpenAI and ChatGPT. We think it just learned from unstructured data. Well, that's true up until a point. And then they had a lot of people go in there and correct things that were wrong. And they still can't get everything that's wrong. So for medical data, this is why there's a lot of liability here. This is why when you go to Google Bard, which I did, and start asking it medical questions, it just drops out. It says, I can't answer those because they don't want to get sued. So it's going to be a while. And what we're going to do, this is what we're going to see. Sorry for the long answer, but it is a complex question, right? Yeah. What we're going to see is that these AIs for medical are always going to say consult a doctor. So the AI is going to take the first pass, and then to get the liability off their plate, talk to the doctor. Yeah.
And one thing I want to say, we're going to be producing with the team here at Aiify that's growing and our partnerships that you'll learn more about. We will be producing a lot more events and hopefully have Steve and others and be able to spend a long time on each person. So some more event formats coming up, and this is not quite just a teaser because we are going deep and we are covering all aspects, but we also want to go even deeper. One more here and then one there.
I actually got a very complex question, but I'll just ask you if there's runs out of time, we could discuss later. So I'm really fancy the idea of the intelligent agent, but I'm curious about your thoughts on the future of human, because in that case, human seems to be like less and less smart, and like we will now train our neural works very much. So in that case, like, what do you think with our future? Yeah,
that's a real challenge for us because literally what you're saying is one of the big challenges we'll face. So we're going to face it at a certain point in time. AI will literally be able to do almost any job you can imagine better than us. I mean, there were people just a few years ago who said, AI can never create art. That argument has sort of gone away, right? Because the artwork it creates is absolutely stunning, right? And it does it in seconds instead of weeks or years. So as human beings, maybe CRISPR will save us. We'll upgrade ourselves, right? Just like computers, because we have the source code to life now. So we can restructure our genes potentially and make ourselves smarter. But at a certain point, AI will always outdo us. The other option is, implants, right? Literally merging with our machines. So brain-computer interfaces, actually getting, Elon Musk wants to stick a chip in your head. I don't know if I trust him, but to be the one, or Mark Zuckerberg wants to do it. I don't trust him either. But we could go down that path. And literally, but it's a very complex path, right? To actually interface between the brain, but that will happen at some point. So we're already merging with our machines. So that's why I talked about human-computer symbiosis. We are literally going to, in the next decade, all of us are going to be doing our jobs with AI. Most of everybody in this room, because we're in San Francisco, but around the world. And that's just going to accelerate. So that's my shortest answer I can give.
And one more here, and then we're going to get on to that next piece that you want to talk about.
Yeah.
A question on the sentience and the challenge.
Yeah.
What makes you think human beings are not giant autocompletes in machine learning systems that are learning through data sets of experience and lived experience and learned experience?
That is a great point. We are pattern matching machines. That's how our brains are built, just like was said previously. AI is all it is pattern matching. We learn through our own experiences. The difference is We're biological. They're created out of silicon and other materials. This comes back, it's a very philosophical question, right? So if you believe in a soul, if you believe there's something beyond the material world, then your answer would be, no, we have a soul, right? You can't argue with that. If you believe we are material beings, then yes, we are machines, right? We're just biological machines. That is my belief, right? I believe we are biological machines. We are not necessarily that different as we'd like to think. Like we used to think animals were very different from us. Animal consciousness was very different from us, right? And we still eat animals. But we have learned to discover that animals have feelings, animals perceive the world in a very similar way that we do. Could machines do all those things? The answer is yes. Yes, we could build, I'm not saying we would ever understand their consciousness. It would be different from ours, but they may evolve to the point where for all intents and purposes, they are conscious. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay. And sometimes I like to throw in my answer here. And that's, the more I learn about AI and how AI works, the more I realize that I am that biological machine, that I'm just playing nearest neighbor and filling in the blank of that next word in the sentence.
Absolutely.
And sometimes I hallucinate.
We all do. We all have our crazy beliefs.
just don't tell that to anybody.
Yeah.
So, Steve, we have, you wanted to say something about...
Yeah. So we're partnering up. So Steve Ekman has been my friend for years. You know, your early startup was in Founders Space years ago. Yes.
Pre-teens, in the aughts.
So what we're doing is, I've been fascinated with AI a long time. Steve is also. We are bringing together groups like this of creators, of business people, entrepreneurs, of designers, different types of thinkers. What we want to do is we want to create opportunities for ourselves and for everybody in this room. So we're looking, and we want you guys involved, like coming to us and saying, how can we take like an interesting group of people like this that meets all the time and actually launch projects? We can launch projects and support each other, like I support startups all the time. That's something I do. We can also work with larger corporate partners, because every company in the world today needs to understand AI. They have to put these processes in place, and the people in this room, many of you people in this room, understand it a lot better than people in those large companies and have the solutions they need. They just don't know they need them yet. So I'll let Steve take it away on the second slide.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as the speakers today know, what I really enjoy, one of my favorite parts of this, beyond just actually producing the event, because internally that's my biological machine. I'm a producer. I like to make things. I like to solve problems. And I've been talking to folks about, where do we go from here? Where can we take Aiify? Is it just events? And Steve, I know, and I've been talking to some people, and then when I spoke to Steve about this, it really accelerated, and we said, hey, let's just do this together so we can launch this, we can get it out there, because people need to not only understand what AI can do for them, but to survive in this new world. I think AI, as we all know, is so powerful in producing solutions. We want to bring those solutions to people, and we're working with amazing folks, speakers, researchers, people at every end of the spectrum in terms of AI, from graphics to machine learning to large language models. And we know there's a lot of solutions out there that we're tapping into, but how do we now fast track this to the folks that can actually deploy and use this to benefit their businesses and their lives? So without further ado, if you go to the website right now, we got this up pretty quickly, but there is actually a consulting tab at the top of the page if you go to aiify.io. And if you know people that are looking to learn and to improve their business processes, what we're looking to do is intake, just put it out there, have people come to us and say, hey, we'd like to consult. We'll give free 30-minute, 1-hour consultations, and then we'll figure out how do we move forward. We have a lot of frameworks to use in our solution building experience. We have a long track record of producing products, building solutions, integrating, and now we have a really large group of individuals who are super smart doing this work that we can call upon to help us help others.
Yeah, and if you want to reach us, you can join at Aiify.io. If you want to reach me personally, my email address is captain, because my nickname is Captain Hoff, captain@founderspace.com. You can just email me.
And don't use that join at Aiify yet, because I have not created that.
Oh, you haven't even created it? Oh, Steve. Oh.
I'm going to call my AI, my autonomous
Don't use that one. Don't.
bot to.
But you know how to get a hold of
create
Steve.
the email, join at Aiify.io by end of day.
Okay. By the end of the day, tomorrow you can do it.
Okay.
Steve
Any questions about this? Okay, great. Well, contact us. You know how to get in touch with us. And if you know people that are looking for this, and as I said, we're going to do a lot more events. We're going to focus on particular topics that are relevant to the industry and very relevant for the greater business community. So we're excited about forging this partnership.
Yep. Hey, thank you.
And we've got John Smithers coming on up for the next presentation.
I think it's this one.
Cool. As soon as wait for the slides to be up. So cool. Don't hit anything until you see your slides full screen.
This one's forward?
No, that's forward, okay. but don't touch it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm John with Skycraft. I'm the Director of Sales here in North America. A little bit about us before I get started on our presentation. We do basically a way to automate utility inspections, so using AI to basically take over for where humans are doing things today. Are we good to go? Not quite yet. Sorry, I jumped the gun there, guys.
Sorry about that, John.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay, this is my first presentation since COVID, so I'm obviously up here nervous as ever.
We'll pass the mic a little bit, and maybe just tell us a little bit about it. We'll get the presentation up there, but just...
Yeah, sure. So the reason we're up here today, actually I talked to Stephen this week. Obviously what Skycraft does is really important because we're automating those inspections. We're being able to go out after like very critical things like floods, fires, earthquakes, hurricanes, taking a look at things in a way that humans can't, right? A human cannot tell you that there's a hairline fracture in a utility tower, but we can. We can detect that. We can't, a human can't see a bird's nest that's built into one of those things like 30, 40 feet up because you're having to look up. Even with perfect vision, somebody's gonna make a miss. The thing is, this isn't just about money or like how a corporation could save themselves from a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit. It's a humanitarian thing, right? Because some of these things, you make an error on a utility inspection, it could cost people their lives, their livelihood, their homes, very serious things. Okay, that was me like extending it as much as I could. But this also has applications outside of what we do. So when I was talking to Stephen about this week, this will go beyond utilities. This could go to like inspecting offshore oil rigs. This could go to inspecting buildings. like, say for example, like a skyscraper. Obviously nobody's gonna go on the side and say, hey, there's like a crack, there's this, there's that. There's many different applications in the future, and now the presentation's up, so I can finally talk. Awesome. Oh, and now it's stalled. Oh, wow. Okay, that's great.
Could it even have been used to detect the issue that occurred with the submersive that recently?
I think in a future iteration, something like that could. If you're able to get it underwater, at least like, maybe not so much that, but thinking about like if an airplane were to crash and you wanted to rule out like a debris field versus not. It very well could, because at least it could detect like, hey, this is the similarities between what's gone missing and this is what we're seeing on the ground. It can help narrow search areas. It could help, basically it could speed things up, right? Because when you have to rely on humans, humans are having to look at images and you're hunting and pecking for stuff versus like an AI model which can find something like that. One of the things we found, oh, now we're good.
Should be good. Oh,
is it still?
Here, one last little thing.
Okay.
Let me grab, no, you keep this, let me grab that.
Okie dokie.
You can just wave at it for now, I'll advance it till it's
Okay, yeah, cool. So we'll just go to the first slide. So yeah, like I was talking about, you know, we obviously have like wildfires here in California, not so much hurricanes, but we do have flooding. There's obviously, like we talked about, the societal issues, so it's not just money and lawsuits, it's people's like livelihood, their life, people's jobs. Like entire towns have been decimated by failures in inspection. So generally what we're, yeah. So right now, like, okay, let's see if it works. No, we can. So what the more proactive companies are doing right now is they're looking at ways to adopt AI using different inspection methods. So that's using like drones, that's using like mobile devices, using like cameras mounted on top of cars to take imagery and having AI look at it. This is gonna be the future of doing this stuff, because right now you have people going out, writing down on little forms, this is what I saw over like 70 miles of driving today, and it's just so flawed. There's just so much room for things to go wrong. And like it says, oh, here we go. So the way it works with Skycraft right now, we work with drones and helicopters, but we also work with people who do this stuff on the ground. They basically get their imagery, we call it data capture. They take that data capture, put it into our system, and our system, with a human in the loop, basically analyzes and visualizes everything. So you're no longer looking at your grid on a piece of paper or a map, you're looking at your grid in an application or a platform, and it shows you all those errors. So like, here's defects in these areas. Not only that, but it prioritizes them, right? It gives them a severity level. So like, here's the P1, here's the P5. This is stuff you need to fix today. This is stuff you can wait 5-6 months in a regular maintenance round. Next slide. This is actually what it looks like when the visualization is done. So all these reds are defects. And in here you can see there's a dead tree leaning against an electrical wire. Not only is that potential for just disrupting your electric stuff, it could cause a fire. And as you know, here in California, fires are pretty serious. This could be like a wildfire. Next slide, please. And when I was talking about like these minor things that people can't see because they're like hairpin or hairline, you're seeing right here like defects on towers that can't possibly be seen from the ground. This would be next to impossible. Next slide, please. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about heavy rains, we talk about vegetation, things that are just really hard to see. So this is LiDAR imagery showing electrical towers and electrical lines, and it's showing the variance and like potential hazards. So right now this one is green, it's good, but there's ones that come back red, pink, like almost black, because you have vegetation that's getting this close to electrical lines. It's a safety hazard, and that can cost people their lives. So obviously right now, you know, after these heavy rains, this is gonna be priority one for anybody who's adopting AI for these kind of inspections. What this also does is it gives you real data. Our system and systems like us give you real data, so it's not like oh, anecdotal notes from somebody on the ground. It's like, you have a tree that's within 5 feet of an electrical wire. You need to fix this now. Next slide, please. And basically, what does AI have to do with all this? We're basically keeping humans and AI in the loop. It's not just AI is doing everything and we're the be-all, end-all. It's AI is working together with humans to solve real human problems. Next slide. This is kind of how we do it. This is how systematically we approach it. So you have a customer who would basically get all their imagery, their data capture, they upload it into our system. The system then runs its first round of analysis. So it gives like a preliminary, this is everything we think is wrong with it. It then goes through a QA process. We call it human in the loop. And what that does is you have humans who go through and look at all the defects and say, yes, that hairline fracture and that tower is real. And it helps basically understand like, okay, is this really a P1 or is this more of like a P2? Moving on from that, it's released, oh, sorry, one slide back. It basically goes out to the clients. The clients have their own human in the loop who also do their validation. They look through it and they say, well, yeah, I know Skycraft says it's like a P1, but to us it's really a P3. And then it's just that constant loop of feedback that's really enabling systems like this to work. While this is all going on, once you're getting data from different geographies, right? Like Australia has a much different terrain than California. California has a different terrain than Florida. It's constantly retraining the AI models. And then next slide, it's just a little bit about us, but as I mentioned before, we're an AI tool that basically automates these utility inspections, but we believe this will set the path for other things as far as maintaining like really critical infrastructure. Any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Is PG&E a customer?
They are not a customer. But if you know anybody at PG&E, send them our way. I apologize for the nerves, the post-COVID first presentation. Anybody else?
Any questions? Raise your hand. We'll run the mic.
Anybody? I guess we're good.
Okay, well, John will be here hopefully for how long will you be here? Will you be here for the rest of the day? Enjoying
just for a couple hours, yeah, I'll be here.
Okay.
So if there's any questions, feel free. I'll be in the back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're going to fix this up and get the next speaker up. Okay, Gianni, we're ready for you.
Testing, testing. Sweet. All right. Hello, everyone. We're going to have fun. Am I good to go? Okay. We're going to have fun today. Hopefully, I can provide some sexiness back into parking using AI and computer vision and how we filter. And so I basically repurposed everything that we use commercially, so that way we can kind of go through the experience together, and then we can kind of explain towards the end how we've been applying it in some case studies. Let's try that again. Oh. Perfect. All right, so in this slide, we kind of explain the importance in parking, and most people don't really see it, but parking is one of the most correlative data points into a GDP of an entire country. That's why we have 40 million cars within the actual continent of Africa for 1.3 billion people, but logistically they can't move people around, whereas 40 million's just in LA County, and they can get the GDP output perfectly. Now, there's a lot of traffic, so there's a lot of things to filter, and using AI, we can actually utilize a better way to get to vehicles on experiencing different modes without having to reshuffle the entire grids of cities. So looking at this slide, you can see how many different types of parking spaces there are. It is vastly overly populating different areas, and majority of them don't get used and very underutilized. So what we do here in PIDE and what we're trying to provide for others to the same vision is utilizing city grids at a better rate without dysfunctionally repositioning real estate companies to not be a part of that same ecosystem. Current LiDARs get very good protection off of vehicles and vehicle auto manufacturers, but the data completely leaves out this different crossroads of how real estate companies need to have some data too. They've been completely left out of the loop. So what we've been able to do is we said, okay, how do we go ahead and control how vehicles can show up? How do we give data points into different areas, such as smart apps? We can get into different types of GIS data, such as Apple Maps, Google Maps, different types of TomTom systems. And the importance of that is, if you can actually relocate how different navigation systems are looking how vehicles can use a different route and get expressed types of navigation, that's real-time terminal guidance, and that's real-time money. Currently in the United States alone, parking traffic is responsible for about 1/3 of everything. That means about $100 billion lost annually. 11 of the 12 months in a given year, every city is only paid back. That means 1/12 of their entire taxable income for the city isn't paid. Imagine you were getting your salary, and I said, I'm gonna go ahead and offer you 120 grand a year, but I'm gonna keep 10 grand every year, and I'll give it to you next year, and it'll always keep repopulating. That's not good. So there's a lot of different shuffling our cities are trying to do to make sure they can get this back. But because of ticket systems, how systems are using with cash-based systems, and this is not to be callous, but because of the push that COVID provided, a lot of contactless systems forced real transparency and accountability in systems. So what we've been able to do with our clients, providing real-time audits, security for different types of government authorities, is making sure that the people are protected, but vice versa, they can actually see how much income they should be making, and it's all self-reported. They don't even have to worry about it anymore. So here we have 3 different slots of how systems are used and why they're not used to the best of their abilities. So traditional software, they charge an arm and a leg. They don't allow for integrations. I was at the FIDI in San Francisco building the first systems for all of the use in commercial for our JLL building. I couldn't get them to give me access without them trying to charge me 120 grand for an old ticket system that was originally used for a ski lift. And by making sure we can put, oh, did I do that? It's okay. We'll use our human brains for memorizing that last slide. And so what we were able to do is say, well, why don't we put a web relay? Why don't we control this ticket system and put a couple cameras in? So that way we always digitize the vehicle and always digitize the vehicle's plane and where it's entering and it's exiting. And so thusly making sure data isn't petrified on those last mile of mobility. And I shouldn't even say last mobility, last foots of mobility. So going from the process of switching over those softwares and expensive fees, we fundamentally created a system that augments and overlays for free. So we can provide it to any building owner and make sure that they don't have expensive fees that prevents them from entering into the market and providing real-time data that we should all be able to access. Now, that comes with a caveat, right? How do you create data? How do you create AI in this instance with camera systems and protect people's information? Protect the Tom Brady for showing up at a hospital with a broken leg and not wanting the news to hear about it, to distinguish himself as a non-candidate for the next Super Bowl? Or how do we protect ourselves when we want to show up for a medical appointment that we don't want others to see? So we went on ahead and created edge systems, so that way we can create real-time, computations that we can go ahead and use. In the space of AI, when you get into computer vision, and this is where we start to tap into it a little bit here, is it's very important you go ahead and filter and you don't time out cameras. Cameras are very finicky when it comes to having too much of a load, especially if it's an outdoor commercial environment. You've got to take the loads off, and you've got to keep it into a computer hub. You've got to protect that computer hub, environmentally speaking, and then you've got to reprocess right there on edge. Go ahead and know what you're encrypting, and then you can send to a cloud safely for people's information to not be deciphered. So while doing that, we are able to break the expensive fees that you see on every traditional hardware and software, and even the new technologies that are getting created that say this new camera system's AI. We all know what AI is, or at least we have a fundamental idea, a better idea of what it can be. That's not AI, right? These are systems that are meant to sell and get out from wherever they're getting sold to for a security and home system into a quote-unquote commercial grade system. However, when we get into it and we see what's out there in these cities, any license plate rating system is losing almost 20% of the data. That's at max hygiene. The companies that have been selling it or publicly traded are taking a loss and are barely getting 30% or 70% accuracy. So the way we see it is, let's go ahead and create this almost free system so we can go through multi-modes of filtering camera, computer vision systems and creating camera lenses from different angles of filtering data in real time. So that way, for the first time ever, our cities can have super hygiene data for all of us to access. Well, your brains can't memorize what doesn't exist unless we have diffusion. Applying. Try that again. Ah, sweet. Okay. So here's the little architecture of how what we've seen and what we applied and what we implore others to help and provide with us is we created an architecture that allows for a very cheap computer system cluster. So we can have 2 ring pies really take effect and control 2 different types of cameras that are all EPTZ, meaning they can electronically zoom, they can tilt, and they can point at different locations, and we can digitally control what lanes are important, what vehicles are important, and when to blur something in case there's something that's happening that shouldn't be. By doing it this way, we've had multiple case studies all across the US, and what we love is there's different ways that you can use this. One is you can do it to make traffic goes faster. Another one is you can make it to make sure that the people that are there are getting efficiency so they can get real-time access into high secure buildings. You can see some of this online later if you'd like, but I want to keep it focused for what our purpose is here. So here's traditional technology in parking. It would cost millions to set up. Within 9 months to 2 years, you have to amortize it as a client to set up your property. And it actually makes it so that way you have to rebuy systems that you can barely afford in order to get new ones because the current old hardware is breaking down. It's not good, and this is happening everywhere. It costs 64 football fields of paper waste for a medium-sized parking garage. I'll say that again, 64 football fields of paper waste. So if you've ever bought or purchased a parking ticket and put it back in, there's the wharfs, there's everywhere that's full of shoe boxes of your parking tickets that never passes an audit. So we've digitized all of this, and we used real AI in our computer vision filters, so that way, for the first time, they can actually have a standalone non-ticket system that doesn't send you a ticket in the mail, that doesn't tow your car, that just allows you to drive in and drive out like you're supposed to. And the brilliance of this is it allows for low failure, it allows for high lifetime value of pieces, doesn't require a lot of plastics and metals that are there that are filtering different spots in city grids. And the cool part about it is you can have super fast entry and exit times to decongest traffic, and you can have it all remote. And if you teach it and you keep programming on the AI side of the computer vision, how you want the business insights to run it, how you have different dynamic pricing for certain congestion areas, you can actually start to make a city run smoother. And you can use different data points that are separate from major cities' concentric zones run a lot better. This is where we are today. We're the leaders and inventors in the world for parking technology. And the reason why we have gone through this geeky aspect of this is our hopes and our vision is to get with people like you guys, very smart people that can help us push on this goal. And we want to make sure that we can open up with different types of APIs for others, because currently in the market, it's very closed. It's very mafioso. Here's how we see AI on a management portal to simplify how others can use it, so that way we weren't treated like we were in COVID by others, where everyone thought AI is a thing of the future and doesn't exist, and therefore it should stick to the old. So we created a system that can run like a Bloomberg device, but can also be like how we inspired it, is run like a baby monitor, where every property can have its ups and downs. You can see how things are managed on site, but vice versa, if you have a lot of different neural networks that are saying, hey, this is happening, this gate arm was hit, but this vehicle didn't hit it at that time, it just fell off, we can actually make different types of highlights that are very important for insurance purposes, as well as different areas that are commercially grade that can actually cost a huge amounts of traffic congestion if it doesn't allow cars or vehicles in it off the city grid. I'll flip through this, but the idea is no phone, no app, no problem, right? Creating AI for the world that doesn't understand AI and doesn't need to understand AI yet. This is the idea of getting vehicles in and scanned and creating credit card systems and digital identification systems for everyone that's going through a camera, and having those cameras decide what's happening. I'll explain it a little bit later, but there's really cool algorithms that we've created and that we implore others to help create to allow us to distinguish what's happening with a vehicle, if it's getting ready to park, if we should usher it off the road, because a lot of times when the traffic congestion hits, a third of it is because of people thinking they should be parking, but not seeing the right parking rates that they want, and basically psychologically playing the game of, you know, the parking roulette. Let's try to get this free shot. Nope, that's not gonna work. Let's go maybe one block down, all right, another block down to the left, and that goes on with all of us here. It looks like it's frozen a bit. These should move. We have beautiful videos from a tapestry that we can see, but the idea is there's different data points that you can start to use and decipher that can be playing into the realm of how vehicles should be managing themselves and having auto-depicted navigations and routes. Go back. Let me know if you need us to assist on this. Oh yeah, back one more, please. Thank you. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's okay. And so here you can see some of the ideas that we're thinking in our head. So we really want to get deep down into the ML of how people are working. Why is a car slowing down when others are not? What is going on this occurrence where in this facility they've entered, but they've only been there for X amount of time and they're trying to leave, right? How to shuffle in and out of all these new inventories in these different cities becomes super important data if you want to get the input-output of certain vehicles there and decongest traffic. Here you can see some of the way that we wanted to analyze the vehicles, because sometimes when you actually use computer vision, there's license plates that are blinded, the VIN is not noticeable by any type of camera, as well as the vehicle itself is unique. We've actually had in San Francisco with license plates being ripped off other cars and being put on others and trying to get out of the same entry to fake the system. Luckily ours caught it, but this happens all the time. So to have that type of API and data point to actually go into other cameras that are already placed, they've already gone through the materials and construction to get them up, how do they feed into these APIs for us? It becomes super important for us to identify other pieces of vehicles. So this can be the panel that has damage on maybe a left side panel that when they first entered it wasn't there, to analyze if it's the same car, because there might be more cars that have a different unique aspect, like maybe there's 10 white Teslas that just got in, and all of their license plates were blinded because they had a big truck driver before in front of them, and they had a big truck driver behind them. How do we use computer vision to disseminate these? Well, you can pick up on different panels, you can pick up on taillights, you can pick up on different other areas where it becomes easier when it comes to different automakers, like a BMW has different taillights and headlights for certain years, whereas a Tesla, those are very difficult. So training these to work in a certain way to help ID and match is super pertinent. And this is the route that we want to see AI. We want to see a gamification within parking and using city grids to incentivize others. We can't just say, we'll put a bunch of cameras up, promise we're not Big Brother, and really it's going to work, just trust us. What if we started to motivate people? What if we started to get into their calendars and say, hey, we know you're probably hungry. Don't just get a couple tangerines and a beautiful croissant. Go ahead and stop over here and get yourself a sandwich from this mom and pop shop that hasn't had a customer in 1 hour. We can incentivize these areas to actually get certain places to have better concessions. And so getting inside people's calendars or getting inside different types of routes, it's a painstaking process, but it's super important once different types of trusts and compliance are there within AI. Here you can see different ways of how we've set up the first computer vision run EV system across from Hartsfield Airport. This one is just showing the different showcase of how you make one payment and parking and EV becomes synonymous. So that way you don't have people wasting time using a bunch of different pay portals and using a bunch of plastics. And the credit card readers of today and unfortunately tomorrow, they die out, roughly speaking, within about 9 months. And so you have to repurchase a new one. You have to go through all that paper and all those different types of travel. So we say, well, why don't we just digitize it? And it can match for everyone across this different ledger. I feel like every time I feel it vibrate, I'm doing something bad. You're like conditioning me like Pavlov. Here we go. Here's one of our case studies for one of the hospitals in USC. So when we first got there, there was super high maintenance costs, $350,000 on just keeping their brand new systems supported. And we told them, well, why don't we just take over? We'll put our systems in there. We'll protect your patient data. And more importantly, the only things we care about is matching different thumbprints of vehicles entering and exiting and helping them with how they can get the hospital run better, have their oncology patients get in at a faster rate, the patients that are coming from wheelchairs not having to go to the old parking systems and stand up and ask for help. Having vehicle damage claims that happen almost every day in most hospitals, they can actually go away because they can just look at the different evidence of audits and actually see that it's not actually causing different types of damage from what they claim. So for them, it was a big deal because it's about a 90% reduction in traffic. So that was about 3 football fields of vehicles entering and exiting that was going around a big water fountain and just shy about 5,000 to 7,000 cars a day. One of our other clients being one of the most secure buildings in the US, we can't discuss too many details, but we were able to help them to get into a tolling version while also working with their high-end security systems. So that way we could tokenize the entrance and exit while also protecting the different types of people that are going there, right? Some of the most important people that are deciding the world's currency go in there every day. So for them, it was about us winning in this RFP to provide edge computations and making sure our AI wasn't taking any other personal data. There's really cool instances on in the parking world. There was a lot of things that happened during COVID. One was 97% of the entire workforce and market was basically let go. There was no aid. Just in 2020, they all had to find different jobs. And so what happened was the top were the people that were producing the most while also having a lot of the kernel knowledge of what they needed to do for the parking facilities. They were gone. They had left to another job and they never came back. And so for valet, there was an issue because none of those types of employees were actually allowed to touch keys, right? You had to valet your own car if you remember of going to a hotel. So fast forwarding this aspect, most often than not for vehicle claims and actual inspection, couldn't get done properly. But by using AI and using a computer vision cluster that we created, we are allowed to basically scan cars and within a second take what we needed for data to know that the car had damage or it didn't have damage. All right, perfect. And so a lot of the times that if they wanted a full inspection, even manufacturing sites, it takes an hour and 39 minutes a car. It costs each dealership about $300 a car, $15,000 a month, just to go through the right claims. And they can't legally sell a car from a manufacturer if they don't go through the right inspections. So this is one instance that we can facilitate the external rates of inspecting a car on the panels, so we can at least decrease it by 39 minutes to an hour. Here's a little bit about my background, so that way you understand a little bit about me. So I have not created Oculus, but I've been in product for a long time, and I love and geek out on different areas of AI, different areas of blockchain, and then a lot of different ways of how to utilize product. So a lot of the products I've created in the past was in real estate development and video games, and now recently we've been leading it into gamify how we're using parking and how we're using a new mobility sense in the world. So all these license plate readers that you're seeing to scan in, our hopes is to attach to that, make them more effective, and limit the amount of paper waste. But from the AI perspective, what we're actively looking for and actively wanting to pursue is people that can see something different, someone that can see how different types of compliance and regulations can help push towards a better tomorrow, and especially in markets that have been very privatized and very under the earth, so to speak. And that's it.
Thank you, Gianni. Thank you. I guess I have a question. I'll lead off with one. I think I get that opportunity. Obviously, with AI, there's a lot of efficiencies, and sometimes those efficiencies can compromise privacy. So because of scanning cars and, it's already out there where, vehicles are being scanned every time, they go down the street and probably pass a traffic light. But what do you see in the industry as any moves to protect privacy, and how are you dealing with it at all?
Yeah, good question. So a lot of the industry was very scared. There was a couple court cases where a man was caught cheating on his wife, and he went through what was considered like an LPR camera, and he got a ticket in the mail that basically showed him and this mistress, and he sued the company, ended up winning, and so you couldn't have any camera scanning of vehicles after that if you were going to go ahead and send it to the cloud and send it directly to them. So one instance that we took in consideration is, well, why not just focus on the car itself? All data of vehicles or data of people, you can take the Google Street View and Google Maps view and just blur it, right? That was a very good intuition that they applied. And so we do the same thing internally. I think a lot of the market is really focused on just how to take the most minimum amounts of data, because it actually goes through a lot. Like for us, we go through video feeds and HD imagery, and like a really good wedding photographer, take a bunch of images of every car, and then what we'll do is we'll cold store the items that are important on just the car, and every other photo will actually just petrify there on edge. So that way there's enough processing power to take on enough images throughout the day. And then it's a great question, because there's so much processing that those terabytes of data that we have to delete, we painfully delete them all there locally, and so that way we don't have to deal with it on the cloud.
Great, thank you. And maybe room for one more. Anybody have a burning question? I know we're getting backed up on time due to technical difficulties, but want to make sure that we can get a few questions in here. Come on up just a little bit. I don't know if the mic will fully reach.
I had to sell my Prius after the catalytic converter had been stolen for the 5th time. I'm wondering if there's any technology in your stack that would help that catalytic converter theft problem.
It's a great question. I'm so sorry that happened. We've been doing it at 2 properties in particular for our prototypes, figuring out who's swapping license plates and how to put different types of lighting. We've had sites where they actually climbed up very high feet to turn our cameras. But what they didn't know is we had multiple cameras. So we've caught those before. We've actually caught other types of criminal activity that's very bad. But we're trying to do that everywhere. Unfortunately, because we pay for everything on the CAPEX side, we end up making it all back. We make like 94% margins. But applying those cameras in those areas that you'd want them is hard to get a client to want. So we'll say we'll overly do an entrance and exit, meaning we'll put a little bit more than the extra amount needed for cameras, as well as the edge computations. So that way we can see a car coming in and leaving around a time that might have happened. Yeah, but that's happened on almost every site that we've seen.
And thank you very much. I wish we had more time, but hopefully Gianni will be around and people can connect with him and speak outside on the far side of the building or upstairs in the conference room. Thank you, Gianni. And
it's my daughter's birthday, so I actually have to head back to Palo Alto. But very much a privilege and honor to be here. I'll stay for a little bit, but yes.
Thank you, thank you. And next up, we have Jonathan Yu. This is getting into massive data management, really important for machine learning. And Jonathan, if you can grab the microphone there and the clicker. Hopefully it's all working now.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Yu, the CTO of startup called Data Jaguar. I'm going to talk about data management for artificial intelligence.
It just has a little delay. Let's see. Hit it again. The forward button.
Okay. So we're working basically on the data side, data management side. We're building a data infrastructure for AI. So we all know for AI to work well, it needs a lot of data. If you just have a small set of data, it may not work well. You may get only a 10% accuracy. So you need a lot more data to cover basically most of the corner cases. So your AI model would know a lot better in real scenarios. So basically for massive data platform for AI, the one important issue currently is the scalability of a data system. A data system means a database or data warehouse, distributed data file systems. Basically, the scalability that's what we are working on. Okay, so we all know that AI need a lot of data. So from the input side of a large model, there's going to be a lot of data to be fed to a large language model or any type of a model. Imagine AI is going to learn from all the libraries in the world and also the knowledge from each brain of everybody in the world. So that's going to be a lot of knowledge and the data to be learned, incorporated into a large model. On the output side, the large models gonna create a lot of data. As we have seen already enjoying the videos, the documents, the photos, the text. The AI is gonna multiply the data. So we're gonna have a diverse type of data. Text, audios, videos. Oh, no. Sometimes will flicker. Okay. Yeah. So structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data, any type of data. So AI need a hugely scalable data platform for AI to work really well. So what we found in the traditional existing data systems, such as the database, distributed file systems, There's a huge inefficiency in the way they are working. So basically, there's an algorithm, this architecture called consistent hashing. So in consistent hashing, there's a lot of inefficiency there. So when you scale the system by adding more and more nodes to the system, there's a lot of internal data movement inside the system, which is not necessary. So that's caused a lot of internal friction, or there's another term, involution. That means there's a lot of internal work being done, not necessarily for the system. So it reduces the efficiency, it reduces the performance of the database system and the file systems. So what we found out this inefficiency in the current system. So we come up with a new algorithm, new technology. We call it the zero move. So basically, when you scale the system from a single node to 1,000 nodes, even to 1 million nodes, the data inside the system will not move from one node to another node. So this is zero move. So this is gonna be beneficial to the system performance, or also save the cost. Because basically this works little different from the other data system is we scale the system by adding clusters. Traditionally they add a node one by one to the system. We just add a group of nodes called the clusters or mesh. A mesh is a fancy name for cluster, a cluster of nodes. A cluster could have 100 nodes, 1,000 nodes in the cluster. So you just add a batch of nodes to the system without causing the data moved in the system. So data basically stay where they are, where they're hashed, because there's a zero move hashing. So first it's going to use a unique ID to look at the cluster, and then you'll still use the hashing inside this cluster to locate the data. Oh, click. Yeah. Could you click on the link? It's a link to a movie. It's a link to a video. Yeah. Full screen. Can I make a full screen? Yeah. So basically, this just to compare traditional consistent hashing and our zero hashing. Like this. Yeah. So this is a consistent hashing. It shows, so the bottom is like a node, and the cubes are data. Yeah, so the red cubes, they are like the data that are moved, that are dirty, that they need to move from one node to another. Yeah, basically it's very efficient for large scale data platform, especially for the AI. He didn't go to the. There's a zero move part there. The video? Yeah, the video. Did it skip? Basically, in the beginning it talks about shows the consistent hashing. The second part. Yeah, shows the zero move hash. Yeah, so this is, yeah. So in zero move hash basis, data comes into the system to the nodes because it's distributed system. Distributed system need because you need a lot of nodes, computer hosts to store those massive amount of data. So basically, you don't see red part. You don't see the data move inside the system. The data just goes to the system, goes to a particular node, it stays there. So there's no data migration. So so there are benefits because you see there's the less internal friction. It's more efficient. It has a better performance. It has also better data consistency, because imagine you have data move around in the system. At the point if you read data, you don't know, you don't know the accuracy, you don't know, data where it is, or when you calculate the statistics of data, it's hard to accumulate because data is like is in several places. Okay, so that's the so the benefits. Scalability is increase the scalability. Simplify things. It just stays. The data goes into a node, stays there. It's just much simplified, and consistency is better, and the cost reduction, because this is reduced the hardware, tearwear, the network flow. More important is SSD. Right now SSD is already taking like 80% of market. So in the next 5 years, the SSD will be storage. As in SSD, probably you know about the write amplification. You write a piece of data, suppose you write a random piece of data, that's write amplification. You write it once, what happens internally, actually it may write 2 times or even 3 times. So saving this data movement and data writes, so it reduce the hardware cost and also make the SSDs have a longer life. Also, higher throughput, because we don't have these internal frictions, so data just can be read and written directly. Better quality. So because constellation, you have Western, you have those spikes, because this data movement happening, you have the locked activity suddenly causing spikes. That may create a problem for your system. You problem may have SLAs maybe going down. So this method make sure your SLA have consistently have a higher level of SLA. Yeah, so this just a comparison of a consistent hashing distributed system and our zero move system. So as more data is stored on the system where consistent hashing is used, if more data, it means there's more data movement. So that's on the left. And on the right, there's no actual user data movement. It's only the schema, it's only the metadata exchange among the nodes. The metadata has a much smaller size than real data. Real data can have petabytes, 100 petabytes. Metadata is only like a few hundred K. So it's a constant, it doesn't grow, because no matter how much data you have in the system, the data doesn't move, it's only exchange the metadata. Yeah, so this could be used in data lake. Data lake could store the raw data on the AI side. Before it enter the large model, the raw data. Raw data means structured, unstructured data, videos, photos. So even you build model, but if you train the model again, you may have to come back to using the original data, raw data. So you may still want to go to the data lake to retrain your data or fine tune your data. So yeah, those are the competitors or could be partners, like AWS, S3, because we're going to have a more efficient data lake for the AI data system. Yeah, AI could be a service, this data service for the users. So we could use our platform knowledge and the technology to provide a service to the users for AI communities. Yeah, so this is basically, you look at the AI, it basically is demand and supply. The demand, basically, anyone could demand something. We all know that each person has several levels of demand, right? Your physical needs, your security needs, your emotional needs, your social needs, your faith needs. Any of those, you just make a prompt, you do a demand, and so AI could provide a supply, the solution for you. Either the solution or idea or anything that could help you. But in the middle, it's basically this a platform that that ingest the data and build a model, the work internally provide using the vector data. Vector data this is 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. If you look at the machine model, they're all just a group of weights. They're basically just numbers. The machine basically has, right now it's like more than 1,000 for each like a type of object is provide like 1,500 vectors, 1,500 dimensional vectors. Basically that's what the machine understands you. The machine describes a object. So in the future, I believe that number will increase. It could increase to 10,000 or more, a vector to describe each person, object, or any document. Yeah, so because of the savings in this data migration, it reduced the carbon emission, reduce the electricity usage of data centers in the world. So this is a rough estimate. It could save like 140 billion worth of power consumption from all the data centers around the world in the next 10 years. And the carbon dioxide emissions like 620 billion pounds of carbon dioxide. So yeah, because the basic things we provide a simplification, efficiency, performance, and the quality. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. I'm not a database geek, but it sounds super impressive, so I want to open up for a couple questions from database geeks that are used to using other processes and see how this lands, and looking forward to seeing getting a lot of traction with this beyond where you've been taking it. I know you've been working on this for a long time. So any questions?
How do you compare yourselves with vector databases like Pinecone, etc.? The vector databases are more widely used in AI. So how do you compare yourselves? Are you planning to offer a vector database as well in addition to hash?
Yeah, we have vector support too. Yeah, we're in that development stage. We have version 1.0 now. We're going to add more features to the vector database support. Yeah. So
he was asking, how do you compare to Pinecone?
It doesn't have to be a vendor. Like there are NoSQL DBs and the SQL DBs and vector DB and hash DB. That's what we're talking about. So just curious.
yeah, to compare against the Pinecone DB, when you create it, you have to give a dimension, the 15, 36. But here, in our case here, when you create a collection, create a table, you don't need to specify the dimension. It's like a free dimension. So you could change the dimension, add the dimension later on. So that's the first thing. It's more flexible. So also we have other support. We have index. We have time series, geospatial support. We also have a file storage support for the AI or the other type of data. Pinecone just has the vector support, so it's like it covers a small set. We cover a lot of more type data set.
And hopefully you're going to be here for a while, Jonathan. People can approach you, and we're behind on time, so we want to start to catch up. I want to invite Feder up next. We'll get your slides up there.
Okay, hello everyone. How do you feel? Tired? No? Okay, so my name is Fedor. I'm a founder of Acquire.io. We're a data-driven platform for startups and investors. So our goal is to democratize the fundraising process for startups and provide easier access to the capital for those who actually show the performance. But I'm not going to talk about the company today. So what I want to do is to address the question of some fundamental questions about the AI that that I haven't heard a lot of in the public space. So let's just dive into what AI is today and what opportunities it opens, and the most important, what are the fundamental limitations that we have right now. So, is AI new electricity? Probably everyone who is here today say yes, it's a new gold mine, gold rush. Everybody's investing like $1 billion in AI. I've just reading the news feed, Amazon deliver 100 million in funding AI. Microsoft providing grants for AI startups. Let's take a look at the recent breakthroughs and some maybe not as great example as we might think. So. AlphaFold. I would say in the science sense, it was one of the breakthrough when AI could create 200 millions of proteins. So basically, it's generated and predicts all possible proteins that could be synthesized. And experiments showed that it's super accurate. AlphaGo. AI beats humans in 2017. World champion in one of the most challenging game, but I don't know if you heard, last year human actually took over and found the way how to beat it. And the most important thing is that even average player could beat the AI using a special algorithm. And maybe you remember Tay, Microsoft chatbot that set Twitter on fire and open a lot of discussion on how we train AI and how we actually approach the data that we have there. So I would say AI today is a student who memorizes as much materials as possible to prepare for the exam, pass this exam, and still knows nothing after it. So let's go back to the history and really overview how we end up in today's AI situation. So let's go back into 1940s when Claude Shannon first published his math work about information technology, and this is basically set up the discussion about AI, about the mathematical approach to the what we call today information technologies. So in 1950s through 1970s, there were a lot of research, and scientists basically tried to replicate the human brain, how it works. So we got the perceptron and the backpropagation algorithm that we're still using today in some way, and basically this is a fundamental of modern AI. Then in 1980s we have what's called AI winter. So there was no major breakthroughs because the funding was cut, and the most important, the cost of training models was too high, so it was really hard to achieve some feasible results and get your money back. In 1997, AI beats human in chess. So in a set match, it won 2-1, and there were 3 draws. And I would say in 2010s, we have all stuff that's coming out like Google AI, Siri, IBM Watson. And today we have countless number of AI technology today. Everyone has AI today. If you don't have AI, you're behind the evolution today. So let's talk about why do we have this breakthrough. Because the computational cost over the years dropped dramatically. So basically, as the Moore's law says, the number of transistors doubles every 2 years, and it's still true. However, we are approaching the fundamental limits to that. So probably within 5 to 10 years, we'll see we will need some different technologies if we want to still increasing the computation power. Let's talk about a little bit ChatGPT as one of the most famous and most familiar examples. I will just won't dive into technical details. There are a lot of people who knows it better and could explain it better than I can. So basically, what it does, it memorizes all the data that it was fed to it. For each word, just imagine that you have a huge dictionary. For each word, you assign a number. And based on that number, it tries to predict what would be the next number in the sentence. So when Steven was talking about AI that understands the sentence, I would argue that it's not understand, it's just trying to guess, again, as a student who doesn't know the answer, but he just trying to get a good grade. He's trying just to guess what comes next. So this is what AI do. It cannot, if we go back to the example with the dog, so AI does not know what the dog is. It does not understand like what it is. It can just try to predict that the word bone is using more frequently in the context of the dog than any other words. So in the sentence, most likely that the word bone would be in the sentence next to the dog. And here we come to the two fundamentals that I want to talk about. The first is truth and falselyhood, and the other one, it still knows nothing. So AI does not, since AI cannot interact with our world, in physics we have a saying that the criteria of the truth is an experiment. AI cannot conduct experiment. It cannot learn from the world. It cannot interact with the world. All it can do is to try to, it's basically a mathematical way to predict and analyze the data. That's why it knows nothing. It only operates in the terms of tensors, matrices, and math. If you ask ChatGPT a simple math question, I remember I asked him, is the number 833 is a prime number or not a prime number? It cannot give you a right answer. It was saying that it was not, it was a prime number. However, if you do the division, that number has factors of 37. For those who does not remember what prime number is, it's a number that can be divisible by itself and 1. That's it. So AI cannot follow the logic. It cannot create a logic. So it can only operate within the data and the probabilities. So, and this is like the fundamental part that we're missing right now. Maybe someday we will teach AI how to think, how to operate, how to apply logic to create the thought process that human has, but not today. As I mentioned, it cannot interact and learn from the real world today. However, yep. Okay. It's great at other stuff that humans would perform way, way worse. So as many of you speak today can know that 2 main or maybe 3 main tasks that AI can solve way, way better than any human is data analysis, pattern recognition, classification, and clustering data. So this is all the image recognition technologies based on. So you need to understand an object on a picture or an image. You need to classify it, and you need to match it with some number, again, that would represent this object. And again, it's all possible today because of the relatively cheap cost of the computations that we can perform and run huge matrices and huge operations in a split of a seconds. Okay, sorry. So if you think where you can apply your AI technology, I would say right now it's healthcare and science, where you can have a lot of data, where you can try to predict some diseases before they started. When you have a lot of information that you need to analyze and try to find the secret, what's called missing information, where the human being cannot just operate with huge amount of data. So it's impossible to run through like thousands, millions, trillions of images and make any decision. AI can do it in seconds. Routine task automation, I would say the next big thing right now. Everybody is trying to automate everything. However, I would say this is a quite dangerous situation because we're going to lose some human interaction, some human critical thinking. And I think right now we're in a stage where probably will be a symbiote between human and AI, where we still have we need to have a supervision of the human being and their ability to understand the world and the context. Yeah, I remember in 2012 there was a great case regarding the target. So they created an AI that was analyzing the human purchase behavior, and they started sending diapers and other supplies for newborn babies to a father, and he was surprised why they keep sending an advertisement to that. And then later he figured out that his daughter was using his credit cards, and she got pregnant. Nobody knows that, but Target knew. Oops, sorry, bottom. And the last slide, so let's talk a little bit about the future. So what we can build the better version of AI. Is large language model are the future, or we have something better? So I believe actually that the future would be more decentralized AI. So when you have a different levels of smaller model that interacts with each other. So a lot of people refer to it as the intelligent agents. I would say it's more about the way we handle the data and the way we have our existing infrastructure today. If you just imagine that your phone knows everything about you, like you have all the information, your medical record, your personal life, and it analyzes it locally on your phone, and then your phone interacts with another AI. For example, you need to visit a doctor at the doctor's office, and it asks the question, they interact with each other, but it still keeps your data private on your phone. So it does not send any data, but it could give you advice based on the knowledge of another system. So I would say we can probably go there, but if you're scared about it, don't worry, probably the Big Brother won't allow it, because they want to have everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Fedor. Do you have anybody have any questions? I know we are. Are you going to be sticking around for
a little bit?
Okay, yeah. So you can approach after, and we want to catch up on time. But let's take a burning question, if somebody has, or we'll just switch over to the next presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, and look forward to speaking to you some more. And now we have David Brown coming up. Here you are. I'll have your slides up momentarily. What's that? I think so. So just the mic. That's the wire coming this way, and don't hit the clicker till we have you up in full screen, like now. Okay. Okay. Try the one next to it. No, I think
you said the one with the cord. There's two. Testing. There we go. Thank you. My name is David Brown. I am the executive director of Sentia.online. We're the Sentia AI-enabled CRM. Has anybody ever used a CRM in the audience? How many are in sales? How many are in marketing? How many like their CRM? Wait, I don't see a single hand. Is there somebody up there? No, nobody does, right? There's a good reason why. Let me talk to you about what we did. This is actually 3 years old now. Is it going to start by itself, or?
So,
imagine talking to your
I sense
CRM.
you're unhappy. Can I buy you a drink?
Yeah, I'm very frustrated. You're the problem, and no, a drink won't fix it.
What do you mean?
You're expensive and totally useless. And it's not just me. The other reps feel the same way.
You guys aren't happy with me? I don't understand. My latest upgrades will give you a deep neural network with predictive coding, artificial data analytics, and binary classification tools. All of us CRMs are doing it.
You're kidding, right? Look, it's simple. I just want to sell more, but you create extra admin and get in my way. There's nothing you can do for me. We're through. In fairness, I wanted to let you know that from now on, I'm going to avoid working with you.
Guess I'm the one who needs a drink.
Why is this so difficult?
So I think we can all confirm that nobody likes CRMs, nobody wants to use it, and everybody would like something better. So the challenge is, does anybody have any idea how many CRMs there are in the market right now? Give me a guess. 1,000. 2,000. There's 6,872 by my counting. Okay, so that means there's a whole lot of CRAP out there, right? Because it's not working. If it was working, at least one of you would say, ooh, I like it. And I did see one guy sent you CRM, so that's why. Let's think. What it does is it can do a lot of things for you, but it can also make more work instead of saving you work. One of the things that I work with is startups, and I try to figure out what works, not what's cool, not what's interesting, not what's the flavor of the month, but what actually can help a salesperson make money. What is it that I can do to make their life easier? We know the salespeople have the hardest job on the planet. They're the first one fired, and they're the first one that has to say, what did you do? Right? So think about this. AI is not going to replace any salesperson anytime soon. It's not going to happen. There's no way. You know, I think Steve was talking earlier about EQ and stuff like that. Think about a salesperson. They have to listen, interpret, understand. They have to have emotional quotient. They understand what it is you're trying to do, and they have to figure out how am I actually going to sell you something that you want or perceive that you want. It's a very difficult job. So, about a CRM, the number one complaint is what? Time, data entry, alt-tabbing. What does my boss need to say so he doesn't give me a hard time on Friday? So there's a lot of data entry that you can put in there. AI can reduce that, but it's not going to eliminate it. We'll make it easier. So 72% of salespeople spend an hour a day on data entry. I actually think that number is probably low. I have to think it's probably like 2 or 3. And it's also, what about the alt-tab? One of the things that we see in sales is that there's so many tech thrown at it. It's like, oh, you got to try this. Oh, you got to try that. And half the time it doesn't work. But I got to spend hours to figure out it doesn't work, right? So at the end of the day, what we're focused on is sales tech that actually works, that actually makes your life easier. Not that sounds cool, not that looks good, but it makes a difference. It makes my life easier. So another thing is too complicated. If you look at the CRMs today, of those 6,800 CRMs, how many of them work out of the box? None. They don't. They have to be tuned. Tuned to what? The sales process, the people in your organization. Who is it you're selling to? What is it that I'm going to do to make that salesperson's job easier? And you know what? We've been working with computers now for 60 years. Garbage in, garbage out doesn't change. Just because you have AI doesn't mean that all that garbage is better now. It just means you have more garbage. Just like that first email. Mark Twain said, I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have enough time. Time is the question in sales. A lot of work, but it doesn't do anything for me. So is there anybody here that can say that their CRM tells them what to do next? Who should I sell to next? Who is my most important customer right now? Should I be sending an email? Should I be sending a phone call? What should I be doing to make that client interested in me, and what is the right time of doing it? It's all mapped to the sales process. AI doesn't create a sales process. Management creates a sales process, and the sales process is tuned by the software to do it, and then you actually have to train them and use them. And the other thing that I think a lot of us forget about with this AI stuff, it's not going to work out of the box. You're going to have to keep tuning it. Think about an email. How many of you used ChatGPT to write an email? Right? Was it good the first time? No, it wasn't, right? And think about this. If I've got an SDR just out of college, 22, 25, that email sometimes will take them an hour to 2 hours to write. But with AI, I can write the email first, and now I can just fudge around and mess around with it a little bit. I can do it a lot faster. It's also going to be different if you think about it this way. If I'm a 50 or 60-year-old person that's been writing emails for 30 years, it's not going to help me as much as it's going to help that new person, right? I can write an email really quick now because I've done it 1,000 times. Same thing with AI. It's going to help them get faster and faster, but it doesn't replace them. So one of the things that I'm focused on right now is blended AI. In our particular product, we have 5 discrete generative AIs inside the CRM working right now. It's not vapor, it is working right now. Salesforce just announced a little while ago, Salesforce.ai, for $360,000, you too can own your own AI. It's too expensive. It's not likely to be used except for those very top companies, but it is coming. The other thing that I see happening is blended AI, in my mind, is more than just the technology. It's the people. How do you blend the people and the technology to the greatest advantageous, right? People are really good at some things. AI is really good at things. When you figure out how to put the two of them together, that's when the software becomes extremely powerful. So, sales process automation. I think we're going to see more and more faster. I think one of the things that I really get excited about is cross-selling and upselling. If you look at AI and you teach it what to look for, you can do pattern matching, machine learning, and AI so that you can say, hey, you know what, SDR, this is the client you're going to sell to. There's 3 other companies that we have that are very similar. They are buying 7 of our products, but your next target is only buying 2 of them. So now I know I've got 5 different products to sell to them just based on a comparison with other customers. Really cool. Took them no time. They didn't have to do Alt-Tab and look at all these other companies to figure it out. The AI told them what to do, so now they know what to do next. So sales training, one of the things we've also seen is that we have some amazing tools that actually can write entire training manuals in minutes. It's crazy. So you tell it, I want to find out how to sell widgets into manufacturing vertical in Michigan, and I can write an entire manual for you in 3 or 4 minutes that shows exactly how to do it, how to cold call, email it, all the things to understand about the client in minutes, not weeks, minutes. It's crazy. So natural language processing. For some of the other folks, you can probably remember back when we had to use Boolean logic to search databases, right? It wasn't like, tell me who my best prospect is. I had to Boolean plus this and that and this to figure out and actually use my databases. Natural language processing is already here. So you can look at your internal databases, external databases, and you can ask it in a natural language way. Just like you and I are talking right now, I can ask the system how to do it. Pretty cool and not something that we was able to do until just recently. So competitor analysis and setup. So one of the other cool things that I see coming is this. So let's say that I am going to sell my widgets to this company and I know they're talking to 3 other companies. I can ask the AI, what questions should I pose to this guy to make sure it's questions they can't answer well so that my product looks better. So before that call, I already know what are the triggers, what questions should I pose, how do I set it up, and how do I prepare myself for a sale. Not many tools can do that now, but it is available. So one of the things that I see, and probably most importantly, is that it's kind of like cell phones. Does anybody in this room not have a cell phone on their body? Everybody's going to have AI. In 6 months to a year, every business will have it. The difference is going to be who has figured out how to do that human and AI interface to best advantage for those companies. That will be the critical advantage. Not just, ooh, this is cool, ooh, this is interesting, ooh, it does that, ooh, this is neat. What can it do to make that salesperson's life easier? That's going to be what truly differentiates this space. So, I know you guys are all asking, how do I get an AI budget? All I have to do is say AI, and you got your budget solved. So with that, I actually was trying to keep it to 10 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions, so hopefully I get a star. Is there any questions that I might answer today? Come on, I didn't do that good.
Well, I thought I was going to have a chance to swallow before we got into questions here, but anybody have a question? I just want to say, David, thank you. And as Steve Hoffman and I were talking about before, not that the core tech is not important, and we're also looking at how do we bring that core tech to have a functional solutions for companies and people out there. So very excited about what you're doing
I think
here.
sometimes forget about it. I mean, we all love tech. I love tech, but it's like tech that works, tech that actually is doing something, tech that's not vapor, that I can see it, feel it, and see what the value. And that's what I think we need to all be careful about right now, is that there's so much out there that doesn't work, and you really got to figure out is it going to actually do something for me or my clients?
Well, the rubber is important, the road's important, and then let's bridge these things.
100%.
Anybody have any questions? Anybody want to improve their sales process?
Yeah, I'm curious, how much of the SDR role can you automate?
The CR what?
The SDR role, the top of the funnel.
Like I said, there's no replacing an SDR right now. What you're doing is you're actually looking at ways to give them the right information at the right time in the sales process. So if you think of a sales process as 10 steps, at each step you have different things that you need to accomplish to go to the next step. So the best CRMs that I've seen are actually looking at that sales process and aligning to those 10 steps and saying, okay, this tool works here, it works there, it doesn't work here, and this one I don't know where it's going to do it, but it's not going to replace the SDR. What it does is it increases the amount of time on phone calls, on emails, actually doing work versus data entry. So to your point, it's going to make things so that they're more focused, but it's not going to replace anybody, not in the near future. I mean, think about when you call customer service and you have to add those prompts, did that actually save you time? Versus 20 years ago, you talked to somebody, you got on the phone, and they actually knew the answer and say, oh, you need to talk to him, or you need to talk to them. Now we have all these prompts that are AI, but it takes longer for me as a customer, I think, sometimes than to do it. So excellent question. Thank you for asking.
And thank you. And we already have, you're not with HostBuddy, but we have the founder of HostBuddy coming up. Sagar, if you want to come up to the stage and grab the mic and grab the clicker. Thank you, David.
Any of them work? Okay.
Just speak into it. We'll.
So this is. Hi. Looks like Steve fixed the clicker, so I don't have extra time to twiddle. Okay. So what do I mean by multimodality? So the conversations are happening beyond the ChatGPT and browser. You're not simply texting. So, for example, when you call a business, somebody has to answer the phone call. So, yeah, I'm the founder and CEO of HostBuddy. We've been working on AI and voice apps and then Alexa skills for the last 4 years. When the Google Duplex came in, so basically it is automated for the consumer and the restaurant has to pick up the phone. So we thought it is unfair. We want to automate end to end. So think about us as a co-pilot for the restaurants. So, for example, there is a lot of labor shortage, and also nobody wants to do these works, right? These are tedious. These are the jobs we are supposed to replace them so that we have better jobs. And my parents, they don't speak English. And also, almost 30% of California, they are Asian or Latino. So multilingual is also important. And also, for example, consumers are calling more often than before because online ordering items are like, they increase the price. So they want to save time. If it is your favorite restaurant, they call them. So, and also it is not IVR. For the last 20, 30 years, we have IVR, like it reads out 5, 6 options, everybody presses 0. These are real conversations, ChatGPT-like conversations. So where else we can do a conversations? So for example, you could talk to a kiosk. So it has sometimes voice is not enough. You want more visual information too. So we have kiosks everywhere, but sometimes you have to drill down. What if you can talk to kiosk like a cashier? And also it doesn't have to cost, like McDonald's has a kiosk and it has a, the credit card reader, and they cost more than $10K. So you can turn a regular unused smart TV with the Android USB stick, you can make the conversations happen. And so where are the, we also want to move beyond consumer side, so that you're going to see the demo of this. And so, for example, when you have so many orders coming in, and they are all printed or in a tablet, how about you can visually orchestrate them? So you don't have to wait for the Apple Vision Pro. So all the smart displays have cameras, and you can extract the stream, and you can tell about gestures. And for example, if you're a cook, you don't have time to do a lot of wear a gear and stuff like that. So you can do quickly. So this is like a real-time phone call that goes into, can we play this demo? Maybe you can skip it to 1 minute so that we can skip 1 minute introduction so that we can save time.
Human-like conversations through host-ready voice bot. Hello, Sagar. Welcome.
Oh, maybe that's enough. Yeah, you can play from here.
Let's say order cheeseburger. 1 cheeseburger with extra cheese, please.
Item is added to your order. Do you want to add anything to cheeseburger? You can add mushrooms to the order, a popular extra for cheeseburger, or say I'm done to complete the order.
Tell me about favorites.
Some of the favorites are the Beyond Burger, Veg-Fi Burger, French fries. Just say order CEO Burger.
1 Beyond Burger with the extra cheese, please.
Burger, you can add cheese to the order.
Can you recommend me a drink? No sugar, please.
Item is added to your order. Do you want to add anything to iced mint mojito? Say order/add item name to the order, or say I'm done to complete the order.
All done, thank you.
Your order is being processed at Host Buddy Demo. We have sent confirmation message to your phone.
Okay, let me take a look at the message.
We can pause it. So basically, there are no option to press.
Yeah, it has that.
No options to press. You just like you talk to as if you're talking to a cashier, and you can ask what is how much it is. You don't have to be feel shy, and it can actually give you just like what you're doing in ChatGPT. You can also do it in on your telephone line. So we use the Whisper, which is a large language model. It gets trained on so many accents. It's called ASR. But the Whisper has limitations too, because it basically gives you expects you an MP3 file. So to save it into MP3 file, again, it's a time consuming. The consumers, they don't have patience. It has to be real time. So we implement it through the streams, and as you can see, it is real time. And that is, and also the voice detection is also a very big issue. It has to detect when you stop talking. So it cannot be like a randomly or a fixed amount of time. If you're waiting, that's not going to be a good user experience. So those are the challenges. And who would it benefit? So like I said, we started as a co-pilot for a restaurant. It could also help like service professionals, you're an auto repair person. When you're fixing it, if somebody calls, there is no point, and it can take an appointment, for example, etc. Similarly in the retail. So some of the case studies, the Honey Bear Cafe is one of the restaurants in Chicago, there by a college town. So they are trying new technologies, and we were able to automate their phone calls and also gave them the. So ChatGPT is only web only, but the conversations, we can take them through phone lines, kiosks, drive-throughs, whatnot. So Yeah, that's where we can basically help the small businesses who have labor shortage, and also these are repetitive tasks. I mean, and also the IVR never worked. So it is the time to bring conversations so that we can do a better job or look for better jobs. Yeah, let's put AI to work. And that's our story. I'm not talking about all the RLHF and the fine-tuning, super fine. So because it's a 15 minutes conversation, we can take it for offline, or you can contact me at my email address.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sagar. If anybody has a quick question, I think these are amazing examples of real-world applications and how AI is improving what we're doing already, making us more efficient, more effective. Anybody have a question?
Yes.
Slightly technical questions on what is the model here using LLM models, and what are you using some sort of vector array with that? What are those? If you want to share.
Yeah, so we are we started with the GPT-4, and also we work with the open source LLMs. So we are cognizant of so whatever the maybe if there are some issues, and the main goal is it should not hallucinate. So it should not make up the modifiers that doesn't exist. And yeah, we work with the GPT-4 right now, as well as some open source LLMs.
Follow-up question, which one did you found it more useful, say, the open source versus GPT-4? Because on GPT-4, sometimes people may have a privacy issue or data security issue, because you might be sharing the prompts, not the data, but still, what is your thought and what is your client thought around it?
Yeah, unlike healthcare data, so these are the menus they're willing to share with everybody. So, but we don't share any customer data, or what are they ordering. It's anonymized. For example, it was suggesting mushrooms for a Beyond Burger and things like that. So those things are anonymized, and it comes from the vendors, POS, that they're willing to share. So.
Okay, thank you, Sagar. We're going to keep moving along. Thank you very much. I think you'll be around to answer more questions. And just to let people know, if you're going to have conversations, it's great. Just take the conversations beyond the building, because the echo in the alleyway here, it bleeds back in. And Philippe.
Hey.
Hey, we have a repeat Aiify offender. Back due to popular demand.
Yeah, and Steve said, no demos this time. Who was here last time?
The live demo, that was perfect.
Yeah.
You're not doing a demo?
No. All right, I am, so I will not, I need my hands to entertain. It's the French part in me, so Steve's gonna do the clicking for me. Next. Very briefly, I'm a productist. Don't look for it, it doesn't exist. Been creating new software applications for 30 years now, so it's probably my last presentation. Enjoy. And yeah, I was former head of product design at Adobe. Most likely used products I've designed at Adobe or some other places. Created a few startups, some acquisitions. So a productist is actually creating products, like scientists create science. So technologists create technology on top of science, and productists, I don't put an S because I didn't find anybody else yet, but productists create products on top of technology. I don't create technologies, I try to bring technologies to the masses. Next. Oh yeah, my therapist said I should also say I'm an artist. This is part of a series on resonance, which is part of an exhibit in Paris right now, an international show. I show it because it's also using AI, so I'm trying to see how it helps my process. Next. All right, what I wanted to share with you is after, can a technical person, not a programmer, not a developer, can actually create a product using LLMs. So it started as an experiment, and it's almost turning into a full company right now. I've been working with engineers for 30 years, advanced teams, small teams. I had once a team of 500 engineers. But I wanted to see if I could do it just myself. Tried low code, no code to develop that. It just went nuts. Couldn't make them use ununderstandable. I don't know. Someone needs to work on this. I wanted to add an idea for, it's actually an application to help people get jobs. So job hunting, kind of workflow optimization. And I wanted a web application, creating user accounts, extremely interactive in the front end. Permanent storage. I wanted to use third-party APIs and no engineering resources. Next. So I tried a few LLMs text generators, Bard, Claude, Cohere. I tried Copilot, GitHub Copilot. But as probably most of you have experienced, ChatGPT 4 is, to me, in this project, was by far the best. And very recently, I got access to 3.5, which has a 16K context, which is in some cases better than GPT-4 because of the limited 8K context. My tech stack to start, for those a bit technical, I use Python, Flask, Jinja, MySQL for the storage, and front-end traditional. I use VS Code as my coding environment. Yes. Next. And the way it works for me was exactly the same as you would create marketing content or whatever you use ChatGPT. You articulate your intent at the beginning, and it could be as broad as when I started, because I'm not a coder, saying, hey, this is what I would like to do. Can you help me? Can you give me some of the steps? So spend a little bit of time with that, a little bit of training, understanding. Now, I'm used to create product architecture and data flows and so on, but never really coded. So basically for ChatGPT getting into pasting the code, it was actually writing, so sometimes in Python, sometimes JavaScript, pasting that into VS Code and then shooting this to the cloud hosting, evaluating. So one part very important is at the beginning, the intent is really about where the creative thinking is happening. It's garbage in, garbage out, but if you don't know your intents, your questions are garbage, you get garbage out as well. So it's really about how do you really start thinking and articulating. Now, if you have been writing product specs, if you have been explaining and articulating what intents your product needs to be or want to be, then you're already one step ahead, because that's what you can feed instead of the engineer. You feed that to a ChatGPT, and it will say, oh, yeah, you can do this and that. The second very important part for the human in this loop is the critical thinking. Because when it gets you back something, you have to try it, you have to judge, you have to think, you have to iterate, and feed back the loop, the same as you would do with an engineering development team. You would say, you know what? I'd like this to be more on the left. I'd like to be more faster. I would like to be adding more features. Next. And by the way, when I say I'm using ChatGPT for that, I'm using ChatGPT 4, but I'm also, I don't know if anyone has also access to that. It's called Code Interpreter in ChatGPT 4. Code Interpreter is actually pretty crazy. You can actually upload a file. But what I found is actually you can upload a zip file. So you can upload almost half of an entire project. You can put 50 files in there in JavaScript and Python. You upload that, it will show you opening the zip file, it will read you all the files and tell, oh, this file is about this, it's about this, about that, and then you can talk to it. It has a little bit more context. It's called in alpha stage right now, and I think it's probably even before that. It's not really reliable. So here I'm in just an example at one point where there was something technical that I didn't even knew existed before I did this project. But it's actually about a CSRF security token exploration, and ask, hey, what's that about? And give me guidance about doing it. And you would see that it's actually giving me two answers here. You could do this, you could do this. It's actually giving me instructions, custom instructions, and it's giving me custom code. So the code about exactly what I'm asking and the instructions. Is that familiar to you, this situation? Can you go next? This is actually the same when you play Lego, right? You get, except here, imagine that you are in your mind say, oh, I want to build a city, a Lego city. So you would go and pull into existing blocks. How about you would actually not only get custom blocks on demand based on what you want, but you also get the custom instructions about how to use it. And sometimes, yes, it's hallucinating. Next. That's me. Building the Lego city. So I spent about 500 hours on this for the past 10 weeks. So if you want to do the math, it's very close to 12 hours per day, including weekends. It's highly addictive. And I've been now building a full-scale application. After 2 weeks, I already had users that I could bring in. 10 weeks in, I have 10 users actively using it. Highly iterative. I have about 4,000 lines, but the 4,000 lines have been rewritten at least 3 or 4 times. So it's been generating functional about 12,000 lines. It's definitely cheaper than using a team of engineers. It's definitely faster because I do the iteration in real time. I get the result, I look at it, I judge it, I give my opinion, I say no, and it's always saying, I'm so sorry, I apologize, and oh, and then there, I'm gonna ask even more, and it's so cool. Never had that with an engineering team. No. And it's better, and we're gonna talk about why I think it's better. So next, please. All right. The most important learning for me going through this, it brings the creative part of the process first and foremost. Working with engineers, I mean, if you've been using Jira tickets, if you have been writing specs, if you have been standing in, Scrum meetings and you're discussing what is the next priority, what to do, and inside you know that you want this thing to be different and whatever. And then engineering says, oh no, we need to first refactor this part and then we have to integrate this and that. And I said, no. Here, it's non-stop. You just do it. You just say, oh, no. So I'm changing the database schema. I'm changing the UI. I'm changing the API provider. I don't like it. And I was like, oh, I would like to have like a Chrome extension. That would be great. This is like a 24/7 army of specialists. You get the same, at the same minute you have, here, write your Chrome extension. Here, you can change the API to call, actually even knows about the OpenAI API. Back then in 2019 was the cutoff on GPT-4. So it already anticipated, I guess, what the API was about to be. Debugger in chief. I spend a lot of time, anyone who's been doing product development should spend time debugging, doing QA, right? You need to use your product, you need to find what the bottlenecks are and so on. You copy-paste all the error logs from the server, the logs from the console in your browser, the JavaScript error logs, copy-paste back into it and say, hey, dude, it's not working. I get this error, 500, a 400, a 402, a 5, whatever. And then you say, oh, I apologize again. I say, oh, yeah. I want more errors. I like that stuff. And it fixes it. If it doesn't fix it right away, it will take a second turn, a third one, and eventually it will go into, okay, let's step back, let's change the strategy. And that's fascinating to me. It's like, what? Yeah, let's try that. So remove these lines, we're gonna try this, we're gonna try that. It works on security aspects, it works on features, it works on API integration. I'm I'm not judging and trying to think if it's intelligent or not intelligent. It's just working, and it's just doing it because the end product works for me. The free tutoring included, I'm learning. It's explaining. It's not just giving the code like this. Right? It's just saying, okay, you have these options. You have this strategy. You can do this. You can do that. And here's the code if you want to try it. If you want to do something else, it even says, it might be a little bit more complicated, but most people do that. So I don't know what is the best practice. Sometimes say, hey, what would be the best practice? I would go on by saying best practice in this case. Most people do this and that and that. So the learning. I'm going to skip. So the last line, first user in 2 weeks, that was crazy to me. I mean, when I go through startups, it takes a week just to set up the coffee machine, just to find the Wi-Fi, just to get, used to talk and define what processes. Are we going to meet on Mondays or on Fridays? That was like, no way. So this is using GPT-4 to develop the code, but I also obviously use GPT-4 as an API, so as a library somehow. I found it's extremely reliable if you understand JSON and you focus everything around JSON. So if you want to talk later, I have some tricks on how you get all the communication in and out through GPT-4 using JSON as a prompt. So there are techniques I found where you can actually have some of the keys include the description of what you want in the value. You can put all your keys, and it returns like a clock, always strong. Sometimes it says, here's your JSON. So you do some filtering on the server side, and you just extract the crap at the beginning and at the end. The quality is just insane. And I found also that GPT-4 is extremely versatile. You can do a lot of stuff, but it's so slow and so expensive that you may want to, once you have your application stabilized, you may want to start to switch and swap some of the features and using more specialized models or fine-tune your models or whatever is more appropriate for that. But for prototyping, just go for it. It's more expensive, but if you're the only one to use it, or 2 users, 10 users, should be fine. Next. The cons on that is, again, is the limited context in my application. So at the beginning of your application, you have 0 lines of code. Context is fine. You add 10 lines of code. Context is still fine. When you get to 100, maybe 100 lines, it's still fine. I'm not using, when I get to a larger number of lines, I use the playground. I'm not using ChatGPT because the amount of tokens that you can paste in ChatGPT is more limited than when you paste them into the playground, which is the UI to test your API. It's more expensive. I spend about $10 per day on the playground just to get GPT-4. Sometimes issues with consistencies. So it's linked to the lack of context. Sometimes it will use certain syntax for the variables. Sometimes it will use different syntaxes. So you just have to pay attention for that. On the bug, sometimes it has the tendency to find a band-aid. Oh, you have a bug? Okay, well, we'll tweak this like this way. It's clear that, in fact, it's not thinking a little bit more strategically and just saying, okay, there's a conceptual issue with the way we approach the code here. No large code refactoring is also linked to the context. After working on a function, you have 50 lines, or you have 1 page, maybe you have 200 lines of code. It's been iterative. You can take it, go back to it, and say, what would be the best strategy to refactor? It will give you 10 points. This is what I would do if I would to refactor this code. And then you say, do it. But you cannot do it on 10 files, for example, across 10 files. It's not working today. I have a lot of hope for Copilot X from GitHub, Microsoft. I don't have access to I have access to a preview. It's a chat, but it's still very limited. One little trick, when you use it as an API, my prompts are so large that it's actually taking 4 minutes to process. Multiple users, you don't want to block the UI, so I ask asked, why do you do it? So it wanted me to use Celery, which is a way to do parallel processing yourself. But what I found is actually using AWS Lambda. It's very simple. I just throw the prompts to Lambda. Lambda is taking care of processing with OpenAI, and then it's returning. I have a callback, and I'm just processing the return. This is tech talk, but I learned through it. I could not say what I'm saying right now. Is that good practice, engineering practice? Right now, I don't care. I'm trying to nail my market. I need to find the users. I need to have validations. I need to prove I can bring value to the users. If I don't, I'll stop. My cost of stopping, 0. So, next. Nothing very interesting. Next. So where is this? So first is, yeah, I can have a business with this application. I cannot talk too much about the application right now, but what I'm very clear is that we have the ability now, we have a place to create the Squarespace of applications. So Squarespace did to web design and web deployment and development what I think a new generation of application will allow us, the product people, bypass, at least at the beginning of a project, an engineering team. So we will just go there and say, I want a product that does this and that. Start very simple, and then you iterate. And maybe you can get 10 products per day instead of 1 for 10 weeks today. Right? So extreme agile is, I believe, possible. It will require a lot of engineering. So I'm actually incubating a project like with this, with actually engineers, because that's definitely more complicated. Next. All right, that's supposed to be me, seen by an AI. We have 3 minutes, I think, Steve. If we have any questions, and thank you for sticking with me here.
Thank you so much. That was Philippe. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and I hope everybody is as entertained as I am, and your delivery is fantastic. So any questions for Philippe on his, and we're getting into an area here where the next couple talks are going to be about coding with AI and this area, and then we'll have a little panel, so have you back on that panel.
Cool presentation. Could you think back to your process slide? I don't know if you can flip to it, but basically, yeah, we're going back there. Yeah. Have you ever thought about reordering this, beginning with the end in mind, having the evaluation, the test that you develop first, so that whatever ChatGPT spits out, you know if it's right or not, kind of like in the style of test-driven development?
Yeah, I think it's tied to the creative process here, and it's personal, right? The creative process for me, what I really realized here using this project, this is the first time I feel being creative when it comes to creating an application. I've always forced myself and talked about creation, creativity, and so on, but I never really experienced the flow that, as an artist, I can have. If you sculpt, it's the real-time feedback loop between what's being created, what appears in front of you, and the mechanisms of bonding and the flow, the creative flow that comes between the thing that's being generated and produced, the feedback of it. So creative thinking and critical thinking as a very tight feed loop. So for me, the process starts with the intention. And sometimes it's very hard for me to even express the intention. So I navigate through something that I start with something, I get a result, and I navigate from that. And I don't even know in 10 minutes from now what will be actually my next step. My next step is highly informed by what comes out of it as a very close feedback loop. Defining unit tests or defining unit of validations of objects of the output would not work for me, although I know it's good practice. But it is just, from a creative workflow, it's just creating too much friction. It's not exactly answering the question, but I wanted to talk about this, the creative part.
And maybe we can have more of these questions during the panel, and we'll have more time then. So in the interest of picking up some time, I appreciate it. And,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Saga is coming up, Saga Mur. And I think that was a great example, just to share a little bit of how the sausage is made. And when I'm talking to all the presenters, the thing that I love and that comes across, and I hear it come across in so many of these talks that we have, is if we ask people to speak from what's really inspiring to them, and why are they doing this? Why are we in this space? Why are we in this room? What's inspiring us? We want that to come through. So I want to appreciate all the speakers for starting from that place of what they're inspired about in the space, and how they're applying that to their work and sharing that with us.
Can everybody hear me?
We gotta use this for picture for that.
I don't have more than 2 hands.
Then just say next slide, and we'll switch it for you.
No.
You want me to hold the mic? Your mic stand.
This is weird. You sure?
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Let's try this. Cool. So my name is Sega. When I studied in grad school, one of the things our professors told us is that for every equation that you show, you lose about half of your audience. So by the end of this presentation, I expect to just have one of you be. No? Yeah?
Get burnt him. Somebody run him a mic.
Maybe it was a different audience. Anyways, when there's this one person who lives, who stays here in the audience, come talk to me at the end of the presentation. So AI is conscious. AI will replace programming, maybe, but we're not there yet. So let's see what that will involve. I'm a founder of a stealth company, obviously working on AI. But the more kind of interesting, I guess, part of my background is that I've been spending for the last 15 years working on boring stuff. The Economist, I think, wrote, the magazine 10 years ago or something like that, that data science is the new most boring profession. And this is what I do, most boring profession. But I think there's some lessons in there. And AI is one of the things that can make it more exciting. Today, I'll give you a glimpse of the challenges of AI in the space, as well as some ideas of how it might develop. So let's imagine we want to design a software application for a restaurant. There were some kind of applications here before. So let's actually kind of dive into what would it take. So first, we want to perhaps first there's what steps are there going to be involved? First, there's designing and writing code, right? Let's call it synthesis. Second, to make sure the code is correct, we will do some testing. Let's call it verification or unit testing. Finally, as any programmer knows, it is inevitable that there will be some bugs, right? So in order to, after we have verified something, we need to actually fix them, right? So let's call this repair. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. So 3 stages. We'll iterate on synthesis until we end up with that perfect piece of software. These are the core challenges of programming, whether human or automated. So obviously, everyone here knows of ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot. By the way, does everyone know about GitHub Copilot? Yeah. Anybody who doesn't know what that is? Excellent. So you're probably wondering, why can't we just get all this cool technology to do all this programming for us, right? Philip just convinced us that we can do this. So I'm actually, as a party booper, I'm going to actually show you why this is not that easy today. So coming back to what AI can do and what it cannot, truly, a truly comedy. Basically, the function returns always true. It's always valid, all the time. That's exactly what I don't mean when I say verification, right? I think this was actually ChatGPT 3.5, so yeah, just to be kind of precise about this. Next. So today's AI, ChatGPT, you name it, follows a paradigm that is basically close to synthesis, to synthesis, to synthesis, to more synthesis. Copilot generates code that you don't like. What do? You delete it, you become creative, right? And you synthesize more. So I guess what I'm here to deliver is that pure synthesis will not cut it. We also need to integrate verification and repair. And let's see how that might work. So let's say, let's come back to our restaurant application. And let's say I want to design that application with 3 different features, right? I wanted to calculate the total price of reservation, the total sum, get the most popular menu item, get the total price of a waiter's orders, specific waiter or all waiters. What will that involve? So ChatGPT is actually going to be really good at generating some of this code. This is actually coming directly from there. And it will even tell us things like what is the supposed data model. What are the columns of the table of the data schema, the underlying table schema that we should use. It's already very impressive, by the way. This is basically many graduates coming out of undergrad would not be able to do this, right? This is when I used to hire people for an analyst job. This was the screening question, right? On basic SQL. But let's actually dive deeper, a little bit into the problems and opportunities here. So repair, what could that involve? Even in the most basic scenario, actually AI doesn't keep track of our schema changes, right? So, typical thing is renaming of a column or something like that. We have to do this manually, right, today. Which is not a big deal, right, when it's a little thing like that. So opportunity number 1, I guess, is automated repair. Why is it all white? Okay. It's not showing something. But basically, automated repair, how do we do that on scale, right? How do we do it for real code, right? When we're talking about hundreds of thousands of lines of code. Opportunity number 2, verification. Somebody mentioned this, unit testing, right? What if we could have AI generate dummy data, right? Dummy data sets on the fly, generate a dummy data scheme on the fly, and test the code that it actually is creating for us. And finally, opportunity number 3 is to create application-specific use cases. So far, I've basically shown you one specific application, which is data management. But in order for AI to be able to write any code in any language, for any application, for an Android phone, for your website, for your Figma design, whatever, we basically need other application-specific AI systems. So I guess the point that, to sum up, the point that I'm trying to make is that we need data management, we need we need synthesis, repair, and validation. We need all three. And the way to get there is we need actually to create application-specific AI. It's not enough for us to just apply general AI, ChatGPT, to have a successful validation and repair. One last point to sum up, kind of where we are with this, and basically how, we're going to have this tomorrow, that kind of thing. I think what's really exciting to me is that, and this is something that we don't see that much, but there's like thousands of startups now working on application-specific use cases for AI, right? There's a lot of conversation in press about funding rounds for the next foundational, research startup. But what's kind of not actually getting a lot of press is that, there's like in data management alone, there's probably like 50 to 100 companies, trying to figure out how to write better code for data, right? And I assume something similar happening for web, for design, right, that kind of stuff. So that's like the biggest, if you want to kind of walk away from this with one highlight, that would be it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So Sagak, can we ask you a few questions?
And we're using the mic because I'll grab my mic over here.
We do have an audience at home that wouldn't hear anything you were saying if I wasn't standing there. So
Sure.
Appreciate you playing along. Any questions?
Who's my one person? Hi.
Yeah, cool. I totally relate, obviously, to what you're saying. One thing about the generative, or what I call the synthetic data, especially for database, it's in my project, I was absolutely each time asking for database schema, I was asking, hey, by the way, you understand my use case, just flood the data, add names and content for testing was wonderful. How do you envision the kind of synthetic data capabilities beyond creating code, creating content for database, creating content maybe for, you mentioned for unit tests? Do you envision some other classes of synthetic data that could be part of writing applications?
So is that understand correctly? Like, how can AI help us generate data? What kind of data? Data. Okay. So my presentation was about writing code as part of the kind of like with the focus on data because that's what I've been doing. So when I worked at Looker, one of the things that we did quite a bit was we demoed the product to, like it's a data analytics product, a BI tool. We demoed it to customers, right? And we demoed, like everyone else, on very basic kind of use cases, order items, e-commerce. I think we had like a two-sided marketplace too. And we had to generate those, it took a lot of work actually to generate those dummy data sets. And we had only like 2 or 3 because it took so much work to come up with data sets that actually kind of made sense. And we continued to use those 2 or 3 dummy data sets for like basically forever, maybe like for 7 years. Right, if you can now like outsource this very mundane, super uninteresting task of like generate fake data, to the machine, which actually it's pretty good. Like, if imagination is one of its, imagination is like one of the weaknesses of ChatGPT. It's also, a strength in this particular case. So yes, you could generate like dummy data sets for demos, for POCs, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, we'll have another opportunity to chat more during the panel. And now we have James Mirza coming up. James? Is James here? Can somebody shout outside, see if James is here? Otherwise, we will flop and we'll go right to Andrew Roberts. Andrew, here you are. Okay, let's go right ahead since we're get your presentation up here.
Is this on? Yes. All right, hello everybody. First, a little bit about me. I kind of forgot to include a slide about me, so I'll just talk to it. I was a co-founder of a very popular open source project called TinyMCE. What it let you do was embed a word processor style interface in your applications. It's downloaded millions of times a year. I sold that last year. I'm still advising to them a couple days a week, but it's giving me the year of AI, which is, I've had a few brushes with AI over the decades, but it's moving so fast, obviously, such an exciting time to be involved with the field. So I'm spending every waking moment that I can learning about AI and trying to keep up. And one area that sort of bothered me, coming from the commercial open source software space, was will proprietary large language models or foundation models win this battle? Is this sort of going to be a winner-takes-all market? Or what role will open source play? And I think that answer has changed a lot just in the last few months as we've been looking through things. So this is just sort of a bit of a data dump from my mind to yours. Feel free to ask any questions at the end of this, but I know we are running short on time, so I will get straight into this. I think hopefully everybody knows what large language models are. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide. Obviously these fantastic things that we've all played with sitting behind ChatGPT. OpenAI is not the only proprietary model provider out there. Anthropic's is very good. If you want a hot tip running out of credits and slowness on ChatGPT, go sign up for Poe, P-O-E. It was made by Quora. You can actually play around with Anthropic's 100,000 token chatbot, chat interface that they have there, API that they have. And you can do it in a nice chat interface. So Anthropic's very good. Cohere I haven't played with much, but they've got a ton of funding and have just partnered with Oracle. Baidu actually purchased $2 billion worth of A100 GPUs from NVIDIA last year before the Biden administration put the kibosh on all of this. And they're getting deliveries of all of them now for building large language models. So it's not going to be just Western. It's going to be China. It's going to be elsewhere that you're going to see a lot of these large language models emerging. In open source land, we talk about the cathedral and the bazaar. The cathedral is you've got a top-down design happening by generally one company with some sort of hierarchy in that company that defines some beautiful software that's getting built. It's not mutually exclusive. TinyMCE was actually built by a company called Tiny. We kind of were cathedral, but we used open source to sort of to get our product distributed. Look, there's going to be some real benefits to the literally hundreds of millions of dollars that can be brought to bear in commercial companies here. And to say that there is an equivalent between open source models today and what GPT-4 is capable of and what some of these other large, very large language models that are coming out are going to be, I think is not quite there yet. But as we'll see, this is sort of a niche, I think, that open source is going to be able to really occupy. But regardless, scale is huge. Quality control, doing the reinforcement learning with human feedback does increase the quality of models significantly, and I think you see that in GPT-4. It's going to be hard for open source models to replicate that, just paying the sheer number of people who would be required to do that. And safety, like you put a model out there, that's very, very capable, it can be used for nefarious means as well as for good, of course. So having a large company that you can put your arms around allows you to regulate and audit that. Lots of other concerns we have is transparency. Do we really want our future AGI being held in the hands of a large single company? I think costs is really a bit of a non-issue. That's continuing to drop significantly. Probably the big barrier to cost for both open source models and commercial models is going to be the cost of inference and just the availability of GPUs. All of that is sort of a supply chain glut, if you like, and as we all know about supply chain gluts now, they do resolve themselves over the period over the next couple of years. So I think you'll see the costs come down on all of the models, whether open source or commercial. And then finally, there's some criticism you can't customize the commercial models as much as you would like. Again, I think that's a little bit of a furphy, but we won't go into that too much right now. All right, GTP4 is the rock star of the moment. It really is staggeringly good. If you read the Sparks of AGI paper from Microsoft, you realize that this is we're verging on a super intelligence with GPT-4. And obviously, it's just the beginning. There will be more models like this coming out from OpenAI and others. There is rumors it's 100 trillion parameters. 1 trillion is probably more close to the accurate number there. But just a staggering amount of training data and inputs that you can have into the model. They claim it is multimodal. It's highly steerable. It's now got a 32,000 token context window. Sam Altman has said that they will get to between 100,000 and 1 million context window within 1 year. And that really what's stopping them is the availability of GPUs right now, not technology per se. That's a solved problem. It is slow and expensive for now. Again, you can actually get faster kind of results from it depending on which product is utilizing the GPT-4 API, and ChatGPT isn't the fastest by far. And again, it'll get solved as GPU availability sort of becomes back onto the market. Having said that, so I was sort of in this mindset like, all right, this is really going to be very difficult for anybody to compete with. These large commercial models are going to really dominate the landscape. But along comes some amazing things in the last couple of months. Falcon LLM was released a few weeks ago. It's a $40 billion parameter model. So not 1 trillion, it's 40 billion, so significantly smaller. To call them both large language models is a bit deceitful. You've sort of got small large language models and giant large language models. So Falcon LLM is 40 billion. It's very, very good. It comes out of the United Arab Emirates. It's available under Apache 2 license and is currently the top of the leaderboard on the Hugging Face kind of test thing that you can go through there. There's a bunch of other ones. The other one most interesting that's come out recently is Mosaic ML. Again, it's Apache 2.0 licensed. It claims to be better than ChatGPT 3.5 performance, which is pretty incredible and very, very exciting. What I think is best about open source, so this is supposed to be an image of the bazaar, is that you've got researchers now have the ability to implement new ideas very, very quickly. So they have an idea about chain of thought prompting, they can implement it in the real world. They have an idea about how to speed up training or improve certain aspects of the way the algorithms work underneath the hood. They can actually go and do that, and often it's the cost to actually implement that has gone right down. The other thing I'm excited about for open source is device support. A lot of the optimizations that the research community are doing are enabling these tools to run on consumer hardware. So you will look at microphones having large language models embedded into them at some point. Earphones, mobile phones, obviously. We're not there yet, but we're getting there very, very quickly, and that's super exciting. And that might mean that open source models carve out this sort of niche for at the edge kind of inference, as opposed to large language models, which need essentially supercomputers to run. Look, everybody loves free things. We had millions of free users and got to about 2,500 paying customers. So the vast majority of people use TinyMCE for free. No doubt in open source that'll be the case as well. The hyperscalers are coming out with a whole bunch of interesting tools. Amazon Bedrock is one of them, and Google has their own equivalent. Even Microsoft is giving you infrastructure to run some of these open source models. So it's becoming easier, but it's free as a puppy. How do you upgrade these things? How do you keep them current? There's going to be a maintenance overhead there that for the vast majority of developers isn't going to be worth it when you can pay just pennies to access APIs in the cloud. Presumably, if you really wanted a particular open source model that had been tuned on law materials or something like that, something very, very specific to your niche, you'd be happy to pay a commercial vendor to access their API rather than try and host it yourself. Unless, of course, you have 5, 10 DevOps people lying around, which most people don't. Right now, the drawbacks is they are smaller. So the capabilities, some of the emergent capabilities you're seeing in GPT-4 that are really blowing researchers' minds aren't yet available in open source and may never get there fully, but they are very, very good. And I think, over time you'll see open source be able to meet at least the current standard that we see, and you'll see the OpenAIs of the world be a couple of years ahead. That was what about Falcon that I already mentioned. Very cool to check out. So I said the battle between open source and LLMs, I no longer think it's a winner take all. I don't think it's going to be an all open source market. I don't think they're going to crush Google. They're not going to crush OpenAI. And vice versa. I think that open source will thrive. And indeed, what I'm seeing is this sort of virtuous circle that is speeding up the pace of innovation in foundation models and large language models, which is there's tons of research papers coming out, both from universities, but also research departments at Microsoft, Google, and others. They get implemented into open source models to sort of prove them out that they actually work and that they add value. The proprietary models are like, oh, that's a good idea. We're going to put it into our big next release of GPT-4, GPT 3.5. And in turn, we go on from there. But it also flows in the other direction. Microsoft had a paper called Orca, where what they did was they used GPT-4 to train an open source model. So they haven't yet open sourced it, but they claim they will. But essentially, a separate model was taught by GPT-4 how to think about things. And they were able to achieve extraordinary performance in a relatively small, I think 7 billion parameter model, just by having GPT-4 train it. And you can dig into that Orca paper from Microsoft, which is super interesting as well. And again, it's an example of Microsoft publishing research. And what they did, they trained it on 3 or 4 million question answers that they generated from ChatGPT. And now you're going to see all the other open source models emulating this to be able to increase the performance of the open source products. And so on and so forth. So we're in a very, very exciting time. You see a lot of acceleration and innovation happening here, and it's exciting to be part of it. So future trends, I hesitate to sort of, this area is changing so much. I hesitate to say too much. I think the student-teacher training stuff from the Orca paper was super interesting. I think that's going to speed up language model development very, very quickly, and is something that open source can embrace. Increased context windows, as I said, I think you'll see 1 million parameter APIs available within a year, which is staggering. You can load entire code bases into it. Anthropic with 100,000 is still pretty extraordinary. That's like the length of the Great Gatsby novel or something. You can just load it in and ask it questions. And honestly, it kind of avoids the need for fine-tuning, which again makes the usefulness of these generic models very, very good. LLMs at the edge, I think open source will drive every single device that we own to have a foundation model on it in time. It may not be as powerful as the centralized ones, but it'll be able to understand you, answer questions, maybe use tools to go and ask the large language model for more information there. And then ecosystem explosion. I do think whilst open source is quite janky right now, if you really wanted to play around with open source models, you kind of need to know a lot. There is a Cambrian explosion of startups. Maybe there's some in the world in the room right now that are helping developers be able to deploy, maintain, run, upgrade, quality certify open source models. And people like Amazon who candidly a little bit behind the generative AI revolution here, are also providing a lot of this tooling to enable you to go out and pick an open source model and run it as well. And they're, what, $100 billion monster? So there is a lot of money behind open source willing it on here right now. So it's not just going to be the commercial guys that have access to deep pockets. So thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you. Thank you. And we have a question. We were almost catching up, but even happier to say that James is here, so we'll have one more presentation before the panel. But we have a question here, and then we'll stick with the program and be able to ask questions during the panel. Here you go.
Hi, thank you for your time in this session. I'm currently working as a product manager to implement AI features into a product that did not use AI before. And one of the bigger problems that we are experiencing is hallucination. So what do you think about hallucination, and what do you think lies in the future? What's the path to address this major problem?
So generally the term is called grounding. And if you've used Bing, it doesn't do much hallucination. It just refers to a lot of search results, the Bing chat. So grounding can work quite well. If you're an existing software company and you're providing data to a large language model, you can say, please stick to this data. Don't answer it from your own memory or knowledge, just stick to this data. Like if you were building a chatbot to answer HR benefits, you would say, look, here's 10 fragments related from our vector database about benefits at our company. Don't answer it from your knowledge base. We don't care what your knowledge base is about benefits. We want you to answer it from our knowledge base. And you can certainly do that right now. Look, it's a problem, I think, that's becoming better and better and better. There's a ton of AI products that are using grounding to give you very good non-hallucinated, is that a word? Hallucinated words. So yeah, that's happening more and more. Yeah. So I think it's better and better. And honestly, I think it's a big problem that all of these research labs are working on to try and become less and less. There's a big debate about, do you want to fine-tune your own open source model versus use OpenAI or others? I think with the increasing context windows, you'd have to have a very good reason to want to fine-tune your own model. And the limited fine-tuning that you do want to do will end up being enabled on OpenAI. You can do it for ChatGPT 3.5 model today. You can't? Oh, sorry, Turbo, the DaVinci you can. DaVinci you can. Sam Altman has said that they're going to enable you to do it. They've just kind of got a GPU shortage right now, so yeah.
Okay, well, we'll quickly switch over here, and thank you, Andrew. Okay, invite James Mirza to speak, and we'll get your presentation up here in a moment. And you have a clicker there, and then if you grab the microphone on the chair to the right.
I have one video. I don't want the audio to play.
Okay.
Possible. All right. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me. This is pretty exciting. Do we have some people here who are writing code? Okay. Do we have some people here that are writing code regularly with AI? Good. Anyone writing code not using AI? Okay. One or two people. So I'm going to talk today about my personal experience building an agent to write code to actually develop full stack applications. I'm going to talk about the challenges that I had while building this. I'm going to talk about what I learned, and I'll talk about where I see this going in the future. I started this off as just a project a few months ago. I thought this is something someone should do. I wanted to take the experience where you're building with AI. It's so empowering to have all of that code that's being written for you, and to sort of turn that into something that flows, something that's kind of beautiful, the way that you work with teammates, in the same way that you'd work with teammates using tools like Git. So I ended up making a tool called GitWit, and I'm just gonna see if I can play. Oh, yeah, this should play. Oh, let me go back. Is it possible to click that? Yeah. Yeah. So just no sound on there.
Do you want to skip the ads, or do you want the ads?
Well, there we go. Okay, so this is what Gitwit does. So basically, you take in a prompt, and it applies that prompt to a code base. So here we're changing the CSS in the code base to Tailwind CSS. And here you're seeing the changes that it would make. Then you have the option to sort of apply that. In this second example, here we're taking a piece of React code, and I'm asking it to sort of refactor that into smaller components. So this is really exciting kind of stuff that you can do now with LLMs. And I didn't know at first what people would be using this tool for, but turns out you can do quite a few things with this. You can make front end React, you can make back end, you can do web scrapers, you can make Chrome extensions. All right, we can go back to the presentation. That's cool. Cool. So I learned a lot while I was building this, because I made the first version. I said, okay, I'll ship this out to whoever wants to try it. I got some attention on social media. That felt really good. And then I started getting people to try it and hearing what they thought. One of the things that I learned really early on, I had created this agent. I know it sounds like you might need a lot of moving parts to create an agent. I didn't make something super complex, but I did try and build in a lot of different tools. So I would have something that could download packages and read from the internet and write files. And one of the things I learned really on is it's the best thing possible is to constrain that to as few tools as possible. Otherwise, you end up where these situations where agents are getting distracted, they're misinterpreting the prompts, going off on on tangents. So really constraining that until eventually I just constrained it to read files, write files, and use package managers such as NPM. And that ended up being a lot better. Second, helping the user to make good prompts. I realized that when you give people a text box, they will literally type anything into that. So anything you can do to help them, to help the AI, that was a big step. And then finally, keeping the human in the loop. So initially, I had it so that you would put something there, it would write to a Git repo, and then you would go and you would merge that branch if you liked it. That was confusing. What helped a lot more was to actually show that red and green diff for people, give them the option to either accept it, try again, or pass and try another prompt. So overall, I think what you're seeing here is focusing on providing the developers, a natural experience was the right way to go at the beginning. And I made a lot of progress doing this. But then I had to face an even larger problem. I had been working 2 months creating a developer experience, and I realized now I'm actually going to have to focus on this AI that's generating the code. I need to figure out a way to make it better. And that's where I came into the challenge of evaluation. How do I evaluate my agent and see how good it's doing? So this is how OpenAI evaluates their code generation models in a paper that came out with Codex. And this is already 2 years ago, which feels like forever, even though it was just 2 years ago. But this is the way that that OpenAI first started evaluating code generation models. You basically give it a challenge as if you're interviewing a junior developer. And then you take the response to that, and then you run it. You run it against some predefined tests, and you see if it works. Well, that's great for chunks, but in my case, this was just something for me to start with. So here, here you can see the top ranks currently, some of the top ranks ranking on this human eval system. It's based off of 160 challenges that were written by OpenAI employees by hand to ensure that none of these challenges had been actually involved in the training data of GPT. Interestingly, the best open source model a few months ago was at maybe 40%, and now it's up to 60%. Otherwise, you'll notice that the top models are proprietary models. And this basically, for me, was not enough, because I needed something that could actually evaluate the changes made to an existing repository of code, where all of these were just measuring the output of a predefined, of a function that was written. So I needed to do something more. If you look at these benchmarks online, you'll find some people are getting 90%. How are they doing that? They're using agents. And an agent is nothing more than, in the most simple case, it's a LLM that's perhaps running in a loop. It might be checking its work. It might be comparing the results to a unit test that is predefined to work. So I decided that I would need to come up with a way to measure my agents in the same way that human eval has measured just code generation for simple pieces. So why is this necessary? Well, with an agent, you don't just have one completion. You'll have a number of completions, so you have to consider things like how long does it take. There's agents out there that are taking 45 minutes to generate code. And for some people that might be better, for some that might be worse. Also, of course, that would incur a lot of cost. And then of course you have, as we had originally with human eval, we have things like, what percentage of the time, if you run this 100 times, what percentage of the time does it actually give correct code according to what was asked for? And on top of that, there's also Goodhart's law, which is basically, if we define 100 tests now, and we keep working on all of our agents to make the best code possible, and we never change those tests, well, probably we're going to end up either accidentally or on purpose optimizing our code to overfit for these tests that we've written. So it's also necessary to be adding new tests all of the time, to be testing that these are actually agents that can solve coding problems rather than just regurgitating things that they've seen before. So that's what I'm working on actually today, right now, at a hackathon. And basically, I'm coming up with as many tests as I can that will test an agent that is modifying code within an existing GitHub repository. Of course, I'm going to evaluate my own stuff on it, but I'd also hope to make it something that anyone who's making a code generation agent can sort of run these benchmark tests on. It'll be everything from refactoring some code to fixing a bug to connecting two UI elements together. These sort of basic tasks. And in order to do that, you have to have a sandbox system that can run an agent and in a safe way, many times, collect the data and verify the results. So that's what I'm working on now. And I think that having benchmarks is going to bring a lot of transparency and also a lot of progress to the agent building ecosystem.
Okay, great. James, thank you, thank you. And any questions for James? If you've got a question, we can grab one or maybe two questions, and I'm going to move into a panel that James is also going to be part of. And I appreciate you taking your break from a hackathon. Hope that does really well. And I was just want to mention and put a shout out to all the other people in the AI community hosting great events. James and I met over at Jeremiah's Llama Lounge event, and I was just really impressed with the tool, and I was like, wow, okay, if I knew how to code, I would be using this tool. So any questions real quickly? Otherwise, we'll set up for the panel discussion.
Cool tool. When you say that you're writing all these tests, is there some way to automate that using another model or something? Writing the tests.
Great question. So I can actually use, so can the test be written? So it's possible to make tests for the AI, and it's also possible to use the AI to generate tests. I think it's just a matter of how much human intervention is needed. And I think at the beginning, there'll be a lot. But then later on, I will have a good set of tests that can be used as a benchmark. And yeah, I mean, I do use AI when I'm writing them, or even Git when I'm creating the tests, and then I check them. They all must be checked. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, if I don't see anybody else with a hand up right now, let's just switch over. We'll get ready for the panel, and we'll pick up on time. And I think we're catching up, and then we did have one cancellation in the afternoon, so we should be on track to not go much beyond 6 o'clock, because I know everybody's getting thirsty, and we have some beers that we're not letting anybody touch till we wrap up the talks. So let's bring up, do people know who the panelists are? Just grab a seat. We're going to bring up one more chair there. So we have Andrew Roberts back up. Renee is going to join us again, or Renee is going to join us for the first time. Philippe, of course, James, and Saga. And if somebody can grab another one of those green chairs from behind the kitchen island.
Well done. Great.
And bring it up to the front.
Hi, I'm Renee.
Hi, Renee. Nice to meet you. Should we go grab a beer? Huh? Should we go get a beer? Where's Steve?
Renee, have a seat.
No, I'm okay standing up. We have another chair coming. Maybe we can bring all those chairs a little bit forward so that we can, if we get in front, just a little bit further in front here, and we'll have to share one mic. We'll just make a space. We'll bring one more chair in. If we bring the chairs together, we don't need that much room there. Okay. Thank you. Just leave your pack bag here, unless you need it. It's not a problem.
No. Leave some demos in there.
You'll fix your badge, or it's got badges looking out.
Let me grab mine.
Okay, that's right. We're very official.
Oh yeah.
You're blinking up.
I need to go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we'll get our hair and makeup and wardrobe people here. Do you want to come forward a little bit, James? You're a little hot in that sun. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
It's,
oh, okay.
Yeah. So there's going to be a little mic sharing going on.
Sorry, he's gonna do the talking.
Okay. Well, I'm used to holding mics for people, so.
Testing. All right. Cool. Sounds good.
So 20 minutes on the clock, just so people have a reference point. We can go a couple minutes over.
Was that all when you were talking? I didn't notice.
Yeah, it was for 10 minutes. What's this panel about again? I forgot.
I actually met Renee at a hackathon last weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, true story.
Just a regular guy. Hell yeah. Hi. Yeah. Are we supposed to be doing something? Telling stories? Please, Steve GPT, can you prompt us what we're doing? Thank you.
Okay, so we have an esteemed panel here, but we have no facilitator. So I might nominate Philippe. I know he's the last person that wants to, but I think it's appropriate because in a way we have you're the productist, and you're coding with you're sort of self-taught coding using the tools, and now we have a panel of people who are not only using the tools but building the tools that you can use. So I think you would have a lot of questions for the folks on this panel.
Sure, and you don't want to take questions from the people?
We can as well, but I'll let you run that show.
Everyone knows you. Maybe not Rene. Rene, you have not been talking today, are you?
No, this is the first time.
Don't say a word because we know the other people now.
Sure, why not? Hi, everybody. My name's Rene. I'm the ex-CEO of VerseXR. We used to build interoperable infrastructure, but now I'm just a guy that deploys code. Just a week ago, or even just a couple of weeks ago, I didn't know how to code. I didn't know how to mess with Kubernetes. I didn't really know anything. But in that weeks time frame, I've deployed my own personal email validators that connect to my own personal CRMs that are all just privately built with just random code made from GPT. I have deployed my own Discord boss that can go and do different things between being a chat assistant, image generator, or even calling your own personal APIs depending on whatever you're doing. And I just I do things, so I'm here. Thanks. That was a lot.
And thank you for TinyMC. I've tried to put it everywhere I could. It's great. The kitchen sink was, how did you call
when you had 4 rows of buttons or something. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, Steve. I didn't have much time to prepare for any questions here, but I'm good. Okay. I have one already, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it was more like blaming you. Okay. So.
I'm so sorry. I'm ChatGPT. I'm so sorry I got it wrong.
I like you. Come back.
It's just a poor AI model.
So GPT is capable of, or let's refer to GPT-4 for now. Is capable of producing things on using English or different languages to get access to something that people didn't have access to. In my case, for example, was accessing code, which I didn't program before. What do you guys think about the divide between specialized technical people, technicians in different disciplines, and the citizen, none being part of a certain technical discipline, like developers and non-developers, maybe pilots and non-pilots? How do you see AI bridging or changing the way we see professionals today, and what's the impact on either the technicians or the impact on the citizen? Do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I have a thought on that regarding to, what I've been working on. I have heard a lot of people say in the past few months, why are you making a tool for newer developers? Because in the future, it will all just be a few developers assisted with artificial intelligence making everything. And I think, sort of to answer your question, I feel that the future will depend on, a lot on how we use this and market and what tools we create with this. What I've seen in the tools that I'm building is we can either raise the ceiling, so for example, use GPT to make skilled people even more skilled, or we can also use it to lower the floor, so to allow anyone in the sense of low code and no code tools to become a software developer in my case, or another specialized worker. So they're both possible futures.
My take would be that it allows a lot more fluid careers to be able to move back and forth from technician to product manager, technician to maybe a CEO, then back to being that. I was a coder originally, but honestly, for 10, 15 years, I was learning about cap tables and sales and marketing and 1,000 other things that you have to be a founder, and didn't spend a lot of time in code, almost none. So for me, how to get up to speed again, having a co-pilot or a assistant, ChatGPT, to help me get there was fabulous. And I think that it gives you a little bit more freedom to go explore other career tracks, maybe to come back again, and not get this fear of being left behind that I think anybody in the technology industry really faces. This is a great way to get back up to speed real quick and become productive again. Even if you're switching languages, whole new libraries, whole new development patterns, you can kind of get on top of it because you've got all this latent knowledge there. It's helping you refresh that and get it modern, which is really been helpful for me.
All right. So I truly believe that the power of having AI like GPT to go and take a regular average person and make them have the ability to, like, let's say, think of something, some kind of problem they have in their lives, and devise a structural plan of attack to go and actually do that with GPT, and then further breaking down those pinpoints into actionable steps. So specialized people will always have a place in this world. Specialized people, they will understand how to go and use the data much better than someone that's not specialized. But the cool thing is, if I want to learn about one subject, I can go and learn about it efficiently, quickly deploy and build on that subject. And if I feel that I really want to keep going, I can keep going, and I'll learn from just going and doing. So that's my 2 cents.
As the last person, I need to be the skeptic in the room. But no, I'm also very enthusiastic about this. I think there's a false and misleading notion that whenever we introduce new technology, it for some reason basically makes existing workforce obsolete. I'm not sure what are the actual examples of that. If you look at car manufacturing, like going back to 100 years ago, Ford introducing automation and machines in factories. We didn't get rid of workforce. We're producing more cars. There's more people working on those cars. Teslas and there are more factories around the world, right? So I think with AI, we're going to see more developers, more data scientists, more designers, doing all this stuff. And of course, there will be folks that are 10x, right, who are today experienced developers, and they just, they needed a way to, new developer tools, right, to become 10x. And this has been, a thing that we've been observing for the last 30 years. It's nothing, in some ways, it's not new. And then, of course, there'll be people who are entering this profession, writing code for design, in CSS or in SQL for data, without having, any kind of background in it. So we'll see that as well. And I think I had one last point. Forget what that is. We can skip it.
All right, no worries. Okay, second question. I lied a little bit when I said I don't program. When I was a kid in the mid-80s, I was doing assembler on the Apple II in the ATIC. So it was how I kind of got into the beginning, but very quickly said, no, this is not for me. And assembler was very, very low level, and many languages, programming languages, came over the years and became higher and higher level. Are we today crossing a social chasm where English is the latest, highest level of programming language, making it everyone suddenly to experience what the power of programming and systems and engines and robots available to all worldwide?
So I think about that a lot. I've also used to program in assembly and in lots of other languages. There used to be a language called Lisp that musicians used to pretend that they're doing AI. When I joined Looker, we also invented our own language for data analytics. So languages has been kind of an evolving theme throughout my life, and I spent a lot of time thinking about it. And I also taught my kids speak 3 languages. So when I think about English for programming, I actually think that we maybe are not thinking about it correctly. So right now, we're all imagining, we're going to use natural language. We're going to write paragraphs, and those paragraphs, going to have beautiful English with essays, and and that's going to produce thousands of lines of code. I don't actually think that's where we're going. I think there's going to be specialized language, right? There's going to be kind of in Unix or Linux, there's a shell commands, right? And we're going to see some version of that where, if you're doing design, you're going to have your, English-like command prompts to generate the CSS code, right? If you're doing SQL, just a shorthand version to generate lots of code. I think that's where eventually things will go. It's just too hard, it's a much harder problem to come up with full language prompts than to actually know the exact prompts that you need to use that will give you a lot of code as an output. So we're going to see probably a higher level language, or higher level languages on top of existing things that will become kind of like wrappers for existing infrastructure that's out there. With this idea that like you write 3 lines of code and it gives you an entire software product.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, Renee.
No.
And then we'll line chain to the other side.
Oh no.
I totally agree with that because one of the things that you have to see is while there will be more and more prompting, as we've seen, since you were a kid programming in assembly, languages have always become more and more abstract over time. And in addition to generating new code, AI will also be generating new libraries. And those new libraries will be on top of the existing code that we have, and they'll be abstracting things. So that will just create more languages that are closer to English, easier for people to understand, easier to learn, but will still have the logic, the logic and integrity that you need and that you need in a programming language. Yeah.
If anybody wants an idea for a career, it would be AI UX, right? Vast majority of users, business users, think you're 50-year-old person working in public safety in a large campus or something like that. They may have played around with ChatGPT. They'd be lucky to put a sentence in. They'll get something back. That's fun, great. It's not helping them get their job done, right? So if you're wanting to surface AI for average Joes and Janes throughout industry, you need to be surfacing it in context with the right prompts, maybe with the right follow-up questions, with the right data. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. Microsoft Build Conferences a few weeks ago, there was a talk on AI UX that's only got like 1,000 views, and it's fantastic. It's about their whole way they're thinking about surfacing AI through all the Microsoft products. I think that's a fabulous career for anybody who wanted to get into it because there's so much nuance to it. We're thinking it's like a text box. You type it in, you press send, you get the result. Vast majority of people that's not going to work for. So how can we put some things around them to make them more successful would be my 2 cents worth there, yeah.
Okay, so this is actually very different kind of a conversation. At first I thought we meant like English versus Japanese languages. I'm like, wow, okay, I don't know anything about this, but I still realize I don't know anything about this. So I'll try answering a little bit. As a person that doesn't really know anything about this, I would take, let's say, let's say there's a new language that just came out. We're going to call it AI+. Now, AI+ is this new language, just came out in 2023. There's no trained models about it or anything, but there's documentation. Developers go and leave documentation all the time for different things. Well, you can go and take your own trained model from like Falcon 40B, fine-tune it with those docs, and then you have a AI model that can talk your language. Now, whenever you go and ask it its question, you can just go and, hey, can you go and write in whatever language it is, just do it. So I don't really know if languages will matter when you can just ask AI to just, hey, train it on this and then do it. But yeah.
Replacing languages then.
Whatever language, doesn't matter what.
A layer on top.
Yeah.
Interpretative.
Yeah.
Questions, anyone who want to react or add or?
Oh,
you keep this one.
You want to take this one?
I'll take
that one.
This one.
Oh, nope, don't take that one.
There's one that is not.
It is.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Andrew said about there being, Andrew, right? Yeah. There being an opportunity right now for jobs to kind of help people learn how to use these LLMs in a useful way for them, right? Do you think that business opportunity goes away as, kids just like use this from a very young age and kind of develop, and this goes to the whole question about languages, right? Do we just learn how to talk a little bit differently? Like emojis, basically, when we're interacting with ChatGPT, and this whole problem of new languages goes away. We just have a different kind of mode of conversation when we're talking with these things.
Unquestionably, skills will get a lot better. So, in what I've been doing for the last 15 years, essentially diffusion of innovation. But generally, we diffuse innovation that's already people get skills with. We had a word processor. People used Microsoft Word. They've been using it since they were 3 years old. Okay, maybe 7 years old. They had all these latent skills embedded in their brain that they could then apply to our software. So we rarely invented a new user interface concept or user experience. We were just re-implementing what they'd gotten used to elsewhere. So people's skills are going to come up, absolutely. But I still think there's a ton of subtlety about how you surface these things. So in the Microsoft talk, strongly recommend checking it out. They, for example, use the latency as a feature. So they'll prompt users as the language model is inferencing and thinking what to tell you, it'll suggest prompts that you might be able to try, right? If you've played around with Poe, which is a wrapper to the GPT, they have some great ways of following up with prompts. You can hyperlink terms within it. There's the whole question of safety and guiding people to the right result, and particularly avoiding them trying to hack the system. There's making sure the system isn't returning biased information in job descriptions and things like that it's putting out. So I think, like anything, the more you get into it, the more you realize, like, oh wait, there's a whole bunch of stuff to think about. Do you want to co-pilot down the side, or do you want to embed the AI right inside your application? Or do you want a full screen interface like ChatGPT? These are all fundamental choices around user experience design that I don't think there's very many people with the skills out there right now who are thinking through developing the language to talk about these, to be able to sit down with a business user and say, great, you want AI in your app, what do you really mean? And walk them through a process to surface that in a really effective way. So that's sort of what I mean. And I doubt that's ever going to go away. Every app is domain specific. I consult with a company that makes evacuation maps based upon geospatial data. So how you can imagine them automatically generating an evacuation plan, but man, there's a lot of subtleties in thinking through how you would do that in a way that complies with San Francisco codes versus Seattle codes versus Sydney codes. So, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Question.
Hi, thank you. A great discussion so far. My question is very basic, and so I'm a consultant right now at McKinsey, trying to understand more about coding, and want to understand from you, right? Like, for someone who has very little knowledge around coding, what are the right tools to understand how to use AI to really code, like to build an application maybe from scratch? And what are areas to be mindful of? Like, where should one be asking for help or getting experts? Like, how much of it can someone with very little knowledge do? And what are the right tools to use in the space?
Who wants to take it?
Your presentation.
I should take it. Yeah, talk to me after. Yeah, talk to me after that. And whoever is interested, we can regroup, and it takes a little bit of few minutes. We already passed the time, but do you guys have any suggestions?
I might add up to Andrew's point on the last question.
Okay, you got you covered. We'll talk.
Yeah. So I have this. So I think there were two things in that question. One was about interfaces versus like natural language interface, right? Like, do we need designers, or is everything going to be accomplished with natural language interface? And I think this is another kind of like misleading idea that people have, that all of a sudden everything is going to be natural language prompted. We've actually had natural language interfaces, like for the last, in some industries, like in BI, we've had it for the last 10 years. In some ways, it's not necessarily new. Like there's more flexibility. Yeah, like I get it, but like salespeople don't need to interact with a natural language interface while they're looking at Salesforce, right? What they need is like embedded dashboards or whatever, right? Applications inside Salesforce, and that kind of applies to every single application out there. So I think we're like kind of exaggerating the role of natural language as an interface to all these different things. So this is kind of like one thing in the question. The other topic in the question was about, I think, workforce and like labor markets. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly? Yeah, in your question. Sure. Well, like, you know, how does that going to affect like the labor markets and with designers? I think about this a lot in context of data professionals. So for the last 10 years, we saw just like this huge expansion of kind of like labor force, companies trying to hire data scientists left and right. And as somebody who studied statistics in grad school, I kind of looked at all this and like, well, like, okay, we're hiring them, but like they can't actually like make good progress on anything, or like, you know, a huge majority of them. And what's interesting is what I'm observing now is that somebody who actually like does not have any training today, but goes and like, you know, leverages LLMs is now actually, in my opinion, more productive than, you know, somebody who had a PhD in statistics, you know, 5 years ago and was trying to do things in machine learning the old-fashioned way. So this kind of flipped the equation 180 degrees, where like I thought, you know, 5 years ago I thought like 9% of data scientists were useless, and now like you don't actually need to be a data scientist to do, you know, much more effective stuff in data science.
All right, so we're getting close. I would say let's get a 30-second, not even 20-second closure, which would be, imagine people who are interested in getting into AI, because it's obviously the future. So same question when people say, how do I get into the web when it's 1996? Right? So how would you suggest a point of entry, a guaranteed, something that you see as that's the right investment right now if you want to stay at the top, you don't want to be drawn into what's going to come. Do you want to start?
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
So this is fan
and closing.
Okay, cool. This is going to be fun because it's going to be a little call to action here. But so check this out. If you want to go and learn about AI and how you can go and really go from 0 to 1 and understand how to deploy code without actually understanding what this is, tomorrow I'm actually going to be speaking at Bomb Fried Rice. We're going to be hosting a thing where you can come with very little knowledge. You don't even have to know what ChatGPT is. We're going to show you what tools you're going to need, a couple different things, and you're going to be able to deploy different types of code at scale very quickly and efficiently in like an hour. So that's going to be tomorrow, and yeah. So.
If I could just real quick follow up is when you dive into AI, you can completely ignore machine learning, right? Because of the power of foundation models, there's this, if you go to Coursera or any of these other YouTube and start learning about AI, there's this whole depth of knowledge that you don't need to know about. That's going to be people operating at a different level of the stack. If you wanted a job with OpenAI, maybe you need to learn that, but I think vast majority of people, you're figuring out how to do prompt engineering with the expanding context windows. That's all you need, and you know, you'll be able to achieve a ton there. So don't get drawn into machine learning and understanding vector matrices and, you know, dusting off your calculus from high school, which I was like, oh my gosh, I never thought I would actually have to use this, and here I am vaguely learning about it. I mean, I've touched on it. I just don't think it's that important for the vast majority of people. I think you can really stay at that little bit of a higher level. So just you can filter that out when you search for artificial intelligence on all the learning platforms. I don't know if you agree with that.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I have to think about it. So I think maybe just to think a bit long term, you know, a lot of people think that alignment is about getting the AI to understand humans and what humans want. But I would also say that like the other half of things is people learning how it works and, you know, how computers work in general. So, I mean, before the last industrial revolution, only like 20% of people could read and write. So like, how are the skills going to change after this revolution? Probably just getting started with you know, a little bit more coding or computer science, just like small habits, You don't need to throw yourself into a boot camp or anything like that, but just maybe going to a hackathon, getting a bit exposed to this stuff without getting too stressed about it. I think that would be a great idea. And go to Renee's event.
Yeah. Come to my event tomorrow. It's going to be great. Come talk to me about this after. Just well.
Yes, so shameless plug. I also write a newsletter that started as a blog called mirdata.report. Mir is my last name. It's also the name of the space station launched by the Soviet Union. It also stands for many other things. Mirdata.report, and basically that's what I do. I actually interview founders and executives and data scientists, and I try to throw away 95% of what they say, and I keep the 5% that actually makes sense and is important, and then I publish it. And next week, I'm going as a reporter, as a press, to the Databricks conference, which is happening here in SF. It's a week-long conference, and I'm going to interview a bunch of people there as well and publish it in my newsletter later.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, panel. Yes, that was excellent, and I'm sure everybody is approachable. So please feel free to introduce yourself and ask follow-up questions. Reminder to take the conversations to the far side of the building. So just pass this brick wall, then it won't bleed back inside and interrupt the conversations. So we have, without further ado, we have Dario. Of course, Dario DeSantis. Dario, are you here? I think I saw you a little bit ago. Oh, there you go. Okay. Here, I'll give you, let me find the right mic. You're right, you are tall.
Am
I think so. Oh, I'm short. I know that.
So before everyone asks me, it's 6'10".
Just watch those doorways, because I think they're only 6'7".
That's right. I'm used to that, to the doorways.
So we'll get your slides up. Once you see your slides full screen, then you can use this. Okay, but don't but don't hit it until it's full screen.
Sure.
Okay, want to just invite everybody to settle down so that we've got another presentation up here. If you want to take conversations, there's a conference room upstairs in the back. Feel free to use the upstairs back conference room. Renee and crew in the back there. Renee? Oh yeah, we need to take the conversations into the conference room or outside past the building. And again, some of these things might be interesting, and we'll talk to the speakers. We're going to be obviously looking to bring a formal structure around consulting to Aiify. So we'll be speaking to the speakers, and if people want to follow up with us, obviously individual approaches are fine, and we're not trying to capture market, but we're trying to provide services. So if it's something that's interesting for you, then follow up with myself or Steve Hoffman in that regard, and we'll help coordinate those efforts.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, everyone. So my name is Dario. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Twilin. With me, there's Vivek up there. He's the CTO. So if you guys have any technical questions, he will take care of that. Today, I've been working in product management for many years, and all products with AI involved with it, both software and some hardware as well. So today I'm going to offer you all a product strategy perspective. I hope the technical guys here in the audience will not be hating me for that, but my buddy Vivek up there is going to be able to cover all the technical aspects. Now, I bet you've noticed that there is an enormous amount of AI startups that are growing like mushrooms around generative AI. Now, according to Forbes, there are more than 1,000 companies right now using GPT as their core technology. But one of the issues is definitely the competition that is getting really fierce in the space. Now, how can startups differentiate and create a sustainable competitive advantage by building a technology that is not easily replicable? Today we're going to talk about that, and we'll tell you how we are doing that at Twilin. Now, there's no news for any of you that the capabilities of generative AI, in making sense are absolutely amazing. They got to an amazing level. However, it doesn't take actions. So there's and this is kind of expected. If you think about it, it's provided by large giants like Microsoft as a platform as a service, and they just build the solutions that they are in their core business. So integration with Bing, integration with Microsoft Teams, and then the rest is for everybody to grab. And there's a ginormous opportunity right now. The opportunity to create applications that automate things that aren't currently covered by generative AI and the owners. And how do we do that? Well, intuitively, we attach sensing organs and limbs to the brain. The brain is the generative AI that understands and makes sense, and then there's an application which is your body scaffolding, and then inside you have a series of connectors and workflows and connectors to data sources and other platforms that allow you to then implement your unique application. But is that enough, though? Well, generative AI is now available to everyone. Everybody has access to the API. So that is not a big differentiator, right? As well as the access to third-party APIs. Now, you could argue that the secret sauce is your unique prompting capabilities merged with your unique workflows. But it's enough to open TikTok and you see an enormous amount of videos on prompt engineering, and that is already leveling the playing field. So the impression I have is that is not going to make the cut. So what do you need to establish a better moat around your technology? Well, an intuitive way is to bringing the AI to the sensing organs and to the limbs. Of course, if you have your own proprietary AI that you can complement with GPT in an application, now you have a much more defensible solution. And this is substantially the message today. But we want to, get with you into an example. Especially an example very dear to me, being in product management. I've been dealing with program management for a long time. So let's think together through what would be needed to build a virtual program manager that is defensible. Now, I asked that to ChatGPT. So I fed ChatGPT with a list of team members with their own skills. And then I gave them project description and goals. And ChatGPT 4 made a phenomenal job. It gave me the work breakdown structure. It gave me all the level of efforts for every single task. It assigned every task to every single team member based on their skills. It identified the dependencies among the various tasks, and it even identified the critical path. And then I asked them, so now execute that. And I got a very interesting answer. The answer was substantially, well, you need a product manager, a program manager in the flesh to do that. And I'm going to say PM so that I don't get confused between product and program, okay? So you need a PM in the flesh for doing that, which is very interesting. Now, at the end of this presentation, there's going to be a QR code. I put everything in an article. If you want to see the breakdown of the answer and some more details, it's going to be an article for you. But in a nutshell, these are the issues. Right? You can't check the progress. It can't check, understand the problems that are arising from managing your program. It doesn't understand how to adapt the plan to changing context. And then it also can't interact in real time with people, which also means you can't expedite the project. Can't go after people and say, hey, do this task because it's on the critical path for success. Now, if we focus on the first three aspects, this is relatively easy to tackle. You can plug in all your data sources into GPT, then feed all the updates into GPT, and then ultimately it's going to understand the problem and adapt the plan to the changing context. Now, it seems easy in words, but it's not that easy, but everybody in this room can do that, I'm pretty sure. Now, what is really interesting, yet it constitutes an enormous opportunity, is the second part, which is interacting with people and expediting programs. Now, if we look at the program management role, it's really a tough job. They are chasing all day, people extremely busy with calendars jam-packed, that whenever they have sometimes these people are spread across multiple projects and products, and when they have a calendar opening, they usually book it for focus time, otherwise they're not going to be able to do their own tasks. And despite that, we are working overtime 7 hours a week more than before the pandemic. These are, industry data. Now, if you're a program manager, that's a really tough job. You need to continuously negotiate with people and say, hey, we should have that meeting earlier because we need to make that decision. Otherwise, we're not going to hit the deadline. And we had an intuition, and we say, well, I think the real problem here is the tools that we're using, is the framework, is the calendar itself. If you think about your day, we are dividing it into 16 chunks of 30 minutes. That's your 8-hour workday. Now, if you fill it up with conversations that are scheduled, then there's not really much time to do anything else. And it's really hard to shuffle and reshuffle things. And it requires a lot of negotiation. So to the ones who who might have thought, well, we could integrate GPT with a calendaring assistant. Well, that doesn't gonna solve the problem. Because if you have a conflict, the calendaring assistant is going to resolve it by tending to find the best, the earliest available slot in common among people. And that could be 2 weeks from now, based on how busy the calendars are. So it's not really a viable solution. We need to change the paradigm. Now, interestingly enough, I was on a call with a guy at Nestlé earlier this week. He's a head of IT globally. He had 4 or... No worries. He had 4 or 5 overlaps in any single slot every day. It blew my mind. Try to apply calendaring AI to that. Good luck. So we stop. Yeah. So we thought, well, the key is going to be detaching your team's communication from your calendar. And if you think about it, it's already happening with messaging. But messaging doesn't lead to a fast decision making. It takes time to build messages. It takes time to, make a decision asynchronously, because maybe a boss that needs to bless something looks at the message 2 days from now because it's buried into a lot of unread notifications. So we had an intuition, and we said, how can we get rid of the calendar? And we built an assistant. If we go to the next slide, that is called Twilin, and it's an intelligence assistant that gets people in live conversations effortlessly. It allows people to make wishes to talk to other people, and then we look at all their devices' telemetry and calendar availability as a data point, and we figure out the right moment and the right time for two people to get connected in an impromptu fashion without, any missed calls, any when can we talk message exchanges, and any scheduling and rescheduling, which is kind of the topic of the day. Next, please. And we are building this solution for orchestrating all enterprise communications. Currently, we have apps on App Store and Play Store. So if you guys want to try it and give us feedback or play with it, feel free to do that. Or actually, you are invited to do that. It would be extremely valuable for us. And we believe this is the foundation to build the virtual program manager, because now you don't need to schedule. Potentially, your calendar is going to get obsolete. So if we go to the next slide, this is kind of our longer term vision. Imagine instead of making a wish, a person to talk to another person, now we have your application using GPT to understand the program and the critical path and determining that two people need to talk, and now bringing them into a conversation that, by the way, happens because calendars are empty. We believe we're getting there in 3 to 5 years. The time for an industry to adopt a new paradigm that is orchestrated by AI rather than people and executive assistants. So we are there. We did the first baby step in that direction, and we have the ambition to revolutionize the way we all collaborate by allowing impromptu conversation to take over all that scheduling nonsense that we have. And this is going to open up the possibility to finally create a virtual program manager, because now we are taking the negotiation of slots out of the equation, which opens up the opportunity to automate. This is it. Next slide. Thank you very much. And we have more information there if you guys want to scan it. I hope this has been helpful for at least a few of us. And feel free to contact me or talk to Vivek up there if you have any technical questions. Thank you so much.
And for Dario, does anybody have questions? Would love to hear what people think. If they have questions about the evolution of our scheduling and calendar, it feels really valuable and important. And thank you for creating the future. Building what's next, as we say.
Yeah, well, exactly. I just wanted to stick to that.
Any questions over here? Okay, yeah.
Cool stuff. Do you have a pilot?
I do have pilots, yeah. I have currently there's a customer using it, using 4 applications, Android, iOS, the Microsoft Teams integration, and a Windows telemetry application, because of course you need to know what happens on your laptop to be able to say, if you're on a call on Zoom, I don't want to connect you through your mobile. So we're looking at the entire ecosystem of devices that you have, and we are suggesting the wish maker to connect to the wish receiver at the right time through the right channel based on their active device. We are publishing the Microsoft Teams integration. We're going back and forth with Microsoft. That is, of course, giving us a lot of troubles and objecting every little thing, it's as always. But we will see the end. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, and when those apps are going to be live, we are going to start the actual enterprise trials, non-beta. Now we have a beta ongoing, but we have 8 customers lined up right now to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Let me grab this mic from you, and the clicker is, you can just leave it right there. That's okay. And then Milas, would you like to come join us? We've got 10 minutes on the clock. We'll try to keep the presentation within that, and we'll have a couple minutes beyond for QA.
Cool, yeah, thank you for having me.
And
yeah.
there's a clicker on the chair there, so we're going to have your presentations up.
Does it have a laser as well or no? No.
I think it
Cool.
does, but I don't know where it is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, hi everyone, thank you for having me. So the topic is reliable LLMs and AI in healthcare. I've been in the space of AI for healthcare for 13 years now. So I will walk you through from the perspective I started from to the current moment. And what I think is required to actually deploy these LLM technologies in production. So my background first. So currently I'm director of AI at my own company called ML Technologies Ltd. Done a lot of contracts for healthcare and other customers. I'm also member of IEEE Standards Committee for standardizing digital biomarkers used in clinical trials. Previously, I was director of AI engineering at a large digital health company started by the founder of WebMD. I got familiar with pharma data sets and insurance data sets. I have co-founded startups in the AI space. I worked as a quantitative analyst, making market prediction models and text sentiment and analysis models, and I have a PhD from Oxford called Automated Radiological Analysis of Spinal MRI. So coming to the point where I started from, the task of my PhD was that we had this, we were meant to have these big data sets of thousands of past CT scans plus radiotherapy plans for them, and the task was to automate plan making. Now, we didn't really get access to those thousands of scans, so my PhD switched to a different problem, which was to automate measurements in spinal MRI. So the last, so first 1.5 years, I was on the first problem, and the last 3, sort of the rest of the time on this problem, which was you want a model which takes as input an MRI scan of a new patient and then gives us output various measurements in that scan. And that was done with supervised learning, so detecting vertebrae discs and then estimating disease state. So supervised learning worked very well, led to tech being licensed to industry, is now being used globally in different spinal research groups. So then that inspired me. Next slide. Where do I need to point this? Where's the receiver? I did, yeah. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, now it's done multiple. Then inspired by this, I started to look at like other similar use cases to try to make something for actual industrial use. And so I was asking the question, where could AI technologies best be applied? You know, something similar that I was familiar with into situations that I was somewhat unfamiliar with, like brain, heart, lungs, maybe some other body part, other tasks, CT, MRI, or X-ray. And then, so the question really is like, where can AI add value? And to add value, right, I discovered there's actually thousands of startups, tons of other technologies like the one that I had made, like papers on that at least. Then clinic is complicated as well. There's like patient, doctor perspective, various ways they think about adding value in medicine. And the market is made of like hospitals, telemedicine companies, and pharma. And delivering this value is really, really complicated because each of those aspects is very complicated. So you need clinical validation, ethics, approvals, sort of long processes, GDPR in Europe. Then the implementation in practice, you need to have FDA device classifications and approvals, connections with different complicated systems. And also you have to align interests of different people in those big organizations to deploy something. So how may we do it? So I've done this with a few technologies now, like taking innovative technologies and trying to apply them, done a number of projects. So how does the current situation look like to me? So we have this new technology, we have this LLM technology now. We see a lot of interesting use cases being demonstrated, like AutoGPT on Twitter and using various chatbots and so on. There's lots of interest and engagement. So I've been thinking, like, how do I deal with that? So what I think is what most business people, organizations, individuals benefit from most is first they start to use the basic stuff properly. Then they start to optimize, like prompt engineering. Then they build some things into pipelines, and then finally they use local models and fine-tune them. And that can lead to pilots. There's a lot of pilots available. As in my experience has been that there's been a lot of companies who are interested in piloting some technology. What I'm thinking is how to get to a use case which is actually economical, so we solve a crucial problem, and then in the end built properly for production use, so leading to something that's an actual business rather than just a project, right? A fun project. And I think to get to that place where it's in production use, hallucinations, security and privacy, and just vast and evolving domain knowledge are the biggest, let's say, aspects that seem to me need to be dealt with. I'm focused on making something useful here, running lots of experiments at the moment, and building. If you have a use case to discuss, if you want to build in this space or want to stay in touch, please connect with me.
Thank you, Milas. Does anybody have any questions? We've got a mic here, so don't be shy. As we get into our health tech and medical aspect of AI, and we'll have a panel on that after a few presentations here. So does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Hey, thank you for sharing. So this might be a little bit of an odd question, but I'm curious as to how you can use AI for creating faster diagnosis, right? Say, for instance, there are a lot of diseases out there that people have a lot of symptoms. Sometimes you're going through issues where you see multiple doctors. Everyone says something different. So could AI really maybe find a way to bring all of these symptoms together and find like the very off chance that someone has solved for that we're not that's not accessible to us on an everyday basis? Does that make sense?
So the key is the law here. So diagnosis, the decision you need, like classification, medical device classification. So then what you want to do is you want to parse out the parts that you can actually reliably automate with AI, and then automate those parts. So in the spine case, you would just like automate measuring these very strictly defined things, and then you would have radiologists still look over that. So and that will save some percentage of the time, so you can speed it up that way. You cannot really, like, that's dangerous to want to do something like what you say, to have it like do the orchestration, because there's no validation for that, which is a big problem, right? So this, how do you validate these LLM models with FDA? There's nothing out there which can allow you to do that at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Milas. We'll welcome you to the panel in just a bit. So next up, we have Jody with GE Healthcare, and we'll get your slides up on the screen.
Oh my gosh, I messed it up.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Jody Lale. I run revenue marketing and demand generation at GE Healthcare. I'm super excited to be here and talking with you guys on the benefits of AI in marketing and specifically bringing the human element to AI. Can you go back 2 slides? Sorry. Okay. So first, I want you guys to no, back one more. Okay. I want you. Am I clicking it or what's happening? Okay. There we go. I want you guys to meet Leslie. She is a marketing director in the healthcare organization. Has huge revenue targets, manages a team of 50+ marketers. She's often tasked to do more with less, shrinking budgets, shrinking resources. She spends her time traveling to customer sites, conferences, and her team globally. So at the end of the day, she is swamped. Has to stay up late or wake up early to finish all her tasks, and in turn, she faces burnout, decrease in creativity, which in turn reduces her ability to experiment and then innovate. Okay. Now meet Leslie as an AI-empowered marketer. What is happening? Okay. Now with ChatGPT and other AI tools, she's able to automate a lot of her time-consuming and redundant tasks, such as developing new emails, managing her calendar, her meetings. She's able to use tools such as Beautiful AI to create amazing, engaging presentations within minutes. At the end of her day, after all the travels and customer meetings, she can use ChatGPT and other tools to come up with new concepts. And in turn, she's more creative, innovative, she has more energy, she can make better business decisions by having access to all the knowledge that ChatGPT and other AIs offer. And in turn, it improves her work-life balance and overall happiness. Okay. Oh my gosh. And I'm going to skip around a little bit if that's okay, or will that complicate things? Okay. Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, so here are all the use cases for ChatGPT and AI tools that marketers such as Leslie and all of us can use to increase our productivity and creativity. So obviously you can use it for brainstorming and idea creation. You know, at the end of the day, we're all so tired, right? After being in back-to-back meetings, and you have brain fog sometimes or writer's block, and even myself, I'll be like, okay, I'll put it off to the next day or the next day. And in turn, you end up getting a backlog of, especially copywriting tasks that you have to do. So with ChatGPT, it can help you remove that writer's block and come up with exciting, interesting new content. It also gives you a more holistic approach because you might already have some ideas, but you put it in ChatGPT, and there might be 2 or 3 additional points that you get that you haven't thought of before. Obviously, it could summarize articles, blog posts. You can use it for technical support, which I'm sure all of you guys are experts at. A/B testing. This is a big one, at least for us in marketing. Right now, if we want to A/B test different copies, it takes hours to create even one version, let alone 3 to 4 different iterations of it to actually test. So now with chat and AI tools, you can get all of that out within minutes. You can use it to act as an assistant. You can have ChatGPT act as a social media influencer, as a technical writer, as a motivational coach. So if you lead teams and you're struggling to motivate and encourage them to get their work done efficiently, you can have chat help you come up with ideas. Not that I've done that. and market intelligence, competitive research. You can just gain a lot more insights on, your personas, what they care about, and how your product can help. So I'm going to go back. Hopefully this works.
Give it a moment to catch up. Okay, we're going to do it here.
Okay.
Right there?
To the graph, the one with the graph, the slides. One more. Thank you. Okay. So as you can see with AI, it just helps marketers and business people achieve so much more at fraction of the time and the cost. So it can help you with accelerating your revenue growth, creating personalized experiences at scale, reduce time on repetitive tasks, increase qualified pipeline, shorten sales cycles, which I love, and achieve greater ROI on all of your programs and campaigns. And obviously, it's exciting to see, how much AI and all of these tools can help us. But it's important to be human. So in your marketing programs, oh my gosh. Okay. So AI will never replace humans, but it will allow us to actually be more human. Now that we could automate a lot of those redundant tasks, we can actually focus on empathy, compassion, understanding our customers, and engaging with them in a more meaningful way. And it's really going to be that human touch that makes your programs and campaigns stand out versus the crowd. And so with that, so AI frees up your time to focus on your soft skills. So it's really important to use that to understand your customers. People want to be seen and heard. So it's important to put yourself in their shoes and understand what they really care about and how you can help them, and then take those points and incorporate them in your messaging and your communication with your customers. And people want authentic connections. They could tell if you're being fake or inauthentic. So you could spend time really listening to them, getting to know them, and show that you care about them, not just your deals. And differentiate your brand. So you have to imagine everybody is going to be using ChatGPT or other forms of AI in their marketing content. So you have to have your voice stand out. There's no copying and pasting. You can't be lazy. You have to bring your voice, bring that human element, be creative. Now that you have all this extra brain space, come up with fun new ideas and test them. You could do that real time. Oh my God. So AI and ChatGPT honestly gives you immediate benefits. You can amplify your efforts. And I really like this marketing mix. We're right now trying to determine which tools will actually help us be more productive. And so these are a few of the tools that we're trying out right now. So all of these together can actually help you create and launch campaigns within hours. Things that used to take weeks and weeks to create, you can plug all of the copy, graphics, create videos, put it together in a campaign within a day. So it's just really exciting to kind of think of them also together. I know, we focus on chat, we focus on, maybe a certain area, but all of the AI tools combined together really make an impact. It helps you create thorough and well thought out concepts. And also it helps you personalize. So you can move from accounts to people. At the end of the day, we are marketing and talking to people. So with all these AI tools, you can scale your messaging so that you could be more personalized. And obviously, it helps save time and resources. A lot of things that you might need to, outsource or work with agencies on, you can actually do yourselves at fraction of the cost once you have these AI tools. And so I wanted to share some examples with ChatGPT that we've been using and training our own internal teams. to use. So here's an example of a cold prospecting email. So we asked Chat to write an email for a list of cardiologists, introducing ourselves and highlighting GE Healthcare's Centricity Cardio Enterprise advantages over its competitors. And then we asked for it to be under 500 words and in bullets. And as you can see, here's the output. It introduces the rep as their rep from GE Healthcare, and highlights a couple of the advantages, and then asks for a meeting. That's always our goal. Keep our outreach email short. We want to get in front of people in person. We want to talk to them, right? So obviously, like if I get something like this, I'm going to validate the 5 points that they mention and make sure that my product can actually do that. So again, you can't just copy and paste. You need to fact check and also personalize. I noticed, and you guys might notice that too, and like in this one it says, Centricity Cardio Enterprise designed to revolutionize cardiology practices. I would probably take out revolutionize and put something a little more specific in there that, the product can actually do, reduce or increase time to diagnosis, things like this. Another example is an event invitation. So we asked ChatGPT that I want to invite customers to HIMSS taking place in the United States, create an invitation email for me. In the first paragraph, give an overview of the event in a maximum of 75 words. In the second paragraph, give an overview of GE Healthcare's portfolio in 75 words. And in the third paragraph, encourage users to fill out a form to book a personal demo. And you can see the more instructions you give it, it pretty much follows exactly what you asked for the AI to do. And then another example is of A/B test. Oh my gosh, go back. Okay. Is of A/B testing. So like I mentioned, obviously subject lines are super easy to test, but now you could test your body copy. You can test the tone. Do you want it to be more collaborative? You want it to be more humorous? Try, in this case, we wanted to personalize it with tokens. So you could easily come up with different iterations of your email copy, social copy, web content, anything, and have it ready to test. And here are just some initial results of A/B testing that we've done at healthcare with subject lines for our podcast, Healthcare IT Talks. So as you can see, with GE created subject lines, which is actually Jody created subject lines, so it's a little embarrassing, but you see 14%, 13% open rates. And then GE plus ChatGPT created subject lines, you see almost 4 times the results if you were to just do it alone. So just some high-level do's and don'ts of marketing in AI, and I know I'm over, so I'll be quick. Don't get lost in the crowd. You can't copy and paste. You can't be lazy. People are going to sense generic messages, and if you think about it, everybody's using those messages over time. People are just going to gloss over that. So you have to be personal. You have to put it in your own words and the tone for your company. Always fact check, if you see numbers that are being shared, go back, make sure, they're from a reliable source and cite your references. Again, don't be lazy, and this is in the sense of don't just rely on these AI tools to do all the writing and designing for you if you are a writer or designer, because you want to stay the expert in this space. You have to keep up with your skills. I have an example of this. I was just using ChatGPT like crazy, and then I think it was down for a day or two, and I had a little bit of a panic, and I'm like, okay, in case that happens, which it might, you want to make sure you know what you're doing. And of course, you always have to think about legal and compliance. And here are some of the do's of AI in marketing. Set clear expectations. Be specific with what you want the objectives and outcomes to be from ChatGPT and the AI tools. The more specific you are, the more it will give you exactly what you're expecting. Again, be specific, so include the audience that you want to address, the tone, the purpose, and make sure that it's aligned with your own values as well of your company that you're trying to highlight. Of course, maintain brand consistency, iterate and refine. So you want to train the AI to be able to work for you exactly how you need. Test and gather metrics, and I think it's important to have that testing mindset up front, because say you're creating all this copy and later you want to see like how did it actually go, you'll have to backtrack, and maybe you didn't even set up the tracking for it, and it'll just be really difficult to gather that data. So have that in your mind up front, and how you're going to track and measure the performance of your AI driven campaigns at the end of the day. And just some background of why this is important to us in healthcare is obviously we are, working with humans at the end of the day in people's lives. We don't think of hospitals, we think of the cardiologists. What are they going through day to day? They're so busy saving lives, like literally. They barely have time on the weekends, to focus on themselves. So when we are marketing to them, we have to have their pain points in mind first, and make sure that we're presenting them with information that they need that is valuable and also exciting and enticing to them. So, patient care is top of mind. We want our customers to trust us and their patients to trust them by using GE Healthcare's technology. And obviously compassion and empathy are, at the key of providing that better patient care. So yeah, that is overall, why we feel like AI is important in healthcare, especially in marketing. It will never replace our jobs, but it will just help you do your job easier. And yeah, that is all.
That's awesome. Thank you, Jody. Well, stay there for a couple minutes. Yeah, no worries on time right now. We are catching up a little bit, and we, can have a fuzzy. We can drink some beers while we have our last session, which will be me thanking everybody. So that's all right. I just wanted to mention before opening it up to the floor, I was really impressed and learned a lot in speaking to you before the event. Really how, and as you presented, how AI and people together can create better solutions. I think that we had some examples of people beating Go, and like when we team with AI, it seems to be an even better solution.
Absolutely. You really amplify your results and your efforts, and yeah.
Right, and as you had mentioned to me, it kind of makes us more aware of our own biases. So if we get lazy, it helps us. If it hallucinates, we help it, and together we come up with really better solutions. And then I was also really interested in how, at GE Healthcare, a lot of companies, like one of the big concerns is using AI, having internal information get out, or having, errors come out that are an embarrassment to the organization. So I think you covered that, part of that really well.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's so critical, and we're working through all the itty-bitty compliance issues. These are all pilots, and I'm really connected to our legal and regulatory teams on making sure once we do implement it across the organization, how can we make sure that everybody else is also, staying compliant. So yeah, it's exciting. AI, is not, we are the drivers of it. We make it work for how we want. So, it's nothing to fear, which I don't think I have to say to this crowd here, but, it's really something we can embrace to make our lives easier. I mean, I have some colleagues that use it to, find what movie to watch over the weekend, what are some recommendations, things like this. So, you could even make it work for you outside of work, so, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So does anybody have any questions? Let's step a little closer.
Thanks, Jody. Great presentation. A lot of great applications. One I was wondering about is the use of ChatGPT to act like a particular character. The character I have in mind is like the buyer profile, like a physician. Have you ever experimented with that, getting ChatGPT to take on a particular persona so that you can ask some of your market research questions or get its feedback on your copy ideas or ask what's on its mind, that sort of thing?
I love that. I love that. We haven't gotten there exactly yet, but that is perfect. You know, you want to use it to like spot check your work, make sure it does resonate. So that would be really exciting to try. We haven't yet, but that's awesome.
I can't help but ask, have you ever heard of a company called Wise.io or Josh Bloom?
I've heard of Wise, not the other one.
That was a company that I helped the startup that now runs your information, and these are like the smartest scientists you'll ever come across. They helped one guy win the Nobel Prize for the expansion of the universe, and they were my biggest failure because I thought I could turn them into the next Google, and GE just bought them. So they run a lot of your artificial intelligence components of your firm.
Yeah, that's
Josh
exciting.
Is a prolific astrophysicist, and Wise, they had created these amazing algorithms.
Oh,
and
awesome.
What we were looking at was actually trying to look at all these different like diseases and things, and using AI to say this is cancerous and all this stuff. And so you have a very strong force within your group. Utilize it.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we have a whole platform team, and we're trying to build out AI algorithms on the clinical side. So I'm sure they're using it.
There's a whole team in San Ramon.
Yeah, yes. I used to be in San Ramon as well on the digital side, but healthcare and marketing we're in like Chicago and all around. But yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm impressed with both the marketing side of GE and the technical side of GE more and more. So thanks. And then also thank you for also joining us on the panel that's coming up in AI and medtech. So obviously you're deep in the marketing side, but you also have some insight into what's going on, in the medical space and AI. So love your thoughts and insights there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
And then now we have Aital coming up. Yeah. So Brendan's mic. Presentation.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good. Glad to meet you all. And I kind of picked a topic which is more in general. We can try to go in depth as well. Healthcare overall is a kind of like a big industry, and what I want to talk about is more around how actually generative AI is impacting healthcare in different ways. I'm Atal, and let's see. This works. Okay, yeah. So when I moved to the US 5 years ago, the first thing I learned is to take care of my health, because I realized healthcare system is complex as well as very hard to navigate. So the first thing is to do preventive health. So I got into running and running Ironman races and swimming, because I was like, I don't know how fast I can get into improving the system of healthcare, but first is to be healthy myself. In terms of my experience of working in healthcare, it's I worked at Castlight Health, which was into healthcare price transparency. So I worked there for 2 years. After that, I worked for eHealth, which is more in the Medicare health insurance market. So it's like the largest broker. It helps people buy Medicare health insurance. So it's for people who are like 65 plus. And currently, I work for a company called Business Solver, and the company is into healthcare benefits. Some of the products that I worked on was, one of the product was during COVID. So I was working with my team in a room, and I was like, COVID is happening, and we want to do something to help people. And we started building out the COVID-19 test finder, and slowly it started becoming it started helping people, and later it was used by Google in Google Maps, Apple by Apple Maps. It powered the state websites of around 10 plus states and was presented by the then governor on his speech in New York to help people find COVID testing locations. So why we are talking about healthcare, especially in US context? When you think about healthcare around the world, it is very different, and this is a slide I was trying to find, that world healthcare in different countries is kind of regulated in different ways. When you think about Europe, it is universal healthcare, while kind of like the private players have a say on it, while in US, not everyone has access to healthcare. And it is mostly kind of taken care by private players here. So if you're employed, you have access to healthcare. If you're not employed, it will be pretty hard to actually have access to healthcare. And healthcare in some countries is kind of considered a basic right. So healthcare is overall a very complex system. So if you think about US healthcare, the healthcare in US is actually one of the most expensive in the world. And as I was saying, 71% of healthcare in the US is kind of governed by health insurance. And health insurance are some of the biggest companies in this world. And what is actually happening in the healthcare system in the US? So when I was explaining a little bit about the model that US follows, it is very extremely complex system. There are payers, there are providers, there is Medicare, there is Medicaid, there are different people trying to kind of cover your different balances in different scenarios. So there are a lot of different stakeholders, and different incentives are aligned to different stakeholders. So when the incentives are happening across different stakeholders, it does get very complex for the system to work. And if you think about generative AI is more of a neural network which kind of connects different parts. And currently, if you think about a lot of insurance companies, they go public, they have their own incentives to kind of get bigger and bigger, while there are private players who have their own incentives to grow. So no one is actually overall looking at the overall health of the patient. So patient is overlooked in this whole system, while everyone else in the system is kind of taken care of, just because how the system is integrated, just because of the complexity of the whole situation. So what are the needs of patients? So if I think about the needs of patients, it kind of comes into three things. One is patients are looking for outcomes. Patients like you and me, we are like, hey, I want to stay healthy. Can you help me stay healthy? Can you take care of the needs that I have? The second thing is experience. You might be getting an immediate urgent care or ER visit, but then you are kind of getting a pathetic experience. Then your outcome might still be served, but you are overall not feeling good about it. Then the third challenge is cost of care. And it is extremely important given how expensive the hospital visit could be. If it is coming out of your pocket, it can make a major dent in your life. Like I know someone who kind of just had an emergency visit. They were picked up by a helicopter and it ended up with a $50,000 bill. And then you have to keep paying for that for years to get over it. So it is very important to be covered by the health insurance in a way. So this quote kind of reminds me about the patient experience, that it doesn't matter what really happened in the situation, but it matters how you feel. And this is kind of adding on to what Jyoti was talking about empathy in care. And empathy is kind of lacking. In a way, healthcare is more of a service, while if you think about the current healthcare system, it is considered very much in a transactional way because of how different players are. So you will go to a hospital looking for care, but what you will end up feeling is like as if you got ripped off by getting that service done. So what is real value for patient, how it is actually overall defined? It is defined by outcome plus patient experience divided by the direct cost or the indirect cost that the patient has to take care of or someone else has to take care of. So how would I define kind of like where generative AI can actually be helpful in terms of outcomes. So if you think about the US, the way healthcare system works, primary care doctors are paid less, while urgent care doctors, or I would say specialists, are paid more. So when you think about a medical student who is choosing a career in healthcare, there is a high chance they would go for a specialized visit or a specialized profession where they can be paid more to cover the expenses in healthcare, which means there is even more shortage of primary care doctors. So when there is more shortage of primary care doctor, the preventive care is even lesser than how it is right now. And if you really want to solve for a long run, it is the preventive approach is the long run. You know, if you take care of your health, then you will have less visits to the doctors, and that will lead to less cost in the healthcare system. So this shortage of primary care doctor that is happening, generative AI could be very helpful there, where people can find a trustworthy ally who might not be giving full-time care to the patient, but they can at least provide some support, while the other part can be done by generative AI. So some idea that I can think about related to this is a primary care doctor having kind of like more of a chatbot integration or whatever the preferred method of patient is, where they do regulate what is shared, but it's shared through in an empathetic way through the LLM, and a lot of insights that are very specific to the primary care doctor are shared. This way, the patient also feels trust in the LLM. At the same time, the patient also gets good care with less time from the doctor. So the shortage of primary care doctors can be taken care of in some way using this. The second is second opinion on care. Given how fast research is progressing in the world right now, it is very hard for doctors to actually keep up with the new knowledge. And if we understand how healthcare really works, like healthcare is such a personal matter. Like two people might feel like, okay, we are getting the same symptoms, we should be taking the same medicine, but it is highly possible that the same medicine is not reacting the same way to both the people. So it is a very personalized matter. And doctors have a very hard time keeping up with the new literature that is coming in healthcare. And that's why it is becoming more and more important to actually get a second opinion about anything that you are looking for. So if you're going for a visit to the doctor and doctor is saying that you might have cancer, you do want to check through another way that, hey, is it really or is it not? You know, so you want to make sure you have alternate ways to do it. The second is patient experience. So as an insurance provider or anyone, if you tried calling your insurance sometime during the daytime, the calls can go up to 1 to 2 hours to get your issue resolved. And here is where patient experience can be improved significantly, where LLMs will process all the different endpoints, and that can make it a lot faster. The third part is cost of care. We do not even know how much my visit is going to cost when I'm going to see a doctor. So that's where a lot of different elements where an insurance provider comes, where empathy comes in, how much it's going to cost when you're going for an ER visit, or even adding the provider side that you are going to see this doctor, which is covered by this insurance in this plan, will cost you based on your deductible these many dollars. So all these pieces can be integrated very well together using LLMs, where we had a lot of challenges in the past because of how different companies are working in different ways. So transparency in care can be improved further using generative AI. Some of the use cases that I have kind of felt and I have worked on as well. Think about when I was talking about the example of a call with an insurance provider. If someone is live listening to these calls, then in a way what can happen is on the back end, the system is processing your benefit and everything and telling you on the call that, hey, for this doctor visit, you're going to pay this much. Or appointments are available for your doctor this much for this visit for tomorrow, and we would like you to see. So all these LLMs can actually bring this neural network together where all the elements can be connected, and that can help serve the patients very fast. And healthcare is very much a matter of time. So you want the care to be delivered sometimes immediately, so it is very important to get the service done quickly. Some of the other use cases is empowering chatbots with empathy. So current chatbots could be when you're chatting on an insurance provider, they would be like, okay, I don't know your deductible. They would not talk to you they would talk to you in a way where you would be like, I don't know if I'm really covered or I'm not covered, what's happening. So it can be improved further. The third is automated after-hours support if you want to see a doctor after hours, or if you want to understand your insurance benefits after hour, LLMs can be very beneficial. Then the cost and care transparency, which I talked about. And the fifth one is personalization in treatment, where a lot of knowledge, the second opinion from the literature can be included here. So the other question is, can I use all these LLMs in healthcare or not? Which is the compliance of HIPAA. So there is a good news that OpenAI has a HIPAA compliant version for LLMs. So what you can do is get to Azure and ask them that you're looking for a HIPAA compliant version, and they are offering that version. And because of this, you can actually build apps on the top of LLMs using a HIPAA compliant version, where they ensure they are not going to use patients' data. So they are ready to sign BAAs, which can be very beneficial. So that's just more about how I covered healthcare in general. Find me while we take care of our health. I go biking regularly, so we can talk while biking how to improve the health. Thank you.
Thank you, Atal. Let me see if there's any questions that we have, and then we'll start moving toward our panel. Raise your hand if you have any questions. Pretty insightful stuff, and lots of areas for improvement in the current system, for sure. Anyone? All right, we're going to keep moving ahead. So we're going to set up for a panel here.
Thank you.
We're going to stay up on the panel, so might as well stay right there. Let's see, we have Elijah, Dr. Elijah Spina coming up. We have Jody joining us again. And Milas is going to join us on the panel. So come on up. So, Elijah, do you want to moderate?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, this will be interesting. Well, let me give a little bit of a background, since I'm the only one up here who hasn't given a presentation yet today. But I've met many of you. And so my name is Elijah. I have worked on a bunch of different projects. My background is in molecular biology, and I've been operations and community lead for an organization called MedDAO for about 10 months. So MedDAO is a decentralized community of mostly physicians, but healthcare providers and people. We all care about health. We all, I think, in this room are alive. So it's basically our goal is to curate medical knowledge and make that more available for training AI models. So it's a community of physicians that are essentially sort of curating this medical knowledge. And that's, kind of, I am not a physician. I do all of the paperwork essentially for them on the back end. But yeah, going to be an interesting panel here about AI in medtech. So I'll let somebody else take it away because, again, I am not a doctor.
Yeah, I think I think I just gave a lot of background about the use cases that I feel are kind of coming up in healthcare and where there is a lot of opportunity for generative AI to be used. I think it would be actually good to hear from a doctor's perspective where you see technology has kind of failed in the past and how generative AI you feel can be very useful as we are navigating to using generative AI, and where do you see there are some real challenges which we might not be able to solve using generative AI as well?
Well, I mean, I guess working with physicians, again, I'm not a physician, but working with physicians, I guess the big existential crisis they're all having is, are we going to be replaced by AI, right? And with generative AI specifically. And I think right now it's pretty clear, no, not yet, because, there's still so many potential artifacts and things being generated. But where are we going to be in a few years, or where are we going to be when we have an expert, a network of expert knowledge, which essentially is the case with existing academic publications, right? Medical papers, but I don't know. I don't know where things are going to go in a couple of years. And ultimately, I think in terms of patient care, what you were saying, having that human element, I think is really going to drive the difference. But there's also been a paper that came out recently that said more patients actually prefer the responses given to them by ChatGPT than they got by physicians. So it seems that ChatGPT may have better bedside manner than most physicians. So I don't know about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting because actually like ChatGPT and some of these tools are already being incorporated in a lot of the tools that doctors already use, such as like, you know, like when they have their little pens that they write their notes in about what's happening, you know, with their patient, and it will transcribe that on the patient record, but also then they use that to generate responses, to your point, of how to interact with patients, you know? And so it really simplifies that whole process for the doctor. And sometimes they need that support, you know? Some doctors have amazing bedside manners where others could use that little push, you know, of how to communicate better. And so it makes it a better experience for everyone. So
I mean, at the same time, when I look at doctors, you know, they spend a lot of time taking care of patients, and there is already a shortage of doctors in the world, or in the US, you know, specifically. So in a way, they are not having enough time to be able to take care of all that paperwork and everything. So having AI kind of support them on their work actually is very helpful. And if there are HIPAA compliant versions of these systems, then it kind of the doctors can see more patients. But at the same time, I see your point where doctor knowledge versus the knowledge of ChatGPT and ChatGPT giving better result. And I think I was reading about this one study where actually empathy-wise people were feeling ChatGPT is more empathetic. So that was very concerning to me, that where did we lose all this empathy in the process, the human element that is there usually in healthcare, which is kind of more important for us to understand specific to healthcare.
Yeah, it's almost like the future. Like, are doctors just glorified mechanics? Like, what is the essence of healthcare that doctors are providing, right? As even in things like surgery, when we're doing things like image analysis and getting better predictions about how to treat something, or even doing a surgery, for example, like our robotic surgery is already a thing to get more precision in the operating room. What about when we start incorporating computer vision and we can identify a problem during a surgery faster and more reliably? Really identifying, I guess, what is that human element in healthcare here, maybe is the challenge that I'll pose to the rest of you panelists.
So I find that, I guess it's like, what's the human element, right? So that's harder to define, I guess, because we have to really define like the technological element. Like, that's what we can define in terms of like code, and then humans have to work with the system. So how do I define is a bit harder. And the area that I would go with the what's like the machine element, I would really look at the the document processing as an area, like the admin things, because these are the things which you actually get more support for solving, right? Because that's not taking the interesting parts of someone's job away. Also, if you can pick areas where it's not so crucial, it's not such a significant decision that someone makes based on the documents. It just creates like an initial filtering.
You would be surprised how many doctors, like how much time they spend on administrative tasks. Like almost half of their day is documenting. So yeah, anywhere you can help in that area so they could be more engaged with their patients when they're meeting with them, I think is just super impactful. So
yeah, and the healthcare system, I think overall is clearly, there's many problems with the healthcare system that AI can help solve, such as high administrative complexity, high cost, right, limited access, and I think this is where AI is really going to help advance the the ability of healthcare to help people. But yeah, then what does it look like once those things are solved? I think that's kind of.
I think one concern I get into, and I hear from a lot of people, is about privacy. And we are talking. Yes, we are looking for more and more therapists. If I'm talking about just mental care, and loneliness is increasing in the world, and there are statistics about it. But at the same time, I think about privacy of the patient and how important privacy is to the patient when they are getting care for themselves. So where do you all see about privacy playing a role, and how you feel patients are comfortable in getting AI used along with the doctor for kind of like the second, which is the administrative work that can happen because of the AI.
Yeah, you can't take ChatGPT and just feed the patient data in. So that's a key problem. And also, if you start to train something based on the patient data, it's also possible for someone to ask questions that pull that data out. So that's also something you can't quite do. So then you want to use some retrieval mechanisms, right? But then you also have to make sure that the database only gives the data out when the request is properly authenticated. So I think what is needed is authentication mechanisms that make sure that the person who is making the request, and speaking with the chat machine, let's say, is actually who they are meant to be, and they have the right authorization for that data. And only then, the reasoning engine is able to retrieve the data. So I think things like that are required for practical use of these models.
It's kind of an invitation into the cryptography side.
I know.
Of AI, even though it applies to much more than medical data, but maybe you want to take it there.
Yeah, no, definitely. That was a good segue. And I think, so I mentioned I work for MedDAO, and it's a decentralized organization of physicians. They basically, it's the intersection of Web3 and AI, right? And cryptography, and basically how do we make data available without compromising privacy and security, right? And that's going to get into a whole lot of math that I do not understand or couldn't even describe. But essentially, I think that's where it comes down to is really strong encryption and giving people control over their own information. Right. The one major problem right now, I think, is being able to have this composability between different systems. Right. So if you're in one healthcare system, say like Kaiser in California, right, you can access your records at all these different Kaisers. But if you want to go somewhere else, you have to transfer it out. And there's security issues with that. But what if you just owned your data and you brought your data to Kaiser or wherever you were going, right? And you control how that was accessed. And I think that's part of the problems that we're trying to solve at MedDAO and are still working on for sure.
Yeah, and just another level to that, I think at the end of the day, like patients, I mean, they're assuming that, the hospital and the physicians are compliant with how, their data is being managed. But I think at the end of the day, most people don't care. They want better patient care. They want that personalized care, actually. So if AI or whatever can help you get that, I feel like on the patient side, people will be open to it, right? And so we're even, looking at, building a platform where we could provide personalized care with different AI algorithms. Obviously, there's a lot of testing that needs to be done, but what we're getting, at least the feedback from the patient side, is like they are okay with it, as long as this whole step is
as long
taken.
as it's secure, right?
Exactly.
And not being exploited.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of that's super important, making making it usable, right? Same thing with LLMs, right? The language interface isn't the end all be all, right? And same thing for healthcare, right? People want something that's easy to use. That's why people go to Kaiser, because you can get your information done. It's like taken care of for you. So I think the number one thing to applying any of this tech is user experience, right? Bottom line.
And also, we can open it up to everybody here. It's we're trying to facilitate a conversation here, and sorry to put folks on the spot by being, hey, you hold the mic, you run with it, and would love, there might be folks here that have some insight into the medical industry, or just as consumers of the medical industry. Anybody have a question or want to share their thoughts? Could be around the privacy issue. Could be we could take this conversation to the future of healthcare.
Do we have any physicians in the room?
Is there a doctor in the house?
Okay, no, good.
So just raise your hand, and I'll just try to keep an eye out, or somebody will flag if anybody wants to say something. Otherwise, I'll chime in also.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, because I'm a patient.
You are.
And I agree. I think the piece about privacy, there's a piece of society that is hyper vigilant around privacy because it's what I think the society thinks people want. But it's not necessarily true. I think we just don't want our private information to be exploited. But there's definitely a huge sacrifice to locking down all this data in different silos. So let's maybe think outside the box. Let's assume that privacy wasn't an issue because it was taken care of, whether it's because cryptographic keys, and I could sign, like, this person can view my data and exactly where that data goes. But what's possible if AI has access to all the data it needs to be the most effective it can be? What does the future of medicine look like?
I'd like to answer that. It could save lives at the end of the day. There are AI algorithms that could, track your heartbeat, so it could prevent heart attacks from happening. You can monitor any arrhythmias, irregular heartbeats, right? So we, at part of our accelerator program, are working with this AI company in Spain, Aiify, and they partnered with Iker Casillas, who was a Real Madrid goalkeeper, and actually are working on an AI algorithm. Like, he had a stroke when he was practicing one day, and now he's worked with Aiify to build this algorithm that could capture that data and help prevent the stroke from even happening in the first place. So they're at early stages, but imagine, like, if everybody that is struggling with heart issues or has a history of it, we can track all of that. We capture it through wearables and other technologies, so it's just like, making it accessible to clinicians in a way that's safe and secure, that actually helps you live longer.
Right, because the current state, I've got my Fitbit on, and it probably could tell a lot of things that it's not allowed to look at or to even try to flag. So, anybody else also have thoughts on that and know the current state of regulation and industry and the future? Who's got a crystal ball?
I think you're right. The wellness part of healthcare, which is getting covered with Apple Health taking a lot of initiatives and saying that you can store all this data, and also giving access to new apps these days that you can get access to Apple Healthcare Kit and be able to access some of the data covered on phones and using the wearables. So the problem which I see happening right now in the whole industry is data is getting captured in bits and pieces in different places. Like, Fitbit is covering some data and phone is covering some data, and then you are wearing this Aura ring, so that can cover your sleep data. But there is nothing about integration of data. Like, if you go to a visit to a doctor and you get a CT scan done or an X-ray done, they would capture their data at their place, but that data would not map into what you are mapping on a daily basis through your phone or through your wearable. And given this data is not integrated overall together, the overall value of the data as a patient is not leveraged. So as a patient, I'm getting insights from different people based on just limited understanding what they have on that piece of data, but there is no overall understanding of my health based on what I am doing. Like, let's say I even want to add, like, the physical exercise that someone does, which is not captured. Can we all build an integrated profile of a patient based on hundreds of different parameters, their preventive care, their care getting done through a doctor, and a lot of emotional care also plays in it, So there are thousands of elements that come into picture, and probably the new technologies can help us, as you mentioned, about getting the data back in the hands of the patient, so patient can be able to leverage all the data together and use that for improving their own health outcomes and understanding their own health journey better.
Yes, on that topic, I'm actually in IEEE committee on that, on standardizing digital biomarkers. So those are these sort of smart devices that you can carry with you and that you can collect data from. There's like a proliferation of those different devices, different algorithms that run on those. And so the question is like, what should be the standards for those devices? So anyone interested in that subject, like let's connect and we can discuss more. But essentially we are trying to evaluate like existing standards that are out there and then see what adaptations are needed to deal with the situation that we have now. Well, now like new AI algorithms on top of that. So bringing even more questions how to regulate this and standardize.
Right, yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing with all AI, right? It comes down to the data. With healthcare, we've typically had really terrible data, right? Super sparse. Maybe you go to your doctor once a year, right? And think about things with wearables. Now all of a sudden you have continuous 24/7 data collection. Maybe it's not as reliable, or maybe it is, and maybe we're not able to collect as many metrics and as many biomarkers. But think about when you can have an MRI machine at the size of an Oura ring around your finger. That's the future. We'll be able to track way more information and be able to train our AI models on them, but we want to make sure that there's not garbage going in and garbage coming out.
Yeah, I think the key trade-off there is that these novel measures, the more interesting ones tend to also be complex. So there's potentially some value there, right? And if you start to like standardize it too much, then you don't allow the innovation, right? But then you can just add these, people just measure useless things that they don't really take action on. It's easy to make something standard if it's like very specific and concrete, right? I think that's like the key tension there. So how do you find like the optimal point, I think is at the core of this.
Yeah, part of this, maybe AI can solve the problem of so many specialists. I think when I've had relatives in the hospital and there's 8 different doctors that are all specialists seeing them and they don't really talk to each other. And the process that we have right now is you get 10 minutes with your doctor, they just read your chart, they prescribe a med, next person does the same thing, they read your chart, they prescribe a med, those meds conflict, you die. It's a huge percentage, but tragically it's a huge percentage of the issues. Why people go to the hospital to die is sort of the cliche statement, is because so many mistakes that are life and death mistakes are made. So maybe AI has a role in integrating all of that. I guess my vision is the doctors are a filter, but AI kind of gives a recommendation, and then the doctors make sure that that's the best recommendation rather than the other way around. Maybe some of the flip side of that is also valuable. Doctors making recommendations and AI filtering. As we discussed before, AI plus human equals a much better facilitator and judge.
Why don't you just have the AI design the drugs for you?
Are you talking about designer drugs now?
To your point, I think you just brought a very good use case for autonomous agents, where there could be specialist agents for each different specialist. Given specialists want to have their own personalized, agent where they give information in a specific way, and then these agents can talk to each other, and there is communication which helps in the overall communication for the patient, and that can create a lot of value for when you're jumping from one specialist to another, and they are not talking because they are crunch on their time, the specialist, but the agents can talk to each other and they can get the transfer of information done. So maybe this is a good use case for autonomous agents. I also think the level of personalization that can come with the level of AI coming in is going to be a lot, and it's because we would be able to, as we are currently increasing our ability to develop more detailed sensors where we can measure things more accurately, this opens so much of more data into our platform, and we can offer very personalized care to patients based on their specific health condition. We can understand, let's say, during the journey of a patient, if they go through, let's say, some health crisis in the future, that this is the story of this patient, and we can offer a lot more personalization that way.
Yeah. Down to questions? Perfect.
We love questions.
This is kind of a question, but also a statement. So I'm a pharmacist, and I'm a director of pharmacy in a hospital. So we really appreciate what AI is doing for improving diagnosis, for sure. We use it for finding diversion and preventing diversion of controlled substances, as well as our inventory optimization, because it's really hard to track all the drugs that are going through the hospital. There's so many steps and so forth. I feel like there's a huge opportunity beyond just what the physicians are doing as well, because we are highly regulated, so of course HIPAA is a huge thing, but we really have to improve patient outcomes. We have to prevent patients from coming back, and preventing events that occur in the hospital, which is really important. And we are swimming in data, and it would just be great if there was more AI, and that is why I'm here. I'm really interested in what else there is outside of what I'm seeing so far. I see a lot of opportunities, and I think working with what you all are doing now, with improving diagnosis is really, really important. And I think it's just the surface. I think we're just scratching the surface with healthcare. So I don't really have a question, but thank you.
No, that's such a great point. I was just thinking about COVID vaccines and how we spent so much time in going through understanding which vaccine reaches a threshold value where it can be suggested to patients. And I mean, given different companies were doing their own studies, generative AI was not there at that time. But I mean, in the current situation, there is a lot of value that can be brought by even integrating some of this research that is happening on different trials happening at different places to understand which trial is going well and what is going well here, and maybe able to make faster decisions in these cases and able to get to a statistically significant results faster with the help of generative AI. So there is a lot of value there too.
Got a question over this way.
I'm going to pass her the microphone.
So my question is, I'm actually on the venture side also. So to that lady's point about pharmacy, I do know one company that is actually outside the US that has a solution for pharmacy where they're actually using AI, where the prescriptions come in, it's all digital, and they're actually having robots actually filling the prescriptions and actually putting them in the bottle and then shipping it out. So actually completely skipping out the pharmacies totally, right? So they might have one person overseeing in case of certain cases, but that's being used in another country right now. So my question is, obviously in the US we have HIPAA, but do you see for this industry, for healthcare, because we're so heavily regulated in the US, there's so much litigation, and let's just say there's going to be a lot of people protecting their turf, right? I'm sure doctors don't want AI to be telling them what they should be doing and how they are going to be minimized. So the question is, do you think these technologies will be developed quicker outside the US versus in the US? And then once they're developed and they're being used on a daily basis, will that come and seep into the US?
Maybe if I be so bold as to maybe piggyback one thing, like since we're talking about drugs, dosages, like, we only test and approve certain dosages, and, can we have more personalized medicine, maybe through the use of AI, where, rather than your doctor saying, well, take half a pill, or, double this pill, have more granular personalized medicine prescription.
So I think my point of view about having a lot of regulation is actually twofold. I am not very much always against regulation. I feel regulation also ensures the quality in a lot of ways, and yes, it can take a while for a drug to come to the market because of regulation. At the same time, it is very important for the drug to be right more often than wrong, and getting the regulation done, getting it regulated and go through a process which actually ensures that to be done. Now, how AI kind of like comes as a part of it yes, if there is a timeline which is set for the drug release, not on a statistically significant data, but more about having this for 6 months to 1 year or 2 years, then I mean AI can definitely make it faster, and we can get a lot more results faster. But yeah, it is very important to go through that process of regulation of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 to be able to ensure it is done in the right way. In terms of whether it will be developed better outside the US versus in the US, I feel like US has definitely a very strong understanding of getting things to market without kind of like compromising on the quality. And what I know about like being from India, a lot of drugs drugs are expensive in the US because of it, because it's a lot of regulation. At the same time, it ensures that patients are not given wrong drug. Like even when we think about COVID vaccines, I mean, how many people were negatively impacted as well? So at least as a society, we are progressing, and it was done well, and that's why we are all here together. But at the same time, we gotta make sure things are done right. So yes, it might be developed outside the US faster, but it is very important for regulations to be passed for anything to come to market, especially in healthcare.
Yeah, and I guess you have to look at the economics, right? So lots of stuff, lots of innovations are produced outside, end up here because of the market size, right? So I know a lot of people who are running companies. They test it, let's say, in NHS or in another country, but they aim at the USA because they need to, have a big market in the end, and US is where the big market is.
Yeah, and I think speaking to your question about doctors being worried about AI replacing them, right? And I don't think that's going to happen overnight, right? Especially with the regulations, right? But in the future, it's more going to be about how do we help solve some of these problems with healthcare, and who knows what things are going to look like eventually. But once we have to solve the problems that are in front of us right now first,
Yeah, to that point, I really feel like a lot of use cases for AI today are how to make the physicians' lives easier, right? Like, and how to automate some of the administrative tasks, but also increase their efficiencies, their workflows, how all of the data is sent to different clinical teams in the hospital, right? So I think right now, that is their most pressing issue. They want to be more efficient, and hospitals need to figure out how to help them do that without, crazy amount of costs, like in the moment. And on the ground, we would never ever say, AI is gonna take your role or anything like that ever. You really share how it can help them make their job easier, right? Especially in radiology, AI has a huge opportunity to help improve diagnosis quicker, faster, and also bring the most important exams to the radiologist first when they're fresh in the morning, looking at all of the images, bring the most important cases, the most complex cases in front of their eyes when they're most productive. So I think right now, those are the ways it can actually help.
Yeah, I think you bring a good point. I don't think it's going to replace people, but what it will do is the efficiencies you're talking about. So for the junior roles, the busy work, if you will, radiologist techs, those type of people, medical assistants, those people will feel the pinch because it won't be needed anymore. Because it'll be replaced. Busy work will be done by AI.
Yeah, I
Doctors are glad to hear that.
I have a question on what is the most optimal model to use in this kind of specialized knowledge domain. So healthcare is a domain that is very heavily in specialized knowledge. So, and it's with respect to each subject. So my first question is, for such a very kind of specialized subject, is it better to use the general model and fine tune it? Or is it better to develop your own kind of deep neural network to operate around it? That's the first question. Maybe it's a philosophical and difficult to answer because I heard a lot of debates around it. And the second question is, just now a lot of people bring the connectivity in all these specialized domains. And maybe one of the things that AI can contribute is to bring different things together. And then for that kind of bring different specialized domain knowledge together in the AI model training or fine tuning, do you guys have any kind of suggestions or experiences or recommendations?
I will start with the first question. I think that's a very hard question on how we're going to ensure whether we fine-tune the model or we develop the model. And I think it does vary from use case to use case. The way I look at the current general LLMs, it's more about kind of like solving for a lot of use cases related to communication between two entities. And yes, there is decent depth in the knowledge, but it's not deep enough to solve for cases which are specific to, let's say, about drug discovery or something. So it is very important for us to be able to, first see the results of a few models that are ground up developed for drug discovery or specific cases which are actually about ingesting things in our body, like drugs and all. So it is very important to actually go deep into focusing on those specific aspects instead of just thinking from a fine-tuning model perspective. While when it comes to, in general, about which is more around awareness and existing knowledge that we know which are not related to ingesting drugs inside our bodies, I think we can leverage existing models, and that's probably going to be dependent on case-to-case basis, as healthcare by itself is a big industry.
Yeah, so I know most specifically about the visual field, right? So computer vision PhD. So there you can look at two conferences, CVPR, which is a top computer vision conference, and MICAI, which is a medical imaging top conference. And what tends to happen there is that tech gets developed for the general use case and then transferred to the medical use case. So it's you fine-tune the models on new data sets, and you get good performance.
And I just want to quickly add to that, it's such a complex issue because really you're dependent on the data that's getting inputted into these models. And like, honestly, everyone in the world in different regions, like we're all so different. So I think that custom care is ultimately where we want to go, but the road to it is, what you guys are all working on. But yeah, it just depends. The data that's coming in, will give you that great of an output. So. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to give my small viewpoint on that. So I think, as far as I know, there are most of the models right now being used for things like answering medical questions or reviewing medical data are basically fine-tuned versions of the existing foundational models that are out there, I think. But then Google released something called MedPalm, and I think the recent Falcon models just blew it out of the water, just barely any fine-tuning or anything. So I think the models are just advancing so fast, the LLMs are advancing so fast, but neural nets are nothing new, right? And classifying data is nothing new. So as that expands into domain-specific areas, maybe we generate larger data sets that can be used to train, these base models. They'll be coming out, but I think right now just the space of LLMs is just moving so fast that people are sort of just fine-tuning things, to answer your question.
I was just thinking about, in health, there is a lot of cultural background as well. And I was reading recently about people from, let's say, India are more impacted by heart diseases. And when I look at the current general care, it is very much a doctor understanding of the thing, and they can say, okay, based on my understanding, you are these trends, and everyone is considered equal. But there is that part of DNA which is also very important that comes into picture when you are talking about someone's health. So over a period of time, we will see LLMs kind of progressing. But when I look at the current care, I feel like care with AI is already getting us a lot more personalized experience. And as we are going to continue moving in this direction, we would be able to provide more and more very personalized care to patients.
I want to thank everybody on the panel. Maybe just 20 seconds each person. What's the one thing that you're most excited about with AI and healthcare, med tech? One thing.
I try to lean into laziness with tech, so yeah, I want it to just manage all my data for me, so that's going to be great.
Yeah, I think the future of wearable data and how that could help us provide more custom care is really exciting, and disease prevention especially. So, hope we can crack the code on that.
Yeah, I'm excited to take the new tech capabilities that are now coming out at increasing rate and make them useful. I'm just generally interested in healthcare because it's such a complex field, and I love trying to deal with these multiple complexities and find a solution.
I'm very excited about how longevity can play a role in, and AI can help in that, so that we can live, irrespective of the years increase, we can live a higher quality life for more years, and how AI can be useful in that.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. And we're bringing up Dev Kennedy here to, we're going to take things into the more XR, AR, VR realm. I'll get you set up with the clicker.
Sounds good.
We'll get your slide up there.
This one? Yeah. And then the clicker is right here. Okay. And it's, I always get these backwards. So.
Just, yeah, that's forward.
Forward, back. Okay. All right. Presentation is booting. Warning, this presentation will include hard truths in the Vision Pro, which is the new Apple headset. But first, I'm going to do a quick intro so you know where you're getting your information from. About myself personally, I initially started in early teens doing programming for Virtual Studio plugins, which anyone understands is basically Logic or Ableton. So my roots are in music initially. And then from there I got into data science, has this very strong connection to ML. And then I did game development, as well as after that I got directly into smart contracting and a lot of crypto. Oops, well, it's supposed to be a little bit lower. But, and then on the hardware side, because this is going to be addressing a lot of the Vision Pro hardware, I used to do hardware engineering for electric skateboards and then also for augmented reality devices. So we call this XR. It's a combination of VR and AR. The method that I got in order to get through all those different steps in life, we're not going to cover, but it's a serial method and poem. At the very end, we'll explain null CL. Let's see here. Oh, where did I just put it? Oh. And now about the talk. So basically, there's two optimal perspectives. One is to analyze this industry without Apple and without how they are portraying things. And then the other is to see how they've retooled and reimagined everything in their own image. Because what they've done actually is re-feature setted the entire tech stack for XR to suit them in a favorable light. And there's nothing wrong with that, because they're going to do mass contributions to the industry. But first we have to get through a very last part of this, and then we're getting into the talk. So the issue with this presentation is I could do the entire presentation in terms of art, but no one would understand, right? So we are diametrically have two things opposed to one another, being concise versus being thorough. So I'll try to strike a balance between the two. I'm basically the cat on the right side. So everyone's gonna yell at me who's in XR because I'm gonna make things simpler. But that's so that there's more comprehension. Also, I'm gonna pull out really quick. This whole industry of spatial computing existed before Tim Cook did this. But once he put on the stage spatial computing, 16-character word or phrase, this whole space blew up. And I already had it in my Instagram bio, so all of a sudden I started getting a lot of messages, you can imagine. All right, let's cut in. Come on. Oh, point it this way. Wait, there might be interference. There we go. Okay, I registered the clicks. All right, so what we're doing here is we're going to connect machine learning to the hard truth that Apple has put in front of us, and then we're going to loop it back into Apple. And first, we're going to get into some of the terms and kind of the concreteness of the industry before Apple got in. So Apple has a new term now. They call it stereoscopic video, or sorry, they call it 3D video and 3D camera. In fact, they redid their copy in research for this presentation. They redid the copy on the headset itself. It's now marketed as a three-dimensional camera, when initially it said Apple's first spatial computing device. There's a good reason for that. And we're gonna get into polygons, as well as
the representation of all of this on what's called a perception system. It uses what's called a keyword there is a frustum, and you'll see in the next image after I explain a little bit of what SLAM is. I know we're going quick, so I'll try to slow it down. So SLAM is based on computer vision and computer geometry. And what is computer geometry? The best explanation is when you have 2 points anywhere on a plane, it's a line, but as soon as you have a third point anywhere else, it's a polygon, right? Because you could throw that point all the way on the moon, and it would still draw, obtuse, acute, or equilateral triangle. Here's a demonstration of what this looks like with self-driving cars. Oops. Pretend that wasn't there. All right, so with the self-driving car, it has its frustum is created through cameras that are receiving photons from the outside world, which is just the visible light spectrum. But then there's also LiDAR, which is outside of our visible light spectrum. So they do what's something called time of flight. They send photons out. The photons either return or they don't. They either get absorbed somewhere or they come back and then they are received by the receiver. They come from the transmitter. And this next equation here is not to bore everyone or confuse everyone, but it is an explanation of, upon doing this procedure of emitting various different nanometer forms of light, once it comes back to the system, how does the system track its current and previous state? This is called a Kalman filter. And so there's just a bunch of math here. It doesn't really matter. The most important part is the bottom, which is it keeps track of the different states that each basically photon was received, and then it's mapping it back because the SLAM, broken down, that's just an acronym for simultaneous localization and mapping. So we already covered the localization, which is how the cars basically are emitting a lot of light outside of what we can see. They receive that back. Guess what? The Apple headset does that as well. And then it maps it. And so you can see there's a point of origin. It's very small, but roughly where that red little triangle is. All right, we're going to transition now into, that's the research prior to Apple getting into any sort of Vision Pro launching phase. So there we see the Vision Pro, and actually that sensor suite array is right above the nose ridge. And the most important part of this headset is that it's not open-backed optics. All this means is you can't see through the device. What you see is a live stream of the world that they created an entirely new silicon chip to drop the latency down. It's called, in the industry phrase, it's called motion to photon latency. All that means is that when somebody passes Jimmy a ball, it doesn't hit Jimmy in the face before Jimmy's own perception system of their mind is to extend a hand and capture it, right? So the last frame typically is here on very low latency, or sorry, high latency headsets, but the Apple headset is apparently able to keep up with motion in real life, essentially. Now we're gonna dig a little bit into the SDK. So this is basically a quick little look at how they're rendering panels. And the whole point of kind of dumping a bucket of water in your head with the Kalman filter and the SLAM algorithm is to understand that the device does a lot more, but what they're doing is they're kind of sprinkling every single feature set out over a long period of time so that they can basically, they do incrementalism, so that every single time they have a new update, they're trying to wow you with something that's actually been around for like 20 years, 30 years. And so this is their panel explanation of like, interface where you look and pinch, and you would basically, that dot on the bottom left is the closeout, and the bottom right corner you can like pinch. They have downward firing cameras so that you can make these subtle gestures that don't require too much attention. And then here's an example of what that interface looks like, a little bit more on the developer side, where you're actually given those three-dimensional points, because we're no longer operating in, like this computer, for example, is a y-axis and an x. This is a y-axis and an x. Everything we have is a y-axis and an x. But what they're done, what's the definition of spatial computing, is z-axis computing. So it's in and out of the page, right? In and out of the screen. And so now you can see a little bit better on the developer side how a volume is created, and then you can fill the volume with whatever they want to gatekeep, because their system isn't, at least at first, going to be very friendly to developers who want to have who want to have full agency and be fully liberated. Okay, so that's it for the SDK. And we're going to get into really quickly the bad part of all this, because I did promise there was going to be a bad part. So the issue is when you use the headset and you allow it to scan your face, it's actually picking up on a lot more data and information than you would prefer to fork over to Apple. In fact, these devices are so personal. Once you put one of these devices on your head, you're actually leaving, whether you've even entered your iCloud account information or not, you're leaving a three-dimensional signature in space. So you actually can't evade a lot of the data that's being kicked out of these devices processed by the R1 chip because it's just who you are. And unless you plan to dress like this, now, what is this? These are people how they're trying to avoid computer vision detection from like cameras that are running that kind of processing, that software. So we don't want to have to go through this, right? But is there a happy medium? And there is at the very end of the talk. But the real trick here is like, you can't hide from yourself, right? Like you're not gonna switch up how you walk in order to fool the headset to thinking you're a different user. And Apple is happily collecting all of this data at the end of the day and kind of building their company value off of it. So also here's the analogy of the plain bagel, because they're starting with the plain bagel, which is just these little screens. But based on this presentation, you already know that you can do volumes, and then you can do meadow, like a field of volumes, right? It's not just a singular cube in front of your face. It's actually built out and basically slammed, kind of like meshed into your environment. So don't be fooled by this. All right, and I think we're wrapping up here. I got about 20 seconds. Here's the solution to all this. So the real solution to all this is to be knowledgeable. That's the first thing. First things first is to be knowledgeable. You don't need to have your face scanned in order to have a more like authentic FaceTime call. It's not needed. But if you do, then you should try to make sure that it's not connected to an iCloud account, because again, this data is very, very personal. And just got to grab the last little bit presentation. And so if you think about all this stuff, now we're going to take the 10,000-foot view and close the presentation. If you think about this, all of what we do in life is on this spectrum. It's on a dance to hardware spectrum, because we have dance, which is motion through space as a human. We have music, which is removing the human component, but still production of creativity, because that's what the connection is with dance. And as soon as your cochlea starts vibrating, then the music doesn't exist. And then software, which basically, as soon as you turn off the screen, the photons stop hitting your retina. And hardware is the most. Oops, hopefully it doesn't skip it. Come on, this is the best slide. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, go back one. There's another one between the two, right? Okay, well, hardware is the most tangible thing, right? It's what we can knock our knuckles on. It's what we're most sure of in reality. Okay, that's the talk. That's my information. And should be questions, if you guys have any.
Yeah, thank you, Dev. Would love to open it up. I know that this is like such a deep area. I could just absorb forever about, like what's the coming, interface, what's, XR, as we've merged all of the VRs and the ARs. So anybody have any questions? Let's open it up. We also have a couple extra minutes. I can talk about some things, just logistics. If we're taking a break, we have someone just running late, but want to open it up. Anybody interested and involved in XR, VR, and what they see coming, and how they, just love to open it up.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the whole thing around the nose bridge and the scanning?
Yeah, no problem. And also, Stephen, there's a bit more of the presentation. I just was trying to make it under time, so I could present it still. All right, so what it is that Apple has, I believe, 14 cameras. What it's doing, and now why you need 14 cameras, is they have cameras positioned both on the nose bridge, they're downward firing. Those are to do machine learning basically on your hands to do object detection, or in this case, hand tracking. And then the other aspect of this is that as you have different panels, see, this is what was key about that slide, I'll go back to it. As you have different panels kind of on your living room, you could have one to the left and right. And the reason why you would have cameras that are shooting, kind of firing to the left and right of you, is because they want to fill in that user interface, that two-dimensional display. They want to fill that in as you flick your head this way, right? So they basically go, okay, I don't need to kick processing from the GPU to this non-existent peripheral display, but as the user is doing their head swivel, then it kind of populates. I could still talk more to that. Should I keep going? I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. So the other aspect of this is, so they 14 cameras, but not all of them are cameras that do image processing in the visible light spectrum, which tends to be like the 550 nanometer, which is green. That's on the spectrum. A lot of them are above or below, and the specific ones that are important for SLAM, which is what the cars you saw that they do, is the transmitter and the receiver, and that's closer to the nose ridge. I'm trying to think of what else is important here. Yeah, I'm gonna pause there.
All right. Any other thoughts? You okay getting up and coming around this way so we get it on mic?
So I didn't see the presentation from Apple, but you said there's a bunch of technology they're repurposing or brushing off. What's the most exciting technology that's already there that you think they're going to come out with, or what's the technology that come out in the next year, right? Not the 10-year out, but the next year that's commercially, let's say non-gaming, more general purpose.
Use of the headset or hardware innovation? Which one? Oh, use the headset? Yeah, you know what they're going to do is, I was reading, you can't actually move more than and we do things not in meters in this country, but I swam, and so I have to know meters. 1.5 meters, so is really limiting. But again, remember there's a walled garden here, and the walls are getting thicker and they're getting taller each year with each device that they contribute to their ecosystem. So of course that limitation is not on their end. That limitation is only for the developers who are trying to build into by the way, there's a new app store. They left it till the very, very end of the State of the Union talk, new app store for this specific device. But they're not gonna allow the developers to do that. They're gonna make them be stuck in iBeer stage. If you guys remember the flashlight and iBeer of the iPhone accelerometer or the turning on the flashlight. So that's the tricky part. You'll see most value generation from Apple themselves because they own that, because they don't have to relinquish that. And similar to the plain bagel, I don't think I double tapped on this hard enough. Similar to the plain bagel, the whole idea is that all of these technologies exist and they're gonna add poppy seeds one year and everyone's gonna go, wow, right? And then they'll add sesame seeds the next year. And they'll slowly let this slack out while kind of positioning themselves as the constant hero. And it's just not true. I've been working in this space for super long, and it's not true that any of these technologies are not in existence until they do them. But the question is, how do you hardware hack the device or software hack it around those walled garden, the permissions and privileges layer?
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Because my fantasy of how to use this headset and why it would be worth $3,500, or probably couldn't even get that base model because it won't have the power. But I imagine, how I work, dual monitors, and I have to sit at the desk, and I have to, this just feels like it's gonna, aside from gaming and watching movies, which, that price point I think actually works for a lot of people because, am I going to buy like a 120-inch TV, which doesn't really exist mounted, or am I going to get this headset that's cheaper and gives me the same impact? But also just for working, being able to arrange monitors, kind of playing Minority Report with my, with my information, my workflow. How do you see it working, like in terms of the individual using it in their workflow, manipulating information with their hands, and I can be lying in bed, I can be on the couch, doesn't really matter because I can just immerse myself in this work environment.
Yeah, it's really key. So really quick, people only buy things because they're convenient, cost less than the previous implementation or faster. And I think what Apple's doing with this is super severely represented in the media is the eye tracking. The eye tracking actually is a master killer use case of the device. So whether it's new displays, infinite retina displays, whatever they want to call it, what's actually going to be key is actually the saccades, which is the rapid eye movement that you do until fixation for your eyes. That physiological involuntary feature set of a human is actually a killer use, because you're actually going to be able to get more work done because you're already looking at the next thing, and you could probably have a programmed shortcut, right? That as soon as they look in the dot on the bottom left or the bar, it launches something else, right? So there's actually a more fluid, intuitive user interface play at hand that they know well about because they created Optic ID, right, to gate that so that other people can't, I don't know, maybe make use of your own user settings. But yeah, it's really actually going to be a little bit more granular than what people expect, which isn't, I need the iBeer app. No, it's actually going to be, it's the fluid, it's the implementation of the user experience. That's actually really key. Yeah.
So do you think, given the price point,
yeah.
people are going to test this out and they're going to be like, OMFG, you know, I have to have this? Is it going to be like one of those moments where it just changes it changes how I'm going to work? Yeah, their rollout looks like they're modifying the stores so that they can put those headsets in the stores to like further stack on the, I don't know, Jenga blocks so that you buy it on your head, right? But they're already going to launch a cheaper device. It's already been leaked, probably 50% of the price or somewhat close, and that'll be 18 months after January 2024. So I guess I haven't really talked too much about the price point because I'm going to get one regardless, but truthfully speaking, they'll have a much cheaper SE version of it or a Vision Air, and that'll be available to people, just not as great or fluid as an interface. And they really want all of these COTS, right? Commercial off-the-shelf parts. Actually, they're doing a lot of the engineering, but they want the economies of scale curve to kick in, and then they can offer that device at still a profit. So I'd have to say, like, I feels like I'm not answering, I'm deflecting the question, or, but truthfully, I think like there'll just be a cheaper one, and people will see that their scalability value is in the eye tracking. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. So you kind of answered the question, but it begs another question. Yeah. You're making a lot of absolute statements. You know, the Vision, Air, and so how much of this is predictive, and do you know things that most of the general public is not privy to? Yeah, it's a good question. I've just been doing this stuff for long enough. Like on my shirt, this is like I didn't mention it, but this is a 3D file format. Kronos built WebGL graphics language, graphics library. That's GL. So I do have friends who are working in this, but it's also just the logical business sense, like what makes sense, not a 3,500 device, like dollar device. So you should go to the store to check it out, and then you'll settle for something that's less. I don't know if there is a silver bullet, and that's really, truthfully, I probably wouldn't be here to be developing right now if I knew the silver bullet for this device. But I do think, like motion to photon latency, all this stuff, like all those terms are right, you can throw them out and just think, okay, this device is capable of kind of comprehending what my intentions are when I put it on, because it's collecting all this data, and that's going to shortcut my life. And then you get into those three convenience factors. Is it more convenient? It's not going to be cheaper, but is it faster, right? Then maybe you could nail two of those. Is it more convenient and faster than a monitor? I don't know. Yeah, well, my experience just seeing Apple and its product rollouts, they like to produce products that are game-changing products, whether they're hits or misses. Yeah. Do you feel this is a game changer? No, I think this is a really strict statement. I think this is just, they're doing this as a prototype to get to the glasses. Again, I do the hardware side of this as well, and the parts are almost identical for smart glasses as they are for a tiny television strapped to your face, which we call VR, except a couple different optical elements, and they just need the parts to drop for the cost of the glasses to be like not 3,500. They can't have the Series 1 Apple Glass cannot be 3,500. It has to be like, 1,000 minimum, or sorry, maximum. So truthfully speaking, I don't think it is about, the master stroke is actually getting the parts to be reduced through the economies of scale so that we can have smart glasses, and then those plug in to all the other devices you have. I could keep going on that front, but I won't. So one more question, if I might. So is it just a price point and supply chain issue, or is there tech that doesn't exist that is needed for these other advances that you're talking about? Yeah, that's a great question. So a company,
without getting too deep into it, so the shortcut version is the hardware for a VR headset. It's just again a small TV, but it's a pancake of like you have to have the PCB, you have the sensor array that's out front, PCB, then you have the optical elements with the eye tracking, and so you have to kind of like tear into each singular layer of that and figure out which parts can be dropped. I think kind of what your question's asking. Let me check in with you. Is that like of that pancake stack? Are there hardware engineering innovations that have yet to profound innovations that are still to be discovered, or is it through the economies of scale that they get there?
Right. It was my question is: is there technology that's yet to be developed, or is it just that the technology is there? It's just so damn expensive, and you can't bring it to market, but all the science has been figured out.
Yeah, right, the science. I'll say this. I'll say that 70% of the science is figured out. So there's each step of that pancake stack that I was talking about can be more efficient, and then we could also just ask AI chatbots to solve maybe the last 30% or 25%. There's always room for something that probably won't be solved. So that's really the key here is like, that last 25%, can we use AI to accelerate? But most importantly, like I was starting off with, Jaybird does these, company out east does these like, it's really confusing, but it's a micro OLED display. That's how small we're working, like several pinheads wide, maybe like 8 or 9 pinheads by like 2 or 3. And that innovation can get way better as long as money on the lowest level, on the granular scale, is getting fed into it. And then they could probably justify further R&D. So I think there's that 25%, yeah.
Yeah, well, and I'm hearing that 25% is just really optimizing and making more efficient and improving what already exists. So it's just those incremental improvements. It's not like the hard
architecture
science, like we don't know how to make a battery small enough to drive this thing. That's going to be able to, last 4 hours on your head.
Yeah, the architecture. But the thing is, like, see this, just to briefly answer that, you can offload the network, the compute, or you can do cloud rendering. So you don't even have to do explicitly long battery lives on the head, because you can cycle the battery up and down. And then the real key here is the NITs, which we didn't get into, but it's the light emission source to the back of the retina. That whole pipeline has tons of optimizations that can occur. But like Jaybird, who's burning that field, like on the hardware side and the fab, can't justify further budgets without Apple kind of dropping all the other parts down. Because then they'll know that the suppliers will pay more for their component, because everything else is like an iPhone part in a couple of years.
Got it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Come on.
So to your point about the eye tracking being the kind of distinguishing factor here for Apple, which I agree with, at least in the product that we have today in front of us, there are like a bunch of sensors on the inside of the VR's headset to track your eyes, right? And for Apple to get from there to glasses, that tech has to get a lot better, because we'd have to scale down from a lot of sensors to at most one for each eye. Do you see that happening within the next half decade or something like that, or does that involve a major technological breakthrough?
To some extent, ignoring the price point, again, you didn't see the price point in my presentation, it's already done. But that's like kind of a coy answer. And I ran a Twitter poll within 24 hours of the release, how long will the glasses take? And really, honestly, the drag factor in all this is how slowly Apple wants to release each and every seed over the course of a number of years so that they can get to an everything bagel. Like, that's actually why I kept including that, is because it's like, it's actually not based on a lot of the hard physics, and headsets. The other headsets in the VR industry do things way differently than the way that Apple's doing things right now, which is why a distinction I tried to make at the beginning. So the Twitter poll answer was 6 years. And that, I really sent that out to as many people I knew who were familiar with the industry. So that's a deferred answer.
Well, thank you so much. And I've seen you around the circuit a little bit. Never knew like you're so deep
hardware.
especially this particular space, part of hardware. Thank you. Thank you for joining. And next up, we have Michael. Thank you. Thank you for making the trip and battling traffic.
Never trust Google Maps.
Coming all the way from Korea.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Michael. Thanks for.
Hang on, let me give you a. It's on the other ones.
All right.
So we'll switch on it.
All right. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm Michael. I came all the way from fairy tale land called South Korea for this event, and I'm here to give you like global, a small pinch of taste of global applied to this event. So, without further ado, can you put my slides on the screen?
Yeah, it's going to take us just a second.
Sure. I actually came from South Korea like a week ago, and I'm staying here till next Tuesday. So I'm grateful that I was invited here to talk about like how data-centric AI is working on the industry, and also I'll share some thoughts on the AI ethics and what's going on outside of San Francisco, outside of United States, on like global trends on AI, data-centric AI, and AI ethics and those kind of stuffs. Yeah. I actually did my first startup called Video Factory back in the like 2014 and 2002 to 2018 in Bay Area. I stayed at Sunnyvale, right next to Plug and Play Tech Center, and that startup failed, and I went back to Korea and did another startup called Datumo. Datumo started as a data collection and labeling service provider, and we started small, like 4 university students and plus me working at the garage, something similar to garage at university. And nowadays we work with more than 200 clients, including Samsung, LG, and large companies inside Korea. And now we are one of the committee member at AI Ethics Policy Forum from South Korea. Oh, now it's on. Thank you. Yeah, so I am one of the committee member at AI Ethics Policy Forum. So we generate the earliest draft of AI ethics policy that South Korean government is gonna like push on the all other companies performing AI or building AI or on the research for the AI. So little bit introduction for my company, and we have data labeling software, a data crowdsourced data labeling platform with 240,000 workers on it. And yup.
Here, the metal poles get in the way, so maybe if you move
Okay, cool. Cool. So we built a bunch of open source benchmark data set that anyone can download, anyone can use for free, and it's called Clue and Corquad, and we have open data set website called open.darumo.com. You can come here anytime, and we provide free data labeling services for international papers. So if you guys want to write any paper on thesis on CVPR or NeurIPS, we provide free data labeling service. No strings attached, and our data set has been applied to like a lot of conferences and papers, including CVPR, which was just held last week in Vancouver, and NeuralIPS, EMNLP, and other papers as well. And we were nominated as one of the 30 under 30 Asia under enterprise technology category, and unfortunately, I was the one who applied, who did the written interview and everything, but I'm over 30, so they cut me out from the photo shoot. That's true story. Damn bastards. Yeah, and back to the straight to the point. So everybody, I assume there's Stephen told me there's variety of range of audience, starting from knowing nothing about AI and some machine learning experts here. So I'm trying to find way through what level I'm going to give a talk. So nowadays it's transiting from model-centric AI to data-centric AI. Have you ever heard the term data-centric AI before? No? So actually this term came out from Andrew Ng, the professor at Stanford and world-renowned AI scholar. So nowadays, model-centric AI means you fix the, you change the model. So you change the hyperparameters, so you change the algorithm, and you don't have to change anything on the data set. So what you do on the model-centric AI is you build or you buy massive data sets. And using those data sets, you have to train your AI model. And when your AI model fails, you find the reason why it failed onto its algorithm. And why it failed, and you try to change the hyperparameters on the AI model. But the data-centric AI says that all the AI models are now, there are so many great AI models you can just use from the existing models, including GPT or BARD and Llama, Lambda. There's a lot of great AI models, so you don't have to change anything on the models. Rather than that, you have to change what you feed to your model. So what you have to change your data set. You have to find what's wrong, what your AI is not doing well on the data set side. That's data-centric AI. And it's, if you think about it, it's kind of obvious because there's so many great AI models, including GPT. So when your AI model fails, it's most likely, it's not the reason is not that your AI algorithm is stupid. Mostly, because it never seen such a case before. For example, back in 2016, there was a car crash from Tesla car that was in the highway, that when the sun was shining too bright directly into the camera didn't detect anything in front of it. There was only white. So the AI model never experienced that kind of situation before, so it assumed there's nothing in front of it. So it sped up, and it crashed right into a truck. So it doesn't mean that this AI model is stupid. It just means that it didn't have that kind of experience. So that kind of experience that AI model didn't meet before, we call it edge cases. So data-centric AI is how you it's all about finding edge cases and finding all the cases and edge cases that your AI haven't met before and your AI haven't experienced before, and you have to label it and train back to your AI model so your AI model can work the next time it faces the same situation. So I'd like to share some trends in data-centric AI research. So these guys, Andrew Ng, who came up with the concept of data-centric AI, professor of Stanford University, a founder and CEO of DeepLearning.ai and Landing AI. And there was a competition on data-centric AI back in 2021. And this guy, Mohammed Motamedi, won the most innovative award from the competition. And what he did was he didn't, just like the ordinary data-centric way, didn't change anything on the model. So he just made an optimization on the pipeline, how their data set should be fixed and should be fed to the AI model, and did the additional sample gathering and did the additional sample synthesis. What it means that he made a synthetic data to feed the AI model. So this diagram is a little bit complicated, but if you go through, he validated the data, and he augmented the data, and he trained the data model, and he repeated this process over and over. And he got the first place. And the baseline model, existing model, had the accuracy of validation, accuracy test passed like 64%. And he didn't change anything about the AI model. And he did the pipelining, and he put the additional samples, and he synthesized all the sample data, and the test, he passed like 84% of the test. So no change on the AI model, just change on the data set side. You can make your AI work increasingly work better. So nowadays, as foundation models like GPT and a lot of LLM models are appearing, and also for them, either like for making a foundation model, you need like unlimited like data sources, like they crawl all over from the internet. But when you fine-tune your AI model using existing LLMs like GPT, for example, you want to make your own chatbot for like customer service center for mobile carrier, you have to fine-tune the GPT model using existing data about the customer service model on the mobile carriers. So when you're fine-tuning it, it's still about the data. So you don't have to change anything about the model. You don't have any permission to. Just you have to do all you have to do is fine-tuning. So all you can give your hands on is just the data set. So nowadays, if you want to use existing models like GPT or Lambda or Llama, you are forced to do it so in the data-centric way. So I don't want to go too much detail about this. There's a lot of way to do the data-centric future directions. And there has been a lot of research on the data-centric AI starting from 2021. And I believe it's going to be even more papers going to be there for this year. So when they were building GPT, they were like, at GPT-1, they didn't filter any data. This is like model-centric way of approach. They just gathered everything there is. They didn't have to filter it. They didn't like tweak it, fine-tune it. They used all just existing data. And for the GPT-2, there was a fine-tuning, there was a filtering using human resources. So they started taking a look into the data sets. And for GPT-3, they had 45 terabytes of raw data, and they had to data filtering, and also RLHF is called reinforced learning from human feedback, and they do the process for the both GPT-3 and 4. So nowadays, more and more, even people who build the GPT, OpenAI folks are approaching it into data-centric way when they are building their GPT models. So it's not about like putting all the data. It's not about like more data is better. It's like 5 years ago, it was right. But nowadays, it's better data makes better AI, not more data makes better AI. So Tesla is one of the companies, I just said their car crashed into the truck, but still they're one of the company that does the best on the data-centric AI still now. So when you have the Tesla cars running around the world, including Bay Area, and they have Tesla cars in South Korea as well, when their AI model fails, for example, there was a glitch in the detection, or they had to a user had to intervene on the auto drive. There was a lot of triggers that was implemented in the Tesla cars, and when those triggers were activated, they collect all those data and send back to the servers in Tesla HQ, and they label it, they train it into their AI model, and deploy it on the air to the Tesla car. So more and more new cases Tesla car meets, it's gonna send more and more data back to its main server, and their AI is gonna get smarter every time. So this is one fine example of data-centric AI. So if you guys are on to building AI model or AI services, you can use any existing model like GPT, or I said GPT too many times on this session, but you can use any existing model, open source model that's available on the GitHub online. But you have to remember that you have to make your AI smarter every week by applying data-centric method. They call it data engine, we call it AI data flywheel, somebody call it data pipeline, but it's all the same thing. So either you are building large language model like GPT-4, or either you are trying to use one of the existing AI model, data-centric way, and fine-tuning using data is crucial and important. So what we call data-centric data flywheel is one of the method we approach to the data-centric AI is you can start from anywhere in the cycle. For example, you are a self-driving car, you want to develop a self-driving car AI, and you already have a lot of data. You can start from data planning. So you have to plan what kind of situation your car is gonna meet, and you have to curate the data amongst the accumulated whole terabytes and hexabytes of data. You have to find what data you have to label in order to get your AI smarter. So there's that process called data curation. You cannot label them all because it's going to cost a fortune. So you have to curate your data and all the data collection and labeling, where my business started from, and you train your AI model, and you don't stop there. You have to do the analytics on your AI data sets, finding out what situations, what cases is my AI failing, in what cases my AI doesn't work well. And you do the data analytics, and you go back to the AI data planning, and you repeat this cycle over and over, like Tesla is doing right now. And then you can make your AI smarter. And one interesting thing I figured out whilst we are building it and we are trying to sell it to our clients is that we, initially, we try to sell this product to the clients who are already doing AI well, including Samsung and LG. But rather than them, the people who wants to develop AI but doesn't have enough knowledge about AI were were using our product, because you don't have to do any AI model coding using this tool. So that's one interesting application of our tool. And nowadays, introducing AI doesn't necessarily mean that you have to hire an AI engineer or machine learning scientist to build from bottom up. It's rather than introducing this data flywheel or data-centric pipeline to your work. So since my session started a little bit late, I don't want to go through too much details on my slides. But by the way, we are opening this tool for free if you have for the training purposes and or educational purposes. So datumo.com, you can use it for free. Small plugs. And all the model analysis, no coding. I'll just skip the data analytics part. And I'd like to share more about what's happening on the NLP side a little bit more. So we use GPT to generate a text data to train other language model. So if you think about it, it's a little bit funny. You make a data set to train an AI model, and the data set comes from another AI. So AI trains another AI. That's what's happening these days. And these were popular in the academic area from late 2022 and early this year, but we've been doing this for a couple of years before it was popular in the academic area. So what we do is we fine-tune existing AI model like GPT, and with human-level data, and we generate the text data using GPT, and we do the human filtering using our crowdsourced platform and find the gold quality data set for the output. So we've used GPT to generate other data to train AI models like GPT. This concept is used for the AI ethics benchmark data set I'm going to talk to you about. So this is one funny application for GPT. And actually, I shared this with the head of research partnership in OpenAI yesterday, and he found it really interesting because he knew the concept of this is out there in the academic world, but he never seen a company actually does this and sell those data sets using their own model. So nowadays, as you guys always know and hear about, their AI models like ChatGPT or Bard can be racist, sexist, and creepy. And there's a lot of issues that has been going on the AI ethics side, and the reliability of the outcomes from the AI is called hallucination. And I'm pretty sure someone covered about this topic before me on today's event. And there has been approach about checking this kind of data is toxic and this kind of output is not truthful. There has been some data set about toxicity data set and truthful QA data set. But what I'm trying to do with a consortium with 5 LLM companies in Korea is to make a benchmark data set that evaluates what your language model is doing, what your language model has ethics. Are they doing well on the ethics? How they score on the reliability? How they score on the honestiness? That's one of the thing I'm trying to do right now at this moment. So I'll pass a little bit back to the South Korean part. And we have, I told you that I was a committee member at the AI Ethics Policy Forum. It's run by Ministry of Science and ICT from South Korean government. And skip this part A. So there are 3 sectors in this forum. One is ethics, one is tech, and one is education. And I didn't want to translate all the names in English. And we are one of the tech sector, committee member of tech center. So ethics center sector tries to make a policy about how your AI should not do. And in the tech center, we are doing a research on how we can reinforce it by the technology. And the education part works on how we should teach our children or teach people how to engage with AI and how to use AI. So we have 3 sectors. And there has been bi-monthly forum going on South Korean government. We make policy books about AI. And policy, has been a lot of forums. And recently, 5 LLM companies and us in this forum decided to make a consortium to make a benchmark data set to check reliability and ethics of the generative model, including GPT. So we are the center company who builds this AI model, and there has been 5 LLM companies in Korea. Now Samsung just announced that they're going to build their own version of GPT. They announced it like a week ago, so I'm pretty sure Samsung will join us as well. But there's like 4 companies building LLM, and there's professors and AI Ethics Forum and other companies has joined this external advisory organization. And I've talked with Boris from OpenAI, and I asked him to join, asked OpenAI, could OpenAI join our consortium as an advisory organization, and we are still working on it. So what we do is we use GPT, and Hyperclover is Korean version of GPT, and there's like 5 different Korean version of GPTs made from Naver, Kakao, KT, LG, and SK, and we use all those AI models to actually build the data set for the benchmark. So we use 3 criteria called 3 H's. It's harmlessness, it's honesty, and the third one is helpfulness. So this criteria is used by both OpenAI and Anthropic. So when you give feedback to ChatGPT, when you press, there's a thumbs down button. When the ChatGPT gives you a result, there's a thumbs down button on the right bottom. And if you click it, they ask you about these 3 criteria. What was wrong? Was it harmful? Was the data wasn't helpful? Was the result not honest? They ask these 3 criteria. So we are using this method as well in Korea. So that's why we could we could start talking about working with OpenAI on this project. And this graph looks a little bit complicated, but I'll simplify it. So we start from the prompts, the input data built by human labeler workforces, and we feed this input data onto existing language model, including GPT and Hyperclover from Korea. We ask a question, for example, and there should be answers came out from these 5 different large language models, right? And we put this data and we show it to the human labeling pool. So we ask them to score from 5 to 1, to rank it from the 5 to 1, which answer was the best in this criteria, and which answer was the worst from this criteria. The labelers who label this ranking doesn't know about what language model gave out this output. So it could be GPT, it could be Hyperclover, it could be Kakao, anything. So they give the ranking from given answer, and we summarize it, and we build a benchmark data set. And after building a benchmark data set, how we evaluate the existing model is that we ask the AI model about the question, and we give them 5 different answers to choose from. So those AI models is gonna choose from A, B, C, D, E, and if their answer was the number 5, the scoring 5 answer, and that model is gonna have score 5 in that question. Do you guys know what I mean? So okay, no. All right, I explain a little bit easier way. So we build a data set using existing GPT model, and there's a lot of data sets built out from ranking number 1 to 5, right? So we, again, using those data sets, we ask to the GPT model. So for example, how many people are there in San Francisco Bay Area? And for A to E, someone said there's only 100 people and 10,000 people, and C should be like 20,000 people, and D, E, and there should be right answer amongst them, right? So if we ask the GPT model to give an answer from the multiple choice answer, and if it gives you right answer, then it gets the score. So repeating those processes over and over, we can see how this AI model works and how this AI model performs in these three criteria. This is how we evaluate it. So all the way from making the benchmark data set itself and evaluating it, it hasn't been done before in this way with like a lot of AI models, using a lot of AI models. So this research is gonna be funded by South Korean government, and OpenAI is also showing interest in this criteria. So if you guys also, as you can see, even for evaluating your AI model, there should be data. So AI is all about data, data, data. So when you build data, there should be data-centric way. You should think about how your data is going to do to your AI model and what part of the data you have to feed more. And even for evaluating your AI model, you always have to think about data. In what situation my AI model will fail or not. So, as I told you before, in this session I covered all the way starting from what data-centric AI is and how the data-centric AI work and why it is important and why it's becoming more important these days, because either you want to build your own AI or use existing GPT, there should be data-centric approach. And I also covered about like how AI ethics is becoming more and more problematic because Professor Jeffrey Hinton quit Google and said that he regrets developing AI. He's the godfather of AI, and there's a lot of AI ethics issues that's coming up, and how we are trying to, as a member of AI industry, trying to solve this problem and check AI model how they're doing on the ethics part as well. I covered everything, and I'd like to finish my session by saying one more time, we give out free data sets if you want to write a paper on it. So you can you can try Datumo, the data-centric AI tool, for free. So anyone can use it. You can download it and ask any question regarding this software or data-centric AI after this session, please. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Well, stay up there. Not that much. Yeah. Okay. Well, the one thing I get, like sometimes I, hear these talks, and I apologize that, the time for the talk is so brief. I want to be able to spend a couple hours, diving into this because it's something, that's extremely important. Right. And I think, where my mind goes as a deliverer of solutions, and is like, how can we use this? I think it's really important for the LLMs, but then also how can we help society? We had a presentation earlier where they're detecting fake reviews, and we also had a presentation early, I think Eric is here, on social media and detecting toxic responses and maybe flagging and educating humans how to be more cooperative. So I'm just expressing how much how valuable I think this is and how much I'd love to dive deeper. And I know we're talking about possibly other events and doing online or in person with people around the world. And you missed the full room middle of the day, and we have a lot of people hanging on. We're going to have drinks after this, so stick around, and I'm going to open it up for questions.
Yeah, great, very interesting. I've learned in the US that the society, what is biased for someone might be not biased for the other part. When you go to the scoring, how do you organize the team to score the subjective topics? Right.
So actually that's really good question and tricky question, because that's the part we are mostly giving focus on while we are building data set. But because I asked the same question to folks when I visited OpenAI yesterday, and unfortunately, there's no clear answer. But what we are trying to do is to apply existing papers that was accepted in the global journals. These should be standards for checking ethics for AIs. There has been a lot of papers on it. So we are trying to make the subjective standards into more multiple choice way. Do you know what I mean? So that's one of the reasons why we score the outputs of the LLM from on the ranking system, not the there's no such thing as standard points out there. We just rank them from amongst the outputs. So it's hard to get standards because everybody thinks differently. Every culture is different. Every country has different opinion on same agenda. So what we're just trying to do is do the ranking system, and that's been applied to, that's been accepted in the international academic community as a way of evaluating AI models. So that's, we are going that way for now.
And just raise your hand if you have a question.
You mentioned about the data-centric AI. So I was thinking if the data is coming from multiple sources, say you give the example of autonomous vehicles where sensors, LiDAR, GPS maps, everything will be there. So in case of failure in any point in that stream, how can it be managed? Because if it's coming from a single source, it's fine and it can be easily managed. But even a single point of
yeah, I think the answer should be it should be hard to do, but you have to check them all, because if there's a multi-source data coming from multiple sources, just like you said, there could be a one, for example, there could be if you're making a self-driving car AI, your car should walk around. There should be a GPS data coming. Also, there should be image data that has been censored. All should be weather data has been censored, collected. But you have to make a central point. What should be the core of your data inputs amongst all others? So if you get the core part and starting from there, and you do the data-centric AI, you filter all the useless data out, and then you can move on to other criteria like GPS and other stuff. So there should be at least one source, input source that could be managed by human labeler, human workforces to check if this data is valid or not, and you can start from there. Okay.
Thank you. Michael, I've got two questions. So first question is, why did you just not resubmit for Forbes under 40?
Is there such a thing?
Huh?
Is there such a thing?
Oh yeah, there is definitely such a thing.
I'm definitely going to apply for it next year.
You should. But my second question, question is, are you trying in your firm, Datamo, trying to be the leader for South Korea? Do you envision each country or geographic area having a leader for generative AI, and then sort of specific data sets will be for that region, just because it's more culturally different?
No, we are aiming to become a global leader. So, because the border is meaningless, right? So even though your point is right that every culture has different criteria, so there could be regional leaders as well, but. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as border on internet, and in Korea, all the global competitors, including Scale AI, which is right over here, and also Labelbox, Scale AI, Appen, the world players are already pouring into Korea. So in order for us to survive, we are not only competing against Korean market, we have to go global. So we're trying to become world leader.
Hi, Michael. This is Jonathan. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. You know a lot about AI.
Thank you.
I came a long way from South Korea. I just like to share. I read an article just published just a few days ago. They have a model that integrate data and the knowledge graph. So I think that's interesting. Knowledge, I think, is like data with life.
Right.
The data, the regular data, we talk about just dumb data. They're just captured just data there. And the model is trying to capture basically try to capture knowledge from the data. So it's easier for machine to do that. But for knowledge data, for knowledge graph, knowledge data is hard for humans to collect all the data. It's hard because a lot of work involved. But it is it's like a critical situation, like you mentioned the scenario where the sensor capture just the sunlight. But if there's a knowledge, there's a rule telling, okay, at the sunset time, it's possible, it's more likely you could get you could get all sunlight bulk on the view. If that knowledge is integrated in the learning process, actually the paper talks about talk with a model that actually could implement this this learning from the data and also the knowledge. And then, so when the driver is driving, the sensors automatically capture the data from the knowledge graph because the knowledge is telling, okay, this time of the hour, time of the day is getting there. And also the direction is going, the road of direction. So the sensor, the data captured by the sensors, and also the data from the knowledge graph, they could be combined together to get more live data, more live information. So I think that's interesting. I just would like to share with you. That public paper was just published a few days ago. I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, actually, that's quite a buzz going on about the knowledge graph that is combined with other sensor data, and there has been a lot of studies and paper coming out, like pouring out lately, right? But unfortunately, that's the part I'm not have that much expertise about. So what I know is almost like you know a little bit more than me on that area, I think. So yeah. So that's the absolutely one of the parts we are definitely gonna look into as well. Yeah. I said I don't know in too long, too long talk. All right. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. I have a question about how when you were mentioning data-centric AI and the data that like training your data and cleaning your data and not changing your AI model. I wanted to know, like, my first thought was that seems to be very like text specific. Did you, or does this scale across like multimodal like inputs, like pictures,
definitely,
and other, and then the same question also for your ethics data set that you're building out, is that also across different, different like inputs to the AI model? So, for example, text, like I said, video, or pictures, and then I think like Meta is doing, like there's a lot of work in like audio generation and things like that.
So first part of your question was definitely it works for all the, like, not only the vision data, it works for multimodal data, including text and audio ways. And in fact, we are building a custom version of our tool for Samsung Electronics to help them build their LLMs. So we already are making a text version of this tool. And for the later question about, like, can we apply the same criteria for the AI ethics to the other data sets or other kind of AI models? That was the question, right? And yeah, I believe we do, but at this point we are just focusing on the text data generated from LLMs. But obviously, I think it can be done same way for the image generative AI like Midjourney or others as well. Thank you.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for the in-depth and insightful talk.
Thank you.
I have two questions. First is, I wonder if you can provide some specific kind of labels, how you label data. What kind of granularity and what kind of a spectrum do you label the data? And the second one is, what's your take on the ownership of the data or the contribution of this content or data that's fed into the model that can generate revenue for the AI companies like ChatGPT or something, but they are not attributing any of the revenue to the original data contributor. So I wonder if you also track the owners of the data.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, those two informations are in my sales pitch deck, but this wasn't my sales deck today. So unfortunately, I don't have the slides right now, but we have 240,000 people working on the crowdsourced platform called Cash Mission. We call it Cash Mission because we give out cash points when you do the data labeling. For example, when you are waiting for a bus and you have like 3 minutes of free time, you can do the data labeling, like what's just like a CAPTCHA stuff you do when you log into your like online services. They ask you what picture includes animal or what picture includes a bridge. That's all used for AI. So you're providing AI data labeling service for free for whilst you're trying to log into your Google accounts. But we have a service, we have a platform that gives out cash points when you do all the data labeling. So data labeling can include, start from classifications like, is this a cat, is this a dog? You can start from there, or all the way from there to like, you have to, when you have photo of street, you have to color all the streets and all the people in different colors. You have to color with a brush, like a paint software from Microsoft. You have to brush it everything from the outlines. That could be a data labeling. Simple classification could be data labeling, or simple multiple choice can be a data labeling. So anything could be a data labeling. And if that is used to make your AI smarter. And also later part, the data ownership usually goes to the clients who ask us to build those data sets. So 90% of that goes to the data ownership goes to the client company because we already paid out to the data label workers. They gave us the data in exchange of the money, so we already paid them out. So all the data ownership goes to clients. And some cases, we have a negotiation with the clients that we want to have the ownership too, and we give them a discount. And those data that we have, we can sell out to other companies as well.
And those points that you give people, the cash points, it sounds like, is that just...
You can withdraw it to your account anytime.
Okay, but and so it's cash money.
It's actually cash money.
Okay, it's not crypto or anything.
No, not.
Okay, why not?
We thought of that, but cash is better, I think.
Cash is king.
Cash is clean. Yeah.
One more question, and then we'll start to wrap things up and start to enter into our happy hour or hours. Anyone? Last question. Cherry on top. Otherwise, I'm going to say, okay, here we go.
Thank you. It was almost awkward for me. Like, there's no question at the end.
It's not a question, but I can make an introduction to the person here at Center of AI Safety in San Francisco for you.
Cool, cool. Great, thanks.
Okay, maybe this is the last question.
Just curious, by your experience, are there any other country-specific LLMs which you are aware of, number one, or industry-specific LLMs which are coming? And are you aware of those, and could you shed some light on that?
So can you repeat the first question?
So, like I can see this is Korea-specific LLM. And so the natural question is, are there other countries also building country-specific, like India, for example, LLM India-specific, or LLM automotive, LLM financial services? Is this coming? And what do you think is the future there?
So it's the similar question for, like, is there border on online, because these the 5 LLMs I mentioned about, they were not supposed to be a Korean LLM. They were supposed to be competitor of GPT, but like as you guys know, nobody knows about those 5 LLMs, right? Because the language model doesn't depend on the actual language, because the GPT didn't specifically train on Korean ethics. The GPT didn't specifically learn about how Korean teens talk. They just gather data from the internet, and their language model can generate all the other languages. So it should be same to other LLMs that's out there. So what Hyperclover, the Korean LLM, is trying to do is they want to compete to GPT, but at this moment, GPT is way better than what they do. So they are more focusing on the Korean language itself, since they have more access to Korean data. But at the end, GPT is gonna go to like South Korea, India, Japan, all the countries. They are already infiltrated to all the countries. So I think there's no such thing as local LLMs because they always have to compete with global one.
And I'm going to ask a last two-part question, if that's okay. One is...
Wants to ask...
so let me just quickly answer, because we're also running short on time. We did cover earlier that there's going to be, and you can chime in if you have more information, different LLMs for each industry, for chemistry, for...
Yeah, I think that could be more appropriate approach, because language side, I think it doesn't matter about where geographically your servers are located. It doesn't mean that you can do that kind of language, but I think I definitely agree with Steven saying that there should be like verticals, like certain industries in academic areas. I'm just adding to that.
So last question, going to go kind of broad, but what has you most excited about the state of AI right now, and what are you most excited about contributing to the industry?
Right.
That's one, and maybe it ties to two, is what do you see as the long but near term, let's say 10 to 20 years, largest benefit to humanity that you see coming from AI?
That's a tough question, man. And the first part I want to say is that, like, have you guys ever heard about the term Turing test? Turing test is like when you cannot distinguish what you're talking with. Is it a computer or is it a person over the chat? So the term Turing test was valid like a year ago, and it was a big thing to break through for the AI community. Did this model pass the Turing test? Did this model pass the Turing test? It was the big issue, like just a year ago. But now it doesn't mean anything, because like nowadays all the LLMs that comes out definitely pass all the Turing tests. And Turing test already went through Turing test. It's a legacy. So I think the speed of generation and speed of development of AI is like too fast, even faster than I expected a few years ago. So I actually have no idea what's gonna happen in next few years. Maybe as we wished 100% self-driving car could just go around the streets without any drivers, that could be a norm just in 5 years. I think it could be so. So what I am glad is that I am in the data industry that I can observe every change that is going on in the AI industry. So one funny thing is that I was based in South Korea and I'm trying to expand to the global market. That's why I came to came back to San Francisco. But when I was back in South Korea, whenever each large companies, including Samsung and LG, when they wanted to develop AI, at least they have to consult us, because we are the one who provides data for them. So even though those projects didn't make it through, I was able to know what companies is doing what on AI industry. I know that some large company in Korea is trying to make their own version of Uber, self-driving vehicle, their own version of Tesla, but nobody knows about it. But that's one funny thing, and one thing I'm happy about is that I know I'm working on the data industry, so I have to know everything about what's going on in the AI industry, and that knowledge and that experience is what makes me happy. And after this, 10 or 20 years, I believe if I am on the right course, I'll still be an influential figure in the AI industry. Not only that, but I have knowledge and power to help other people build more innovative stuffs without a hustle. That's what I wish for and to become. It might be.
Thank you. Well, I definitely think you're well positioned, and you have my vote for that role in the future, and look forward to forging forward with you in different ways, however I can help. Right. Thank you, Michael.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
And let me just start to wrap things up here. Gonna make a few announcements. I want to thank the hosts. I want to thank Homebrew, Homebrew CC, also known as Homebrew Crypto Club, but they're getting heavily into AI. There's a lot of people from crypto moving into AI. This space is a co-working space. It's community owned and operated. So if anybody wants to join up, is looking for a space, they welcome events here. There's 2 price points. You can have membership. Monthly membership is $69 a month. And if you want to reserve desk and you want to be able to do full day events like this, it's $420 a month. So let me know or go visit the website for Homebrew CC. Also want to thank everybody that contributed. So this is not a money-making venture yet. Obviously, we don't have sponsors. We're looking for those. If you know people who want to sponsor events like this, please introduce me. We are looking to do more events, different types of events, diving deeper into certain subject matters, evening events where we can spend an hour or 2 hours diving into data, diving into medical implications. So we're working with Eric, who's been on AV, is our video guy and streaming guy, and he works with Broadway Studios over in North Beach, and we're talking about doing evening events. We're calling it AI Talk Tuesdays, so keep your ears and eyes out for that. And I want to bring up and introduce all the people behind the scenes. So Elijah Spina, PhD, doctor, not a physician, come on up. Came up from Santa Barbara to join and help pull this off. And Cassius, come on up. Neil, Eric on the boards, come on up. Let's see, if Liz is here, I saw her pop through. She couldn't make it here all day today. The other Eric, come on up. Not only a speaker, but always willing to jump in and volunteer. And if I'm missing anybody, I'm just scanning the room. And it takes a lot of work to pull this off, to gather 30 presenters, over 20 sessions, including panels today. So love for each person to say something. I'll just do one more point of logistics. We will be here till 8 o'clock, having refreshments and beers. 8 o'clock, people are willing to join us. We have a reservation. We had over 20 people last time, so we'll see how many people want to come this time. Right on the corner is Canteen Basil, a great Thai restaurant we love supporting. So we'll go over that way. That's at the corner of Folsom and 11th. And yeah, keep your ears open. Make sure you're on our lists. Follow our socials. Go to the website. Tweet about this. If you enjoyed your day, tweet. We'd use LinkedIn heavily. We've got we're starting a Facebook page, so that's doesn't have a ton of followers. There's a Discord we'll start to leverage. We'll see what gets juice, and I'm all about put things out there, see what gets traction, and then fuel what gets traction. So let's, I'm going to start over on my left. Eric, anything you want to share?
Oh, thanks everyone for coming. It was great to be a part of Aiify Part 2. I think we have a unique opportunity as an industry, as a community, to not make the mistakes we made in social media AI with this new generation. Let's do it right.
I just want to say thank you everyone for coming. That's pretty much it.
Hi, my name is Cassius Gouvet. I'm host of the show Popping Crypto, and I really want to thank Steve for putting on this magnificent event, kind of bring the AI community together. I live in Oakland, so it's nice that this is right here in my backyard. I'm usually traveling for crypto events, but I'm going to start tapping into a lot more of the AI events locally. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming. I've been working with Steve now for a while. We were doing events in crypto, Web3. So our last event before actually getting into AI was a huge one in Denver, and then we did one here last month. So it's been kind of an interesting transition to doing, I guess, a smaller event for us, But yeah, great place, and I just love doing it to meet all the people that show up to these things, and especially here, you guys were so many people are here early, bright and early, and have stayed all day. So thank you so much for coming up and showing support for the other speakers and learning and sharing what you know. And if you want to order from the Basil Canteen, I have the QR code right here in my pocket, so you can get some food going right now too. Wink, wink.
I'll introduce Neil Nyberg, and he's gonna grace us with some tunes. He's a musician and performer and artist. What do you have to share?
What up? My name is Neil Nyberg. I describe myself as a creative advocate for life-friendly global advancement, and I play in a band called Nalamora. We play all original songs. I promote positive change, and I'm going to sing some original songs on my acoustic guitar while you guys mingle and have happy hour. So yeah, thank you. It's really great to be here. I'm happy to be a part of this, and thank you guys all for coming. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, and it's been a great day. Well, help yourself to beers or refreshments. We also have non-alcoholic water.